traded, Chris, for other players that haven't made it. Henry Playfair had a lot of injuries. He's unlucky. Paul Chambers from Geelong is one that comes to mind, didn't quite cut it, but the rest have all been very, very good servants over the last 6 to 7 years or so.
There's a good history, even in the early times, but think of Wayne Schwass. He was a success. Best and Stewie Maxfield, best and fairest winners. And, of course...
Plugger.
Well, he's the biggest one going around, but Paul Williams was another player too.
Yeah, great player.
Well, more to come from the Olympic Stadium shortly on Grandstand AFL. The Blues and Swans are out there warming up on this warm day in Sydney. News and then more to come on Grandstand AFL. No changes to the teams here. We're counting down to the bounce between the Blues and the Swans.
ABC News with Peter Wilson. The Victorian Premier John Brumby says he expects the number of homes inundated by floodwaters to rise over the coming days. So far, 250 homes in the northeast and central region have been flooded, and about 40,000 Victorian homes are without power after wild wind and rain swept through the state. Mr Brumby has praised the efforts of the 600 volunteer workers who are helping stave off floodwaters across the state. He says the next few days will see more homes come under threat.
Tonight and tomorrow you'll see risks Seymour, Ngambie, Shepparton moving through that area, particularly around the Goulburn. And in the west of the state, those areas there around the Avoca and other rivers, so Horsham, Carlton, those communities there may well come under increasing threat.
More than 20,000 residents remain without power on the New South Wales south coast, and energy authorities say it's unclear how quickly it can be restored. The power went out in the early hours of the morning, a result of fallen trees and power lines. Teams are in the process of assessing every building in Christchurch's earthquake-shattered central business district. Cordons are still in place in some streets due to the sustained damage to buildings, and the city is still under a state of emergency. The executive officer of the country's Chamber of Commerce, Peter Townsend, says businesses are badly affected.
This will be a big hit, but Christchurch businesses are resilient. They'll get up and go. I've spent the whole weekend talking to my members, and they are absolutely determined that they will not be knocked down by this earthquake.
Passengers on the first flights out of Christchurch into Sydney have described scenes of devastation at the epicentre of the 7-magnitude earthquake. They've praised the quick response of the New Zealand Emergency Services and says it's a miracle no one was killed. There have been reports of looting in the city of Christchurch, where a state of emergency was declared and a curfew imposed. Passenger Clive Skilton says the damage in the city centre, where his daughter lives, was incredible.
There didn't seem to be a lot of damage in the suburbs where we were, but I went to see my daughter a few hours later, and was evident that there was quite a lot of damage, especially buildings that had brick facades, where the whole facade had simply collapsed.
The bodies of 3 Australians and a New Zealander killed in a plane crash in Papua New Guinea have arrived in Brisbane. The 4 were on board a Transair charter plane when it crashed into trees and burst into flames on Missima Island last week. The Queensland coroner took possession of the remains just before midday and will carry out post-mortem examinations. The sole survivor of the accident has been discharged from a Townsville hospital. Labor has accused the federal opposition of almost trying to intimidate the 3 country independent MPs into backing a coalition government. Simon Cullen reports from Parliament House.
The federal opposition leader Tony Abbott has used a newspaper opinion piece to argue that the 3 MPs would be acting in defiance of their electorates if they were to support a Labor minority government. Labor frontbencher Anthony Albanese has told Channel 9 the opposition is sounding increasingly shrill.
Almost trying to intimidate people into making a decision in their favour.
But the Liberal frontbencher Christopher Pyne has told Channel 10 only the coalition can provide stable government.
If the independents want a government that can actually get things done and do them correctly and competently, they will support us.
Labor says the independents won't be able to ignore the black hole in the coalition's election costings. Simon Cullen, ABC News, Canberra.
The American official in charge of cleaning up the huge oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico says the BP oil well poses no further risk to the environment. As the BBC's Ian McKenzie reports from Washington, Admiral Thad Allen made the announcement after engineers replaced a damaged valve on the seabed.
The device now in place is known as a blowout preventer. Its job is to stop sudden, unexpected increases in pressure from the undersea well from creating another oil leak. Failure of a similar unit is thought to have caused the original explosion on the Deepwater Horizon drilling rig back in April. That faulty blowout preventer has now been raised to the surface and will be examined by investigators, including agents from the FBI.
Now the weather, Perth mostly sunny, 20 degrees today. For Adelaide, showers increasing and 15. Melbourne, a few showers, 16 degrees. Hobart, showers and mountain snow and 12. Albury-Wodonga, showers easing, 14. Canberra, a shower or two and windy, 13 degrees. Sydney, windy and 21. Newcastle, windy, 22. Brisbane, rain periods, 23. Cairns, a few showers and 29 degrees. Darwin, a shower or storm about and 33. And Alice Springs, mostly sunny with a top of 19 degrees. ABC News.
You can get the ABC in more ways.
News.
With the new ABC iPad app.
Entertainment.
We've already got your phone covered.
3G or Wi-Fi.
No matter which mobile you're on or where you are.
Radio.
There are apps or the ABC mobile site.
Video.
And now there's the new free ABC iPad app.
TV and podcast.
So browse it, swipe it, listen and watch. Get your ABC on the move.
Welcome to Grandstand AFL. Barry Hall for number 7. Oh, he's done it. He's done it. What a performance.
Another bounce on the wing. Kicks with the right, boots up, Renshaw. And Renshaw marks 25 metres out.
Terrible kick in by the Cats. They can't win from here. There's just no possible way that they can kick a score big enough to win this game. They have got no hope in hell.
This would be one of the most heroic wins in the history of the Geelong Footy Club. Bartel to win the game. He has. He has.
Anthony for his 50th goal this season. On the right, John Anthony has kicked the goal. Collingwood back in front.
He's closed down by Scarlett, who sprinted at him and slam dunked him into the turf.
Well, has there ever been a more crucial motion? And the ball was out there.
Wasn't it brilliant?
Sensational.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
Great to have your company in this windy harbour city as we continue our build-up on Grandstand AFL to the elimination final between Sydney and Carlton. Quentin Hull and Dan Lonigan to call the action today, with Justin Blumfield and Chris Grant in the experts' chairs. Olivia McGrath's on the boundary, and the Swans and Blues are out on this famous Australian sporting venue, warming up in sunshine. But it is a bit of a blustery day. We'll retouch with Olivia in just a moment just to see how that wind is at ground level. But good to see some of your text messages coming through throughout the day and the afternoon. You can continue to send them to us. We'll get to them when we find an appropriate moment, which is now for a couple of them. 1992122 is the number. 1992122 on the SMS. Interesting here, a couple coming in about the Dockers, and stand by, Dockers fans, because we're going to touch base with the Purple Haze in just a moment, and also a man that's got a link to these two footy clubs playing today, Barry Mitchell, hopefully along shortly. But here we go, Scott in Perth. When are you blokes going to give Fremantle some respect? Did any of you actually watch the game yesterday? Buddy was destroyed by McFarlane from Scott in Perth. Keep writing us off. We love it. Good on you, Scott. Great to get your name and where you're texting us from. And also an interesting one here. If you were with us a short time ago, we did play some highlights of the elimination final where Carlton capitulated in the last quarter against Brisbane last year. And this is in capital letters. I mean, just to exert even more pain. I cannot believe you could be so cruel to play that sad bit of radio. I've just got over it. And now you bring it back from Mal. Thanks, Mal. Maybe it might be a better day today.
Hey, Quentin, people come a long way to go and watch a game of footy, particularly for family members involved. Chris Grant was lucky enough before we walked into the ground today, weren't you, Chris, to run into Lewis Jetta's family, and you spoke to his dad. And how long have they been on the road for to get here from Western Australia?
Well, believe it or not, they've been on the road road from WA for the last 3 days. They've driven across the Nullarbor to, in fact, you'd go across the Nullarbor and then up, wouldn't you? Hell of a long way to come and watch, but their son's playing in his first final, and isn't that support for a young kid? And they were absolutely rapt to be here. The fact that they'd been on the road for 3 days, Sydney Swans had obviously looked after them. They're in the Novotel just over the road from where we're actually watching the game here at ANZ Stadium, and they were thrilled to be here. Sister was here, and we noticed, we had an inkling that they may have been Jetta's family because they were all decked out in number 32, so they were always going to be very, very close to Lewis. But isn't that a wonderful story? And we talk about the business side of the sport. We talk about how professional it is, how much money's coming into the game. They've driven across to watch their son play in a final. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a special thing, isn't it? You forget about that. It's, they've gone through and watch him play his footy as a junior and then, make the grade, and then to be in such a big final. It's amazing. Good on them. It's just, and 3 days. What a commitment.
And of course, haven't sent a shout out to the fathers today. Father's Day. Happy Father's Day. I will ring your dad later on if you're listening.
Happy Father's Day to Johnny, my father.
I haven't rang my dad yet, but probably be listening to the game.
Definitely be listening today.
Plenty of dads will be listening today.
There's 3 dads here.
That's right.
See our kids last night. Right. Yeah. Got our presents and all sorts of things.
But and it was one of the interesting scenes of the week. Paul Roos really relaxing into, perhaps one of his last pre-game press conferences, talking about, bring dads out to the footy and so forth. It is a bit hard. It certainly in Sydney, people may be thinking, well, why wouldn't you bring, dad and the family go out for a day at the footy in Sydney? But in Melbourne it makes sense, doesn't it, Justin? But this part of the world's a bit different when it comes to those things.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit more difficult to get to, obviously, being a bit further outside of town. But I think, you make the effort. If you love your footy like we do, I think a lot of people would make the effort and come out and bring their kids. I know I would.
And a proud dad is about to join us, but just before we get to Barry Mitchell, back down to Olivia McGrath, who's watching the Blues and the Swans warm up. How's that wind, Olivia?
The wind is still gusting. I've sort of taken shelter, but out in the middle, you don't really notice it on the boys warming up, but the officials in their long slacks, the pants are flapping about like the sails on boats in Sydney Harbour. It's still quite gusty down here.
Well, at least the sun's beating down. It looks fantastic, so we will have to have a look as to just the flight of the footy early on, Chris, because that might be an issue.
It's going to play a part. No doubt it's going to play a part. And, you expect sometimes in September that you are going to get a windy day, but this is exceptionally windy, and we'd expect the ball to be floating over the top of packs, dropping short of packs. It will spend a fair bit of time on the ground, and not only will it be floating over or hitting the deck early, it'll be very hard to control the ball onto the boot. It's very windy.
No changes to the teams here at the Olympic Stadium. We're getting ever closer to the Swans and the Blues, but as the weekend of football continues here, I suppose the fans' eyes are highly focused on this game. A man that knows this club, these two clubs very well, Barry Mitchell, joins us, but he's also heavily ensconced in a pretty happy Fremantle Football Club camp this morning. Barry, nice to have you on board. How are you?
Thanks. Yeah.
Well, just tell us what has happened in the last 12 hours or so. Have you boys met and had your recovery as yet in the West?
Yeah, the boys would have done a bit of recovery this morning, so they'll just get on with that for today and have a bit of a rest, and then we'll get in tomorrow and review the game and look forward to the upcoming one.
Well, just take us, if you could, into the inner sanctum and the great feeling that was achieved by winning yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, obviously, for Freo and West Australian footy, I suppose. After the game, the scenes were, amazing. Really, the crowd was so loud, and it was a really good win against really quality opposition. So, all in all, it was a great day. But obviously, now we've got to push on to next week.
Any major issues, just while we're talking about your current club that you're involved in, before we look at a couple of your past clubs?
No, I think all the boys pulled up pretty well, so, we expected to go in with a pretty good list for next week.
So Sandilands will be all right, though, will he?
Yeah, we think so. We obviously we didn't want to take any more chance with him yesterday, but we're pretty confident he'll be fine.
And looking back, obviously the decision, and it was seen as controversial by a lot of people, to rest those 10 players against Hawthorn in round 21 is reaping rewards now. Obviously it's freshened everyone up over the last fortnight or so.
Yeah, it was an interesting one in that it got a lot of publicity. I think, as you said, it's freshened some of the guys up, and of the guys that missed that week, they've had 2 really good games. So, it was a decision we took at the time, and at the moment it appears that it was a good one, and but we've moved on from that as well.
Well, Barry, I suppose we can move on, because this is a weekend of footy that you've got a very heavy involvement in, because you played the last time that Sydney played Carlton back in 1986, and your boy is going to be heading to the red and white. For those of you who are unaware, Tom Mitchell, a highly touted young player, been playing his trade over in the West, and he's been secured by the Swans as a father-son pick. What emotions are stirring in you, Barry, before this game this afternoon?
Well, I suppose now working at Freo, it's the emotion's probably out of that for me, but we're really excited that Tom decided to go to the Swans, and obviously, I spent a lot of time up there myself, but in the end, it was his decision as to what he wanted to do, and he's really looking forward to getting up there when his time comes and getting stuck into it. So, as a family, we're pretty excited.
How much input did Dad have?
Dad tried to stay out of it as much as he could, which is hard. But I've said to a few people, in the end, it had to be what he wanted to do. It wasn't what I wanted or anything else. So obviously, you talk through the pros and cons of where he might finish up, and in the end, it was his decision, which I think is how it had to be. It's up to him what he wants to do with his life and with his footy. So.
Barry, he spent some time with the Swans, obviously. Just reading, through the media reports that he did spend some time with the Swans to see what it was all about and to see what the club was all about. He obviously liked what he saw.
Yeah, he did. As part of the AIS, which he's in, they get to go to a club and have 2 weeks, I think, 2 1-week blocks. So he went to Sydney for both of those, and they looked after him really well. The people around the club were really friendly and welcoming to him. So, they made him feel, I think, that was the place for him to go to.
And it's been a long time, obviously, since you've been a player at Sydney, but the success recently over, let's say, from about 2004 onwards under Paul, played in the grand final, obviously, under Rodney E, but their success recently, are you amazed how far the club's come?
Oh, well, they've obviously been very successful for a period of time now under Ruzi, and they've done a great job too. They probably slipped back a little bit last year, but they've come again. They did some smart work in the off season. They got Mumford and McGlynn and Kennedy, so they've filled their player stocks pretty well, and it's a credit to them that they've got to where they are. They had a bit of a lull probably about 5 weeks ago, but they've come again, so it's great for the Swans.
As Quentin mentioned, Barry, you played in the final that these two teams last played in 1986, the qualifying final. Do you look back on those 2 years when the Swans were kicking cricket scores, massive scores of an opportunity lost for winning a premiership?
Yeah, I'm sure I've thought about it, years ago, but it's probably a long time ago now. The interesting thing from those 2 years is that we finished second but didn't get any home finals. So I think, a lot of that high scoring we did at the SCG, and we had to come to Melbourne both times. And obviously, for whatever reason it is, it's an advantage to play at home, and we didn't get that at that time. So that was one of the factors. But in the end, we weren't good enough to win, so that was disappointing.
Of course, you had the Foreign Legion there too. You had all sorts of great players that came into those 2 years that turned the team around very quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, we did, and with them came, with Diesel and Gerard Healy and Bernard Toohey and all those guys. They were probably already seasoned players and all very good players. So, they gave us an immediate lift, not only with their ability, but I suppose their mindset and their competitiveness. And they were great years where we played really good footy. Unfortunately, we didn't go all the way, but you look back on those times fondly.
Well, Barry, dare we ask you for a prediction this afternoon? You've been a player and a coach at Carlton, a player in Sydney. Your son's going to play in Sydney. You're currently part of an opposition camp in a current finals campaign. What do you think's going to happen this afternoon?
It's all a bit confusing, isn't it? Look, I think Sydney have had the wood on the Blues, particularly up in Sydney, so you might lean that way. The other side of it is, Carlton's midfield are pretty strong, and if Judd and Murphy and all those guys get away, they could do some damage as well. But I'd probably lean towards Sydney just on form.
Well, thanks for your insight today, Barry. Thanks for joining us. I know you've still got a massive week ahead of you. Good luck next Friday night against the Cats.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
And it's been good to chat with you.
No worries. Good on you.
Barry Mitchell. So I think you could come under a number of headings for the reason to have a chat to him today, but of course part of Mark Harvey's coaching staff at Fremantle and a former Swans player, and of course a former Carlton player and coach.
And one heading you could certainly come under, a very good player, maybe slightly underrated. I mean, you look back on those teams when Jeff Edelson went out and spent all that money to get all those players, they were very, very good teams. I know their record was a lot better at the SCG than away from the SCG, and one year, I think it was the second year, 1987, they had 3 weeks where they won by more than 100 points. They were just belting teams. But when it came to the finals, they just weren't able to gel together. But there was immense talent there. Kappa, Justin at full forward, kicking 100, and they had quality players in every line, and really it was one that got away, I would have thought.
Yeah, it was amazing how he said that, the home ground advantage, we underestimate that. And look, Sydney, we know, play really well at home, but although this ground, not quite as well as the SCG, so that maybe leans a little bit more Carlton's way. But that's probably why, back in the day, Dan, as he said, they had the talent there. They just couldn't mentally. I don't know what it is when you go on the road. I know you've got to really be on the ball and be focused on footy, not where you are, and being in different environments. So they change these days. They go a lot earlier, don't they? Especially across to Perth and other places. They go and spend a couple of days there, and they really have it all structured. So,
and perhaps shows us in hindsight of a football life just how good the West Coast teams were.
Yeah,
that were able to win in 92 and 94.
They were fantastic teams. They, I think there was even a couple of times there where flights were delayed and they took a long time to get over for one final. Chris, in 1990, I think they'd spent about nearly 48 hours travelling just to get there for a football match, and was still good enough, had the mindset in Malthouse's first year as coach to win a final. Then they had to come back the next week and play Essendon, and of course they got belted. But that was just the way it was.
I could never work out why, when it was then known as the Footscray Football Club, whilst we actually went to Perth to play a night game the day of the game. We're talking early 90s, but we'd go the day of the game. It was only many years later I realised the club couldn't afford to go any earlier. And they thought, you know what, we're not going to win anyway. So we might as well save the cash and use it somewhere else.
We were told today that Carlton came up for this match on Friday, mid-afternoon, and the players left their own devices. And then
they're staying out east as well.
That's right, out near the city. Yeah.
The Wallabies that play at this venue very regularly for big rugby test matches set up camp out of Parramatta in the western suburbs. But the Blues, as we were being told, they're staying out in the pretty part of town,
and
so to speak.
They wanted to. Some people like the western suburbs, but they went out and trained here yesterday, and they said it was good for them to come on the day before, on the Friday, because they wanted to have a training session yesterday instead of coming straight from the airport all the way out here. So better preparation, I would have thought, and I think clubs will continue to do that.
Best preparation would have been to stay out here, though, I reckon. View's better out east.
View is much better out. They're not here for the View. They're here to try and win their first final in 9 years.
Exactly. Well, Quentin Hull, Dan Lonergan to call the action. Justin Blumfield and Chris Grant, your experts this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Keep the SMS messages coming through, 199 21 222. The banners are out on the ground. They're flat at the moment. I just can't read what the cheer squads have come up with, but we will try and give you those slogans when they run through the banner. The game is due to start in about 20 minutes time, or just under that, here on what's a sunny but windy day in Sydney. So it's come to that point of time, gentlemen, where we've enjoyed the thoughts of Matthew Lappin and Daniel Bradshaw as well, and we've got a fair bit of ammunition to add to 22 weeks of football leading to this point. Chris and Justin, let's start picking this one apart. Go for it.
Picking it apart, well, Where do we start? Look, I think that I asked Matthew Lappin in the pre-match about how they're going to stop Sydney's half-back line, and I know that's where they launch a lot of their attacks, Chris, from that half-back line. They play some, fantastic rebound footy when they turn over the ball, and that's what they pride themselves on. And they also, when they go forward, when it's not from a rebound situation, are very patient and pick their targets and kick it around that 50-metre line. So for me, I think it's going to be a battle of, how well Carlton can hold down that half-back line. And they've got some players in that forward line that can actually do that, Carlton. They've got the dangerous players, like we said, we've got Waite in that forward line, you've got Garlett, those sort of players that those half-backs are going to need to be accountable on, and I think that's probably what they'll try and do, and Matthew Lappin didn't really allude to any of his tactics, which I don't blame him, but I think if I was Carlton, I'd like to play through a lot of those half-forwards and make those half-backs of Sydney very accountable, because I think, Chris, the midfield is pretty even. There's some talent in both midfields, and if they get up and running, like we just said, Jack, who's had an outstanding season, Kieran Jack, and Bolton, who's good hard in and under, and Kirk as well, and then you chuck in Jetta, who's got some pace, more for some hardness when he's needed. They've got a good match-up with Carlton because you've got Gibbs, you've got Judd, who else we got there in that midfield? Murphy's not a bad player himself, so Scotland, they can all chime in. So the midfield for mine is going to be a very, very tight battle. And then my other query about Carlton is, their back line. I've always said it, I don't think they've got the tools. They might get stretched today, Chris, in their back line. If they throw White back there and Goods back there on the last line of defence, they can really expose Carlton's back line. So I think that'll be a key part of the game as well. And then there's the win factor. We thought Sydney Swans really grind out wins. They're very good at that hard in and under footy. Stoppages. There'll be lots of stoppages today when the ball goes over top goes out of bounds. Sydney really do well in that area of their footy, and they just grind away. And I think they really thrive on that because Kirk's their leader, and that's his best part, is when he can get in there and get the little handballs out and knock it forward. So I think maybe the win might suit them. But in saying that, Carlton's forward line seems to operate as more of a small forward. It's not a big clunking. Lockie Henderson has taken some clunks, but Garlett and Betts and these guys can create goals out of nothing. So if the ball does go to the top and bounce around, I can see them getting some advantage as well. So, look, for mine, it's going to be a close one. It's closer than people think, but I think Sydney's form today, going into the game, will carry forward.
Just before, Chris, I've got one of the slogans for you. The Swans, finals football is in our bloods. Courage, commitment, never say die.
Yeah.
Going for a few core values there, the cheer squad this week.
Well,
Chris.
they have. They're certainly relying very heavily on the emotion of, you would think, Brett Kirk as well.
There comes the Blues. Well, it's a bit of a tough angle. I might not be able to read that.
Good luck reading that, Quentin, because we'll never see it.
Here we go. Hey, Sydney. Your goods is good, but our bets is better. Oh, there we go. There we go. I think Carlton win the slogan as here comes Chris Judd and the Blues out onto the Olympic Stadium. Chris Grant.
Well, no, I agree with most things that Justin has said. There's no doubt that the improvement in Sydney over the last month has just come from their ability to be able to outwork the opposition. And we've all sort of thought that most of the reason that Sydney have been so successful, particularly of recent times, is their ability to be able to close the game down, stoppage after stoppage. A really interesting stat for mine is the fact that Sydney actually outclassed and outwin the opposition in uncontested balls when they play against them. They rank second in the competition when they play a team. Their opposition have less uncontested possessions, and that clearly tells me that from the stoppages, what Sydney are able to do is just outwork their opponents to get into space. And their form over the last month has just been absolutely outstanding. They've won 4 in a row. They've beaten some quality teams. Their form against the Western Bulldogs in Sydney a couple of weeks ago was just exhilarating. They played a really good brand of football. No doubt the fact that it's away from Sydney probably adds a little bit more weight towards the argument of the possibility of Carlton having an upset. But for mine, it's a scoring power of Sydney. That's where the improvement has come from also. Not only are they winning more contested ball than the opposition, they're actually outscoring the opposition because of Dennis Lane's improvements. Jetta's now scoring more goals. Goods is having an impact up forward. And for mine, the guy that probably gets out of the loop a little bit as far as the goal scoring and goal scoring opportunities in assists is Bevan. He'll probably play a stopper role across half forward. He'll play on someone like possibly a Scotland, who they might try and push to a half back instead of playing him off a wing. There's lots of little matchups along around the ground, particularly around the centre square. And as Justin said, obviously the big one's going to be Judd versus Jack, but there's other little ones around the edges too. McVeigh, will he pick up Simpson on a wing? Will Walker, will he start in the middle if Good starts in the middle, or is Good going to play out of a full forward position? So there's little tactical moves over the course of the ground on what these two coaches are going to want to do. The other really important thing from Sydney's perspective is they need to be able to control the ball the majority of the game, and across half back, that's where they've really been set up their attacking thrusts.
Here come the Swans as they mill together and charge through their banner in their first final for a couple of years.
And just skipping out onto the Olympic Stadium, really running through their banner. And it, as we spoke about, just mentioned the core values of the club, our Bloods, courage, commitment, and never say die. No changes to the teams that were named on Thursday night, and we're not too far away from the teams coming together to stand for the national anthem before this game, an elimination final in Sydney.
This is Sunday afternoon football on ABC Local Radio.
Welcome to those of you joining us for the first time on ABC Grandstand AFL. Quentin Hull and Dan Lonigan to call the action of the elimination final between Sydney and Carlton. Justin Blumfield, the premiership player with the Bombers, and Bulldogs legend Chris Grant are in the experts' chairs. And Olivia McGrath's on the boundary on this day in Sydney, which is sunny but windy. The teams go in unchanged from selection on Thursday night. And, well, it's sudden death here today. The reward for the victor is a trip to Melbourne to play the Western Bulldogs next Saturday night. And for the loser, it's the end of the season. Crowd, gentlemen, just looking around the Olympic Stadium, it's slowly
great.
building. No, it's much better than the 19,000 odd that turned out last time there was a final here.
Lots of Carlton supporters. Our plane was full this morning coming from Melbourne, and a lot of them were Carlton supporters, weren't they, Chris? They too love getting behind their team, but we know the Swan supporters vote with their feet in regard to this venue, and it is a controversial decision by the AFL to hold a final out here, but there's a deal in place, and that's why the Swans have their final out here. Of course, if it was at the SCG, you get a packed house, and I think you'd have to say they'd be even warmer favourites than they are this afternoon because of their love of that ground and the way they play it.
Absolutely, no doubt. And Carlton would relish the opportunity of playing Sydney Swans on the open spaces here. They've got numerous players in the team that like the space, like to be able to use their skills. It's going to make it a lot harder for Sydney to be able to block up those attacking moves, to restrict the goal-scoring opportunity. Because it's windy, Justin made a really good point. Because it's windy, the small players like Garlett, Betts, those types of players, they will relish the opportunity. It's going to spend a lot of time on the ground, and there won't be a lot of really easy scoring opportunities throughout the course of this afternoon. So don't be surprised if the smaller players for both teams have a bigger impact than the tall players today.
Well, speaking of on the ground, Olivia McGrath close to the boundary line, watching the players go through their final warm-ups. Just another touch on conditions and that crowd, Olivia, it's building significantly, but what's the feeling like at ground level?
There's excitement in the air. Nothing beats finals football, that's for sure. It marked improvement in crowd numbers from an hour ago. There's just a sea of red and white, but then interspersed with pockets of navy blue. Lots of families out with their dads for Father's Day, it seems, and hi to my dad in Perth. The atmosphere is fantastic. Everyone really excited, and just as the ground announcer was going through the Sydney team list, the loudest cheers saved for Brett Kirk.
Yes, well, that's another of many stories that will unfold this afternoon, and it's rare to be here on on a day game. So many night games played at the Olympic Stadium. But
I don't think I've ever called a game here.
I've done a couple.
During the day?
I think one of the last ones was a Sunday afternoon that Sydney played Brisbane about 4 seasons ago. It was a terrible day for Nigel Lappin when he broke his leg very badly.
Right.
So,
it just doesn't feel the same without that band out there, Q. They normally rev us up before the game.
See, that's the one thing. It's the third day game. Richard Keegan, as ever, on the stats, has just leaned in, timely as ever, the third day game. And Carlton has played here once before. It was an opening round clash a couple of years ago when they were in the depths of despair and they got flogged by Sydney on that occasion. But,
because we had train here last time. Remember, we were blocking the train. That was amazing.
And that's the thing that has been spoken about, the fact that, well, Sydney promotes its home games, yet the AFL is responsible for promoting finals.
Okay.
And if you're not aware of what we're talking about, every time we come out to a big game at the Olympic Stadium, there's something to entertain us before the football itself, and it was train before the Sydney-Collingwood game.
Last time I was here, it was Diesel.
That's right, we had Diesel as well. Right. But no, just the banners today is entertaining.
Yeah, and look, and that's why a lot of people turn up late here, probably, Q, because we've spoken a lot about in Sydney. It's a fair way to come, and today it's very windy on the roads. I know for a fact when I came into the ground, there's a lot of queues and a lot of traffic jams that had to go a different way. So maybe a few people on their way, hopefully, to this game.
We talked before about Brett Kirk too, Chris. The durability of the man needs to be applauded. If they win today, and it's a minor factor really, but his 200th consecutive game next week, that's an amazing performance.
Well, I guess not being disrespectful to the occasion at all, but I reckon Brett Kirk's not thinking about it 1 minute, and it is almost an irrelevant stat, because at the end of the day, the durability side to it is absolutely needs to be applauded. It's about what you do in those games that's important. That's why we celebrate Brett Kirk so much, whether it's 140 or 190 or 200. He's just a player who wears his heart on his sleeve. The supporters, as well as the players, embrace what sort of passion he brings to the team, and that's why we celebrate his career so much.
Do you think, Justin, he's the player that's got the most out of his ability?
Oh, definitely, without a doubt. And look, we've spoken to a number of Swans players after the game. We speak about Kirk, and even Jared Crouch just says his preparation is just phenomenal. The way he goes about his diet, the way he goes about preparing his body for every game, and his opposition players watching videos. He's just an ultimate professional, and I think you're exactly right. He was at the Crossroads back in the day and just said, you know what, this is my niche in footy. I've got to be a good, hardened under player. I've got to be spirited. I've got to lead from the front, and he hasn't looked back since.
Well, the two groups of players are now lining up on the home straight wing, the western wing of the Olympic Stadium. We're about to hear from the AFL's MC, Craig Willis, and the great tradition of the national anthem before finals.
Football League and our premier partner Toyota welcome you to the first elimination final here today at ANZ Stadium. Would you please now join with the coaches, the players and the umpires as we stand for the Australian national anthem.
Involvement you have in football, that is just a trigger to make you realise that this is a very important day in football. The two groups of teams break from their lines, and well, the Swans are going through a few handball drills, and the Blues on a knee And just taking in some final instructions on this windy but sunny day in Sydney. There is no next week for the loser. The Blues were here 52 weeks ago and perished. Sydney returns to the finals in the last campaign of their captain and coach. Justin Blumfield, Chris Grant, who do you think's going to win?
Are still going the way of the Sydney Swans. The wind is going to be a factor. Expect Lewis Jetta, Dennis Lane, guys like Moore, and for Carlton, Eddie Betts, Garlett, those types of players to be getting their hands on the ball, because this is a small man's conditions that we're actually watching in front of us. It's a beautiful dry day. I'm not saying that marks aren't going to be taken, but the small, fleet-footed guys who can get onto uncontested ball, where the ball's kicked into unusual positions, they're going to lap up these conditions.
Sydney for Chris Grant. For Justin?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Chris. I'm going for the Sydney Swans. I think that, you know, their form leading into this game is outstanding. They've got a great belief. They've built momentum, and momentum's a big thing in footy, and I think that they're the better side. Look, one player I think for the Swans who want to have a good day, has an outstanding year, is Jared McVeigh, so look for him to have an impact in this game.
Well, the Blues group run to the bench. Betts, Robinson, Davies and Carazzo. And for the Swans, Dan?
Hanbury, the rising star. Also on the bench, Mike Pike. He started there every year, coming in, of course, for Mark Seavey in round 7, has done a very good job. Paul Bevan has also gone to the bench. And Lewis Jetta starting on the bench. 5 goals, 20 this year for Lewis, with his family watching. He'll be hoping he can turn it on in regard to accuracy in front of goal.
Just for Carlton supporters, Warnock is going to be playing out of the goal square. He's walking down to the goal square as we speak, so they're going to go 3 talls in Waite, Warnock and Henderson, and the smalls are going to be Simpson, Garlett and a tagging role on looks like Tide Canally with Walker playing on him.
I think Richards is going to get Warnock too, Chris. Grundy is, you would suspect, has got Waite.
And Goodsy's in the middle.
And at the other end, Jesse White is at full forward for Sydney, with Jamison his early marker.
And Kate Simpson seems to be one player that's tagged a lot. Brett Kirk, the king tag of the Sydney Swan side, has got Kate Simpson as we're ready for a start. Sydney and Carlton, no tomorrow for the loser. Umpires McBurney, Jeffrey and McInerney were away. Tapped down straight away by Big Sauce Jacobs for the Blues, trying to work his way through Russell, and eventually he does. On the right, he kicks towards the outer side. Henderson pushing and shoving with Canelli, doesn't get to them. Grundy's in front. Kirk on hands and knees for the Swans, gets it out, but Jack lends him support. Hand pass towards Grundy, lost control of it. Smith wins it to Goods, to Kirk. He feeds a defensive ball by hand to Grundy, back to Kirk on the outer side. He's at half-back, he kicks the Swans to the wing. Mark dropped by O'Keefe, then he lost control of it at ground level. Hotly pressed by Russell, missed by Kirk. Jack, who's been so good in recent weeks, slips a tackle and kicks around the body. Over the head of Moore of the Swans. Fisted down by McVeigh. Moore tries to get it. Blues, though, will clear it. Hurried boot the ball by Armfield towards the boundary on the outer side. And it goes off hands and over the line and out of bounds. No free kick for over the shoulder. Nick Smith will take that free kick just behind the wing. Sydney defending at the northern end in the opening term.
So Garlett just getting a little high on Nick Smith, who from left half back kicks Sydney to the middle of the ground. It's a fine kick. Reece Shaw marks uncontested. He hand passes to Matner. Matner drives the Swans forward, looking for O'Keefe in the pocket. The kick just had a bit too much on it, and it pitches beyond O'Keefe and rolls over the boundary line.
That's what we're going to see today. We're going to see a lot of that. O'Keefe was out. He had Russell beaten on the lead, but the kick just couldn't hit him because of the wind.
Sydney inside 50 from the throw-in. Judd underneath it with Jack hot on his hammer. Judd's got it. Jack's got him. Judd got rid of it. It's still in the chop. Jack emerges with it. Snaps and goes! Just kept turning up at the contest from 10 metres out. Kieran Jack makes the early strikes for the Swans. A minute and a half in.
And Chris, you spoke about it very well. The ball went over the back then and led to that boundary throw in. And Chris Judd, he was under pressure. It was good pressure from the Sydney Swans forward line to make him turn over that ball. And then Kieran Jack, the opportunist, just got some space. Good tap on from Mumford, and then great finish on that left foot. Outstanding first goal. Just what the Sydney Swans would wanted.
Wonderful start by the Swans.
And geez, hasn't he been good? He's bringing his form into this game.
Had an outstanding year, 49th game in a row. Another one of these players becoming durable for the Swans. Not missing much football. Getting the rehab right during the week. Goods and Judd standing near each other at the centre bounce. Mumford up and he beats Jacobs at the slip. Kennedy couldn't control it for the Swans. Players pile in just outside the centre circles. There'll be another ball up, just as the Swans were trying to push it forward to the southern end where the Carlton cheer squad is. Surrounded, of course, by plenty of red and white here at the Olympic Stadium. The bounce. Jacobs, a little flick, and he goes in again as the Carlton player was taken high. Allard had his head over the footy. A quick hand pass now to Mark Murphy. Kicks the Blues towards half forward. Kirk's in the way. Simpson was the target, dropped way too short, and Kirk chops it off at half back. Feeds a hand pass off to the running Grundy. He's approaching the wing on the outer side. Again, the kick carries the journey too much. At the back, O'Keefe doesn't get the bounce he wanted. He was taken head on in a tackle, a clumsy tackle by Paul Bauer. He's pleading his innocence, but it was very obvious as a nose on your face that he'd done the wrong thing to Ryan O'Keefe. He'll take it at left half forward, 45 from goal. Depends what sort of nose you have, I would have thought, Dan, but it was an absolutely obvious free kick. He had, it's played on. Handballs to Shaw. Shaw kicks long and kicks magnificently. The wind carried that. Oh, didn't carry it. At the southern end, he gave it everything, Reece Shaw, and Sydney have a couple in a couple of minutes on Grandstand AFL in the elimination final. 2 straight 12. Blues have hardly touched it, Justin Blumfield.
Yeah, and Chris, I have to say, a bit alarming the looseness on the Swans half-back line there. Grundy being able to run off of that handball and then kick long. Unfortunately, Russell, we said these blustery conditions, probably should have taken that mark for Carlton, and then that put the pressure on the tackler because there was a handball over the top that led to an easy goal. So, unfortunate, and then good handball to a bloke who can kick a ball a long way. Well, that's the thing. We know Ryan O'Keefe's not 100%. Yep. Have the Blues done enough homework to realise he's not going to ping from 50 today? Yeah, should have been a little bit tighter on there, and I think Carlton need to tighten up on their opponents. Great start for Sydney. 2 straight to nothing. Bounce in the middle. Jacobs got first hand. Underneath it, well, it's kicked off the ground by Goods out towards the half-forward flank for the Swans. Scotland's there, first to get it. Does well, beats Henry to the footy, but his hand pass goes straight to Kennedy of Sydney. He handed it to McVeigh, but McVeigh turned it over under pressure. It's taken by Murphy, who runs the back straight wing. He has a bounce and kicks to the Cauldron end, and the mark is taken on the chest of Andrew Walker for Carlton. Slight angle to the right, 40 metres out.
Well, if you can kick a goal here, Walker, he's playing the role very well early. He's going to be tagging as a half-forward flanker, tagging Tide Kennelly on a half-back flank. A nice shot at goal here, puts Kennelly on the back foot. So a good start by Walker if he can kick it.
Just 2 goals this year for the man that wears number 1 on the back of his navy blue jump up. Andrew Walker off a couple of steps and the right boot. It's across the face. And a minor score. Carlton's first score, the Swans 2 straight, the Blues 1 behind, 5.5 in on Grandstand AFL.
That's a difficult end to kick goals. We saw in the warm-up this end, which is our left side, which will be the northern side of the ground. Very, very difficult, it looks like, to kick goals from there.
Matner stabs to centre half back and Kirk takes the mark. Feeds it back to Matner. He's on the non-preferred right. Gets plenty of distance though to the western side. O'Keefe from behind can't mark at ground level. Robes it well. Good hand pass to Moore. Throws it on the boot. Kicks it sideways into the middle. Not a good bounce down there for Bauer. Ball is going nowhere at the moment. Eventually slips to Gibbs. His kick is a shocker off the side of the boot. Richards slipped over as he went to track it. Waite makes a good contest in front of our commentary position. Tackles Richards, is on the bottom of the pack. Comes out to Melcheski. Good hands to Matner. By hand now to Hanbury. And the rising star kicks across the face into the middle. And he spots up Lewis Jetta. Away he goes, Lewis. He's got a player outside the handball. He just breaks through the tackle. He kicks long, but he kicks inaccurately. It carried a mile again down to that southern end. He would have kicked that nearly 60 metres out of bounds on the full. The Swans by 11 points.
Well, we know which is the scoring end, boys. That had amazing carry on it. As the Blues bring the ball back into play by Joseph. He kicks to left half back and there's a whistle and a free kick Sydney's way. It's against Jacobs for getting his hands in the back of Pike. So Mike Pike, 65 out at right half forward for Sydney. He puts it on his right boot and sets it to a pack in the pocket. White, the big man target for Sydney. Couldn't mark. Tries to robe. He's hassled off it by Jamieson. McVeigh's there for Sydney. His hand pass goes straight to Bauer of Carlton. He swamped as soon as he had it. Dennis Lane tries to pinch his pocket. It comes to McVeigh. McVeigh runs the line and hits the post. As he came from the boundary and tried to then kick a banana in the end from between the goal and point post and only kicked it into the goal post for a point. 2-1 to 1 behind. The Swans early on lead, 7.5 minutes played at the Olympic Stadium.
It was the right decision, Chris, wasn't it? It just wasn't the execution. Just wasn't there.
Yep.
Russell to kick back into play. He'll kick long towards the western side. Holds up a little bit. Jacobs behind. Can't take the mark. At the front. Good roving Kirk getting a bit of an early. Hanbury receives. Inside 50 and White was about 4th or 5th in line. And he was just there loitering at the back and it lands on his chest basically. 30 yards directly in front at the southern end.
Well, this is what we'll see. We'll see the ball this end, no doubt, carry over the back. White was onto it, and Jamison just didn't think it was going to come over the back, so wasn't in a position to spoil. Now there's a shot on goal.
Carlton haven't played at this ground for a long time. Sydney don't have a great record here, but they've started well, the Swans, and he drives it home, Big Jesse. Goal 22 for 2010. The former basketballer from Queensland. 3-1-19 the Swans. The Blues one behind on Grandstand AFL.
They have to stay in touch here, the Swans. We've seen Walker have that shot at goal and miss badly in the end. I think in that spot it's going to be very, very difficult where Walker took that shot. And I think Carlton are going to have to probably attack from this side in front of the commentary box, which will be on the western side of the ground, to try and get some attacking shots from that side, because clearly the wind's going to the Sydney side, the end that they're kicking at the moment. And if Carlton don't start to get a little bit of a wriggle on, or at least stop the scoring opportunities that Sydney are getting, they're going to be a lot of goals down at quarter time.
6 inside 50s to 1 for the Swans. A 3-goal lead to Sydney. Centre bounce and Warnock's in the ruck now. We got first hand to it. Underneath, a chance for Carazzo to extricate himself. He does. His hand pass looking for Murphy's not great. And opposite number 3, McVeigh pinches it for Sydney. He hands it to Kirk. Kirk hands it to Hanbury. Hanbury on the wing, set Sydney forward. There was a Carlton player unloaded by Reece Shaw off the play. And that's going to cost the Swans here, because the ball was at half forward, driven forward by Sydney, but now it comes back. And it will be a free kick to Murphy, who was unloaded by Shaw. He kicks forward quickly. Ellard at half forward's got it for Carlton. He has a shot on goal, and it's across the face, and it's a point for the Blues. So Carlton doubling its score from 1 behind to 2. Sydney lead by 17 points. The Swans are 3-1-19.
Kicking into a stiff breeze, the Blues. And Kennelly will kick to himself. And he will steer beautifully to Richards, who marks inside defensive 50 on the western side. Offloads quickly by hand to Grundy, streaming by just inside the boundary. Kicks to the wing from behind. No mark taken for the Swans by Pike. At the 4, wonderfully sharked by Moore. He scoots away the barrel-chested one. Kicks in the direction of Dennis Lane. Picks up, right foot snap. He loves a goal. He loves a goal. And it just hits the base of the post. Hasn't missed too often. 14-6 for the season now, Dennis Lane, in his 7th game of AFL footy. Sydney 3-2-20. The Blues 2 behinds, and we've played 10.5 minutes.
He's as exciting as Lewis Jetta, Dennis Lane. He's more of a true forward than Jetta possibly, but geez, he's got some talent.
Gibbs kicks to himself, runs to the pocket and kicks to the wing, looking for Judd, who couldn't mark. Underneath the Kennedy for Sydney, but a poor kick forward is marked by Carazzo, who's got it for the Blues at centre-half back. And now there's a free kick off the ball here, and it's going to be turned over, and it's Sydney's ball. Now, what it's for, I'm not sure, but Hanbury kicks Sydney inside 50 to a one-on-ones with Goods and Bauer in the pocket. Goods hand passes to himself, regathers, and he gave a hand pass away, and Sydney gets the goal through Bevan, was it in the end? Bevan. I don't know why Adam Goods didn't kick the goal himself, but anyway, hence the pause as Bevan ran into an open goal, as Goods was uncontested at the edge of the goal square. Another goal to Sydney, 4-2-26 the Swans, the Blues 2 behinds.
Look, it was a poor undisciplined act then, I think, from Jared Waite in the forward line that gave that free kick away, and then Hanbury didn't muck around and got it inside to a one-on-one, and Goods one-on-one with anyone is very difficult, and got away from Bauer, and I think he was going to kick the goal there, Q, but I think he just felt a little bit of pressure behind him, so just gave it to Bevan and made it a no-brainer. So fantastic team goal to the Sydney Swans, and look, a bit of undisciplined play from Carlton. Can't have that creep into the game.
Well, Carlton already having their pants pulled down, and Goods literally had his pulled down. He was dacked as he handballed in front of him.
He played on,
got dacked from behind. He did. Well done.
We're none the wiser for that free kick. as well, why it was turned around.
Of what he was wearing, I thought you were going to say. Chance for Kennedy. He runs into trouble. Bicycle shorts they were. Judd can't grab it. Now at ground level bets. A hand pass to Robinson. Hooks a right footer inside 50. Grundy to slap away from Wade. Attacks it hard. They want it at the moment, Sydney. Hand pass didn't find Smith, but he recovers. Got it to Kirk. Clever little left foot kick. Hanbury, though, has to get on his bike. Sits better for Scotland at half forward on the outer side. Kicks Carlton to Betts, and Eddie takes the mark in the pocket, bobbling on his chest. At right half forward, thought he might have been off. The crowd sensed the same thing. And he's on a 30-degree angle with his team needing a goal into the breeze.
Again, in that difficult spot that you mentioned, Chris, to kick a goal.
He's in short. Squares it up to Walker. Gets away from his man Canelli. And he's in a better location. Certainly not the angle that Betts had to contend with. About a 15-degree angle at right half forward at the northern end.
He's got a good look at it, though, because he had a shot here for, not long ago. So we know how the ball's going to travel throughout the air.
26 plays 2. Swans by 4 goals. Walker steps to 40. They need a goal. And Andrew Walker has delivered. Well done. Talk that this might be his last game that the Blues lose today, that he's interested in a trade at the end of the season, but starting okay, has won one of Carlton's 1-2-8, 13 and a half minutes travelled, Sydney 4-2-26.
Well, his radar was right there, Chris. He obviously calibrated it from that first shot he had. He sort of drifted more left than he would have thought. It looked like he started that one outside the right goalpost and it curved back in. So needed that one, Carlton, desperately.
Yeah, well, it was. We thought that Kirk was actually doing the right thing by chipping it out onto the wing, but it sort of fell into Scotland's hand, wasn't it? And all of a sudden, the Carlton players were on the break. In fact, Scotland could have chosen 3 or 4 Carlton players to kick it to. It was Betts he kicked it to, and well done. He's put Canelli on the back foot by kicking a goal earlier. So, well done, Walker.
Centre bounce. Mumford out jumped by Jacobs. Underneath it, a strong tackle applied by Kennedy. Doesn't allow the Carlton player in Hadley to clear the contest. So it will be a secondary bounce still near the centre of the Olympic Stadium on this sunny but windy Sunday. Wobbly bounce from the umpire. He doesn't call it back. It's on the deck and pretty messy. Still inside the centre square, and the umpire hugs his chest, having blown the whistle.
I like the move here from Ratton. He's made Garlick go a bit more deeper in defence to get Matner out of that defensive role he's been playing, that sweeper role.
From the bounce this time, Mumford got it down to Kirk. A rush kick inside 50 for Sydney. Good slides in to try and win the footy. Gibbs hassles him, though. It's picked up by Judd of Carlton, and he gets the Blues out of trouble. Just hacks it to the vacant back straight wing. Hanbury's the first there for the Swans. Tackled by Scotland, and Hanbury's hand pass is poor. Picked up by Carazzo of Carlton. He gives to Robinson. Robinson bangs long to the pocket. A one-on-one. Matner there along with Walker. Matner's holding him for sure. The umpire says play on, and Sydney pick it up in the back line. Richards gets the hand pass to Smith. Smith in the right back pocket. Kicks Sydney clear towards McVeigh at right half back. McVeigh couldn't mark under pressure from Joseph, and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Joseph is wearing McVeigh like a glove, and he's not liking it. It's a prickly glove, basically. Out of bounds at half forward for the Blues in front of our commentary position. Jacobs there. Shark by Robinson. Scoots it along the turf. Smith's in the way for the Swans. Got shoved off at 45 out from the goal he's defending. Goes back in for a second effort. And it's all tied up. Carlton into attack. Just getting a bit of momentum in recent times. They trail by 18 points. Number of players hanging around the football in this exchange. And the bounce favours Warnock. Taken by Carazzo. Hand pass to Garlett. High swinging right foot kick, almost a mark down there to Henderson.
Free kick. Chop of the arms.
He's kicked it.
He's kicked the goal. That should be advantage. No, the umpire had already called time off, so it's going to be a Carlton free kick. And Lockie Henderson, who did well into the swirling breeze, to keep his eyes on the ball, and then got a free kick given to him.
Well, they've lifted their intensity, haven't they, Dan? As you just said, they've got some momentum. They're attacking the footy. They're getting the numbers around the footy, which Sydney were doing early, and they needed to. And I think that goal from Walker's maybe settled them, and it's taken them a little bit of time. But they get this goal on the board. It's a little bit of a good comeback here from the Swans.
So at the northern end, Lachlan Henderson, who's made a reasonable debut for the Blues this year. It's part of the Brendan Favola trade, 23 goals. He'll step in, slight angle, only 20 metres out. He kicks the goal. 2 in a row to the Blues after Sydney kicked the first 4. It's 4-2-26 to 2-2-14. 17 minutes travelled. Grandstand AFL, the elimination final from the Olympic Stadium in Sydney.
Well, they should take a bit of a a leaf out of what they've done the last couple of times they've gone in, particularly that time, because what Kennelly, what Matner and what Malcheski, those types of players, they like the ball to be able to come in on a straight line. They don't like the ball in high, though. And what got caught out then was Richards. He was a player who got caught out. It was Kennelly that had to pick him up. They kicked the ball in long and high, and Henderson was a recipient of it because Kennelly only had one option. The only way he could spoil was to take the arms of Henderson, and then he gets a shot on goal. So you're right, Justin, good response because they're back in the game now.
2 goals to lead to Sydney. Centre bounce. Jacobs higher than Mumford, who's just not leaping all that well today. Tap down to Murphy, hands it off to Judd. Judd kicks Carlton forward. Henderson in the chop, spoiled by Richards. Picked up by Matner of the Swans, and he rushes a kick clear out of danger and over the boundary line. What do you make of just watching Mumford in those ruck contests, Justin?
Yeah, look, he's not getting the height that he's used to, Q, that's for sure.
Mind you, Jacobs is a big man, that's for sure. They lock arms here from this throw-in, and that's an illegal lock of the arms from Jacobs. He gives Mumford a free kick. The hand pass goes to Kennedy. Kennedy hands it to McVeigh. McVeigh from the wing kicks Sydney forward. It's marked by Goods. Still a long way from home. He's just attacking side of the wing. A long kick from Goods inside 50. A 2-on-2 contest. O'Keefe, the most likely Swan, couldn't mark. Underneath it is Murphy for the Blues. A rush kick clears the defensive zone for the time being. 2 Sydney players collide. Smith and Goods were going to mark it. They crashed into each other. It's picked up by Betts. Betts kicks forward. Henderson couldn't mark, but he does his own roving. He's on the wing, Henderson. Kicks Carlton towards half forward. 2-on-2 contest. It goes to deck, and underneath it is Grundy for the Swans. He hands it to Kennedy, and they're away at centre half back.
The former Hawk will kick Sydney in the sunshine towards O'Keefe, who's underneath it. Slap away Bauer. O'Keefe didn't know where the footy was. Collected by Bauer. Gets the hand pass to Scotland. Sydney player put down miles off the play, and his kick finds weight.
It was Carazzo
right half forward.
Carazzo crashing into Moore.
Kicks towards Henderson. Gee, that's a good mark. Good sticky fingers in front of Matner. Just inside the boundary, so fairly acute angle when he kicks inside 50 at the northern end, and there has been a change in this game, no doubt about it. After Sydney blew Carlton away early with the breeze, it's all been played on Carlton's terms over the last 5 minutes or so.
He'll be looking to pass this one off, I would think.
He is looking
just
around.
Waiting.
You're right, Justin. The eyes are darting. And he'll take the kick from just inside the boundary. 47 out. And his effort is not bad, but it's to the right-hand side of behind. But they're starting to have a few shots, which is a good sign into this breeze. 2-3-15 Carlton. Sydney 4-2-26. Nearly 20 minutes travelled in the opening quarter.
And half of the Olympic Stadium in shade from the western stand. The other half on the eastern side, the back straight wing bathed in sunshine. And from just underneath where the cauldron was in the year 2000, Ty Kennelly kicks in from fullback for Sydney. He's kicked to a pack at right half back. Doesn't find a target. Underneath the Blues, a chance for Hadley. Gets a hand pass to Ellard. Ellard hands it to Carazzo in traffic. His hand pass is swatted by Kennedy, but picked up by Garlett. Garlett's hand pass turns over to McVeigh. And now the Swans a chance. Malcheski's hand pass was swatted by Garlett as well. And now Carlton with a rushed up and under kick from Jacobs go back towards centre half forward. Richards almost takes a mark, but he'll get a free kick. Couldn't control the mark, and up and under swirling kick. That's where you needed Kieran Jack and his jeans to be underneath the bomb there to take that. But Richards has got it for Sydney and drives them clear.
He does. Jetta will be the target, but backing back, Scotland takes a terrific mark just behind the circles in the centre of the ground.
That was a wonderful mark. That was a good mark by Scotland.
Under pressure, Scotland will go wide. Wobbly ball, kick towards the loping weight. Close to the boundary on the outer side. A wasted effort by Scotland. Taking side of the wing, it'll be boundary throw-in.
Well, let's head to Olivia McGrath on the boundary. That wind, we keep asking you about it, Olivia.
And it's not going anywhere fast, that's for sure. Just really gusting sort of patches of dead calm, and then it sort of comes up again. So certainly not good for my hairdo.
Well, you've got plenty of hair. I've got none, Olivia, so I don't have to worry about it. But out of the ruck contest, and Carlton pushed it forward and Waite threw it on the boot. It was an open goal, and it's bobbled home. Yeah, third goal on the board for the Blues. They're coming. They trail by 5 points now.
They are coming, and look, that mark from Scotland, we can't underestimate that. That helped set up that piece of play. The Swans are away there if Jetta got that, and now it turns out there's a goal to Waite. And look, he really needed that goal. I've been watching Waite, and he's been playing on Grundy, and Grundy's had an influence on this game. Every time it's gone near those two, he hasn't been look like winning it, and just something out of nothing there from Waite. Just good snap on the boot, and look, Carlton, they have settled in this match. They needed to. It looked like the Sydney Swans with the wind down that end were going to run away with this match, but all credit to them, and I put it down to their intensity and their midfielders getting their hands on the ball. Judd, Murphy and the like, and getting it forward and giving the forwards an opportunity.
Sydney started with 4 goals. Carlton has responded with 3. Sydney lead by 5 points. Centre bounce. Pike got the tap down. Goods finds some space to get a hand pass clear of the congestion, finds Malcheski, he hands it to Kirk. They've gone out towards the wing from the clearance. Kirk's kick forward looking for more. He's spoiled by Armfield. Armfield was held without it. Free kick not there according to the umpire. Kirk wins it again, gives it to Moore. A rush kick towards half forward for Sydney, gathered on the bounce by O'Keefe. He hands it to Goods, 60 from goal. Adam Goods kicks long on goal. A looping kick and it's just across the face. Oh, it looked elegant. One of the great athletes of the game running freely at 55. But his kick was across the face and a minor score.
And he had to go for it. There was no leads on, and it would have been a good goal if he kicked it, but it wasn't like he had a forward target to go for. Don't mind it when he goes out and has a crack at him.
And he did hit it quite well, didn't he? It just didn't deviate off its line. As Quentin just said, it was a glorious kick. It didn't get affected by the breeze. As Good thought it might have brought it back.
He could have straightened up,
and
it didn't.
Richard Keegan's just been able to inform us that, well, this will be a no score because there's an interchange infringement before Goods kicked on goal. So there's quite a discussion here between the umpires, and the crossed white flags have been semaphored by the goal umpire. So where's this free kick going to take place for Carlton? This should be almost up on the wing. Because this was at half forward, so it should come back to half forward plus 50.
They're coming now.
So Carlton should be attacking side of the wing.
He's going to make him kick it in.
Well, now the umpire, having crossed his flags, waves the one flag for a behind.
So the score does stand.
And the Blues are going to kick in.
So it must be a point. Must be a point.
Was there a mistake made by the interchange steward that he thought that there was an error by the Swans?
So the score is 4-3 to 3-3, and the Blues have kicked it in.
Yep. Gibbs received, that's right. Then shortened out of Davies, the youngster in his 5th game, marking on the western side, outside defensive 50, kick straight on the man of the mark, McVeigh, but did well to hold his line and push McVeigh away and get another crack at it. Wobbly ball on the left, close to the boundary. Goods went up for a jump but couldn't take it. Crumb by Richards. He doesn't know what to do, like a rabbit in the headlights. He's tackled by Henderson. We've got a hand pass out to Jenner, who shakes the tackle too easily. Inside ball by Hander White is unsure, but he gets a hand pass to Reshaw. Reshaw kicks towards half forward. Terrific mark on the lead. What a great mark that was by Dennis Lane. How good. Magnificent hands at left half forward.
Oh, just magnificent everything. It was Lewis Jetta that spun and, well, didn't even really spin. He just glided past a couple of opponents. And it didn't kick. You could see that the Carlton players had actually pushed back and gave it to his Sydney counterpart. And it was a fantastic kick. I didn't pick up who actually kicked it. Dennis Lane. It was Reece Shaw, was it?
They need a goal, and he knows how to kick goals, this fellow. Inside 50, gun barrel straight. 2-goal lead to Sydney. 5-3-33, Carlton 3-3-21, nearly 26 minutes into the first quarter.
I think Jetta's family will be very pleased with that piece of play from their son out on the boundary line. I read an article throughout the week, and he said when he gets the ball, he feels like he's so much faster than anyone else. He's exactly right. he just took off then, gave the handball off, and that kick to the fat side looked like, it was 50-50 that Dennis Lane was going to mark that. But geez, he clunked it. It was a great one grab mark, and this young player has really come onto the scene for the Sydney Swans and added something to their forward line and knows how to kick a goal. So well done to him.
So a good opening term here. 5-3 to 3-3. Entertaining footy in this cutthroat final. Sydney in front. In the middle, Warnock gets a double chance at the footy, having got the tap down. It came back at him. He kicks to half forward. Henderson marks. He hands it to Judd. Judd to Carazzo. Carazzo's 55 out. Kicks looking for weight. Couldn't mark under the pressure of the Sydney defence. Grundy to spoil there. But then he follows up and makes a wonderful tackle on Bevan. And he's going to win a free kick. Jared Waite was terrific, and he should kick the answering goal for Carlton.
He's just asking if it's going to be in the goal square, umpire. Straight in front.
Fair enough too. He did throw that away, Bevan.
Should be in the goal square too, shouldn't it? It looks like from the replay.
Well, he's been brought around on an angle, but it's only a 45-degree angle. It's not on the paint of the pocket, so it was obviously beyond the edge of the goal square. Nevertheless, Jared Waite should kick a goal here, and he does. Created the contest, made the tackle, earned the kick, and kicked the goal. His second, Carlton's fourth. Sydney 5-3, Carlton 4-3.
They're winning those stoppages around the ground. That's what's been the transformation for Carlton over the last 10 minutes. Yes, Sydney got that goal in between or just before the Waite goal, but they're just starting to get their hands on the ball now, more Carlton. And Henderson's causing some trouble to Richards. He's leading up. He's working extremely hard. He's got beautiful hands. He gave a ball that he probably shouldn't have given, which was to Judd, but they made something out of nothing. It was that high kick in again. It was a good tackle, and Waite reaps the rewards of some really good forward defensive work by Carlton.
They must be being told to move the ball in there quick, which I know hurts the Sydney Swans defence. That's why he gave that handball.
Mumford climbs up, didn't get much on that. Jack in there, trying to get a little paddle out for the Swans. Tackle laid by Hanbury, and a standing tackle was actually laid on Hadley, and he was trying to shove it forward. He's inside the circles for the Blues. There'll be a bounce just outside now. Jacobs is up, got a hand on that. May have had the other one held as he was trying to get decent purchase. Mumford bursts through, good hand pass to Kennedy, to Matt. They're conceding a bit of territory. Now releasing Canelli, has a bounce. He'll glide his way through the wing. Good give to Kennedy, front head centre square. Oh, the pass was meant for McVeigh. He missed it. Moore tried to take it. Gibbs spins out of a tackle and wins it. A camp pass to Jacobs. Hadley crashed into by Mumford, was tough stuff. Got it out to McVeigh. Now kicks to good, 2 marks on his own instead of half forward. Poor old Richard Hadley's always in the wars, and he was put on his backside. He's got up a little bit gingerly, but he's okay.
That's the hand pass. Yeah, it was a bit of a hospital. Jacobs, Mumford saw it coming, and that's the sort of stuff you want in finals footy, Chris. Body pressure, really good hit from Mumford, caused the turnover, and then Goods found himself clear due to the Carlton forwards trying to make the play running forward. So great turnover from Mumford.
Just marginally right of centre. Goods, we're right behind this kick. Adam Goods was miss. Looking to get Sydney back. It's 2-goal lead. It's only 7 points now. Carlton have kicked 4 of the last 5. Close to quarter time. 5-4-34 the Swans. The Blues are 4-3-27. You're listening to Grandstand AFL.
And Bryce gives the kick in for Carlton. He goes short and finds David Ellard. Ellard marks and hand passes to Judd. Judd runs across the full back line and kicks it to the pocket for Bauer. Just in a pocket of sunshine in the back pocket, Paul Bauer. Tattoos clearly on display on that left arm as he uses his right boot to drive the Blues to half back. There's a mark to Malcheski, though, who used his body to get rid of Waite. It was Grundy who took the mark. Grundy kicks inboard to Jack. Jack a rush kick to the top of the goal square. Underneath the pack, more for Sydney. Hands it to Jetta. Jetta hands it to McVeigh. He's hard on the pocket. Jared McVeigh sells a dummy, has a snap, and misses. Oh, he had his man beaten. But a second banana snap from McVeigh from that right forward pocket is another behind. Sydney 5-5-35. Lead Carlton 4-3-27. Close to quarter time in the Harbour City.
In short goes Gibbs, and Judd marks just outside the defensive goal square at the southern end. He'll stab now to Murphy. 3 of the star Carlton midfielders involved. Murphy, his kick's not a great one. Some work for Allard to do. Tried to push his opponent Dennis Lane off it. Tackle Wade. Player had the ball held to him, and it was Hadley by Hanbury, and it'll be thrown up just inside the boundary in front of the Carlton dugout. Sydney slightly into attack on the western side. Tapped down by Kennedy. Allard in hard. Jude Bolton as usual in very hard. Hand pass straight to Judd of Carlton. Tackled and off hands. It slings away and goes over the line and out of bounds. Still attacking side of the wing for the Swans, who lead by 8 points. Almost quarter time at the Olympic Stadium. Boundary throw in. Mumford to the front. Kirk should grab it. Free kick. Which way?
Carlton against Reece Shaw.
So it'll be taken off the ball by Murphy. Kicks towards half forward. From behind Richards, a lovely spoil. Jack the crumb. Judd's with him, his opponent. Jack tried to burst through him. He horsed Judd. And there's a bit of pushing and shoving. And there's a little bit happening in the middle of the ground. Sydney free kick. Richards was racing away from the contest. Judd overreacted, gives away a free kick, and Jack gets it.
I don't think it's against Judd. It was for one of the other Blues that came in to start the Blue. Kieran Jack on the wings, kicks wide to the half-forward flank. O'Keefe marks, plays on and is tackled by a ferocious Murphy tackle. Play on, says the umpire, as the ball comes free at the last moment. You bet these blokes know they need to win. Well, they won't be playing next week. Moore's got the footy, 55 from goal. Hands it to Kennedy for Sydney. Kennedy on goal, right on quarter time, misses. Just put it across the face. In fact, there's still a couple of minutes left in this quarter, despite us travelling 32 and a half minutes. Behind the Swans, there's feeling here in Sydney. The Swans lead it by 9 points.
Well, I think Carlton would be upset, and that's where the boos are coming from. They're coming from the Carlton supporters behind the goal because O'Keefe was gone for all money. I know he got a very, very late handball out, but they probably have every right to be upset that he wasn't caught holding the ball.
Judd kicks to the wing. Jacobs drops the mark. Jude Bolton, a quick hand pass to Kirk. Falling down ball to Kennedy. Kicks longer. Goods again! Oh, what a mark! Contested mark by the superstar outside the goal square.
Feels like a final, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a beauty, isn't it?
It's a beauty. Oh. What a grab. That's Adam Good Adam Goods at full flight there.
This was money for Jam, you think, for Goods, the leading goal kicker for the Swans this year. 10-degree angle, 15 metres out, he does the job. 15-point advantage for the Swans now, 6-6-42. Carlton, 4-3-27, long first quarter, nearly 34 minutes gone.
Is there anything better than watching a champion player play with freedom and at the height of his powers? And I'm not saying that Goods is in that type of form as far as the whole of the year is concerned, but he's certainly come back into form late in the year. And Jamison had every right to think he was going to be able to spoil that ball, but the closer he got to him, Goods just almost took another spring and just jumped away from Jamison in the air and took the ball at its full height, full stretch. Terrific mark.
Both teams pretty good inside 50. 14 to Sydney, 9 to Carlton.
Great tap down from Pike to Kennedy. Kennedy gets it back to Pike and he puts the Swans inside 50. A rush kick, though, is marked, albeit juggled by Jamison and the last line of defence for Carlton. Jamison runs through full back, has a bounce. Is a little indecisive as he hand passes to the half-back flank. Bauer has it, runs back inboard, has supporting Gibbs. Gives him the hand pass. Gibbs runs to the point of the centre square, chips to the wing and Garlett marks. Plays on, his hand pass is ordinary, though. Kennedy's there for Sydney to steal it. Hands it to Smith. Smith hands it to Kirk. Now on the rebound, the Swans go forward. Kirk kicks inside 50. A rush kick is marked by Ellard, even though a Swan, Dennis Lane, went down. No free kick according to the umpire. The kick from Ellard finds Scotland on the left half-back flank. Scotland kicks to the wing. It's poor. Marked by Jack of Sydney. And now the Swans ping forward again. There is a bit of a ping and a pong about this last passage of play as Jack goes short to Moore.
Jared Moore table tennising his way across the other side of the ground to Marty Matner. And they switch it. Matner just in the sunshine as the...
We'll have a go here.
Siren sounds. Is he going to have a crack?
He's got to have a go.
He's got the wind.
He has. What a quarter of footy it's been. He's right on the true wing. Matner goes for the torpedo punt. Low trajectory and nowhere near the carry. Bouncing about 20 metres away and out of bounds at the southern end. But that was entertaining stuff. Hope you enjoyed it on Grandstand AFL. And the Swans, with the breeze, kick the first 4. Carlton 0-4 of the next 6, and they're in contention and could be reasonably content with that opening quarter of footy, the Blues. Sydney 6-6-42. Carlton 4-3-27. For the Swans, all singles. Shaw, Dennis Lane, Jack, White, Goods and Bevan. For Carlton, 2 to Waite and 1 each to Henderson and Walker. 15-point lead at the Olympic Stadium at quarter time to the favourites and the home team, the Sydney Swans.
A great first half hour of footy. Well, half hour and a bit more as it turned out. Justin Blumfield and Chris Grant will break it down for you in just a moment on Grandstand AFL.
A lot of people find cooking really stressful, but for me, I find it stressful not to cook.
Join Poe and her creative approach to cooking in Poe's Kitchen, out now on DVD. Po Ling Yao shares secrets and exchanges techniques with some of Australia's top chefs. If you love food, you'll love Poe's Kitchen, as seen on ABC TV, out now on DVD. Available from ABC shops, ABC centres and online.
Grandstand AFL.
Judd got rid of it. It's still the chop. Jack emerges with it. Snaps and goals. Just kept turning up at the contest from 10 metres out. Kieran Jack makes the early strikes for the Swans.
It's played on. Handballs to Shaw. Shaw kicks long and kicks magnificently. The wing carried that.
Goods hand passes to himself. Regathers and he gave a hand pass away and Sydney gets the goal through Bevan, was it in the end?
Bevan. Ruck contest and Carlton pushed it forward and Waite threw it on the boot. It was an open goal and it's bobbled home. Yeah, third goal on the board for the Blues. They're coming.
Nevertheless, Jared Waite should kick a goal here, and he does.
Kicks longer. Goods again. Oh, what a mark. Contested mark by the superstar outside the goal square.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
Great to have you with us on this Father's Day, this final day of the first week of the finals for AFL season 2010. Quentin Hull and the team at the Olympic Stadium having enjoyed a wonderful first quarter to this cutthroat final. Sydney had the better of it on the scoreboard. They have a 15-point lead at quarter time. The Swans 6-6-42 to the Blues 4-3-27. Chris Grant and Justin Blumfield to tell you about it.
Well, wasn't it an interesting quarter because no doubt the right-hand side for us here, which is the southern end of the ground, that's where the scoring opportunities are going to come from over the course of the afternoon. But the first 10 minutes was really dominated by Sydney. They dominated the stoppages, they got onto the loose ball and they spread. And that's the one thing that Sydney haven't been really recognised for. But the last 4 weeks, their ability to be able to spread from the packs and give handball targets and kicking targets has been a really important factor. They're right why they've risen up the ladder and why they're performing so well of recent weeks. But to Carlton's credit, they fought back and they fought back hard. They kicked after Sydney kicked the first 4 goals. They came back and kicked the next 3 and really put themselves in the contest. They moved the ball forward quickly. They certainly were under the instructions, we feel, Justin, to play on at all opportunities and give their forwards a one-out opportunity. And that's where Henderson and Waite came into play. They kicked a couple of goals. Henderson got there first, but Waite became a factor in the air. And the smaller players, surprisingly, we thought they'd be the ones that caused the Sydney backs some concerns, but it was actually the tall timber in Henderson and Waite that caused the Sydney backs some problems. There's absolutely no doubt that we've got a contest here. There's absolutely no doubt that they realise the ramifications of losing today. They know that they're out of the competition if they lose, and full credit to Carlton because they fought back very, very hard. You get a feeling that we're going to see a lot of goals scored to our right-hand side, and it'll be interesting to see now how Sydney deal with the conditions, because a few times that Carlton were trying to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other, it was very difficult to hit targets, and it looked like at times that Carlton players were out on the lead and the Carlton kickers just weren't able to hit them, and it turned back the other way very, very quickly. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how Sydney deal with the conditions going into the breeze this quarter.
Yeah, definitely, Chris. And look, I've written down a few words here, like intensity. Sydney really had that intensity in the first 10 minutes, as you said, and that's why they dominated the game, and they won most of the contested possession. But to the credit of the Blues, they really fought back in that area, and we know that's the strength of Sydney, and obviously where the Blues have probably tried to focus on this week to try and win some of that contested possession. But I think you're right about the tall forwards have been surprising for us at the moment at taking some grabs and kicking the goals. We thought guys like Gartlett and Betts would be dominant for Carlton, where they haven't been. And I think that's where the lift will come maybe this quarter, Chris, down that end where you said, and Moore might carry a bit more. There might be some damaging sort of small forwards that can get involved. McVeigh in that quarter for Sydney, he was a small forward that sort of caused a few headaches and, missed a couple of goals, had a few opportunities. But what a great first quarter of footy, There's some great physical contact there, like Mumford late in that quarter, really, exerting his influence on this game and, really standing up for his team to say, this is a final, boys, come on, put your body on the line, which was outstanding, I think, and resulted in a goal which, gave Sydney a little bit more momentum going into the quarter time break, and that's why they're up by that margin. So, look, really looking forward to, as you said, to see if that is the goal scoring end and if there is an advantage down there. It is blustery at the ground, so I don't know if the ball's flowing that far forward. So, if Sydney can get a few goals and hold the Blues here, I think they'll go into half-time with a handy lead.
Major numbers to quarter time, thanks Justin. Richard Keegan with the stats today. Kirk 13, Kennedy 10 for the Swans. For the Blues, Judd and Murphy with 7 apiece. Dan.
So we're underway for the second quarter. Free kick straight away. They'll go to Chris Judd, racing after the footy from the ruck confrontation. Got one against Jack. Kicks inside 50. Almost a big mark taken. It's a Swans free kick. Player was pushed out of the contest in his endeavours to mark. It's Grundy at half back. We were discussing it earlier. A few of them look alike down back. Matner, Grundy. We're lucky Matner's a left footer and has the socks always up. And Melcheski too. Kicks towards the wing. There's the aforementioned Melcheski in the middle of the pack. Couldn't quite hang on to a mark, which would have been an excellent effort in tricky circumstances. Boundary throw-in on the wing. In front is Jacobs from behind. Mumford, he then lays a very good tackle. And that player has gone to the ground like he was shot from that Mumford tackle. Gets up and he's okay now. The veteran Heath Scotland, who will play his 200th should the Blues advance this afternoon. Tap down by Jacobs. That's next week, of course. Missed by Jack. Went for the fresh airy. Here's Reece Shaw in congestion. And he's thrown to the ground in a Hadley tackle, and there'll be another ball up. So very congested opening minute of the second term with Sydney up by 15 points.
He's got to do a shoelace up.
The umpire's taking a bit of time just to make sure everything's right. Puts his whistle back on his fingers, grabs the footy, and slams it into the turf on the home straight wing. Mumford probably got hand on it, but it's tapped close to the boundary line and over. Not too far away from Olivia McGrath, who's soaking things in on the boundary line. What's the feeling down there, Olivia?
Very excited down here. I'm in amongst a whole lot of people in red and white, and people on the edge of their seats actually in that first quarter, and very vocal, giving their opinion, and I think giving Roosie some food for thought as well.
Jesse White's got the footy for Sydney at left half forward, and a rush kick inside 50 has resulted in a mark to Trent Dennis-Lane. Dennis-Lane leading out as McVeigh was involved. So too was Jared Moore. Moore the eventual man to kick inside 50. And Dennis-Lane leading out, marked 30 from goal, and he's starting his run-up from 10 metres inside the centre square. He has got a very long run-up, Trent Dennis-Lane, but don't try and change his approach. He's kicked 15 goals, 6 this year in just his 7th game of league footy. Trent Dennis-Lane, that's another major for Sydney. 2 for the kid from the West. The Swans lead by 21 points. Sydney 7-6-48. Lead Carlton 4-3-27.
He does have a very deliberate run-up, doesn't he? He's obviously practiced that, and he's got a really good technique. And look, in big games like finals, don't really hold you in good stead to go back to that technique and just say, if I do this correct and I do this, I've done it 100 times, the ball will go straight and go through the goals. And what a revelation he has been for Sydney up forward. He just knows where to get the marks. He knows where to get the footy. He knows where the drop is.
The ball,
yeah, he knows where it is, Dan. And, he's going to be outstanding for the Sydney Swans in years to come, no doubt.
Just 7 games already, 16 goals, and he was a goal scorer in the waffle with Subiaco. Very strong side over the last few years over there. Tapped down by Mumford, and then Reece Shaw lays a tackle on Murphy as Sydney had waited forward thanks to Mumford a few metres.
Whatever he's lacking in able to jump, he's really exerting his physical pressure, Mumford.
It's going all right. Jacobs, they may have got a hand on that one. Blues try and shove it out. Hadley always on the bottom of the pack. Can't get a decent possession. We got one high, as Jack was a little bit callous in coming the other way, and Richard Hadley will take it. Western side of the ground, the ex-Lion Premiership player in 2003 kicked an unbelievable goal in that match. Kicks wide, looking for Waite. Coming across his path was Mumford, and then Waite sits on his back in his endeavours to try and make a contest. All accidental. Free kick not given. Boundary throw-in on the wing. Jacobs there. Mumford taps from behind. Jude Bolton hits the pack hard. Jacobs is there. Hurries a left footer towards half forward. It spills away, goes out of bounds. 45 from Carlton's goal. On the western side, their destination, the southern end, which seems to have the breeze as its advantage, as we saw with Sydney quite a bit in that opening term. The Swans, though, by 21 points at the moment.
Warnock runs in late to battle Mumford in ruck. He got in front, Warnock, tapped down underneath it though. Goods couldn't get a clean handle on it. Simpson buries his head over the footy and wins a free kick. He got one high, Cade Simpson.
He could kick this.
And he is indeed within range with the man on the mark, 50 out. He doesn't go for goal. Simpson kicks to the opposite side of the ground, and Walker takes a fine mark in front of Matner.
Doing a good job, Walker.
Is it Walker? Yep. Great grab.
Well, we're so used to seeing him with heavy shoulder strapping. It's just on the right shoulder today, not as heavy as it has been, Justin. But it certainly was him, and it was a fine one-grab mark. Angle slightly to the left of centre. Well, he was able to recalibrate in the first term, having had a couple of set shots. He missed the first, got the second one right. What about this time? Different breeze to the southern end. Andrew Walker leans back on the right boot, and he's pushed it across the face. So further recalibration required in the new geography for Andrew Walker, who has 1-2. Carlton now 4-4, 28, trailing Sydney's 4 goals, 6-48. 7-6-48.
Kennelly with the job to kick back into play, and he's unsure at the moment. He's got Malcheski in short on the western side, longer on the western side. Jude Bolton is calling for it. Kicks in that direction, but more towards Richards or Mumford. O'Keefe was the third Sydney player, 5th in line overall, takes an excellent mark, kicks to a one-on-one. McVeigh there. Joseph with him doing a good job. Can't take it. Moore was also pressing hard. Boundary throw in just into attack. The Sydney Swans, and McVeigh pleading that Joseph was all over him like a rash, as he has been so far. Wanting a free kick, one not given. The Swans have found their way back into attack. In front, Pike with the glove. Gibbs at the crumb. Little give to Hadley. Oh, he runs into attack. Oh, I reckon he tried to take them on. And they crash on in a pretty hard physical contest again. And it'll be thrown up.
Kieran Jack. What a tackle. What a tackle.
Good bounce for Pike and Warnock to negotiate. Warnock wins it down to Judd. Paddles to his own advantage. Right with him again is Jack. And McVeigh escorts it over the boundary. In front of Stewie Maxfield, who's telling McVeigh, you're off, son. Kennedy's on. One of the runners for the Swans. Former champion player for Sydney. Pike and Warnock. Warnock, nice tap. Well read Kennedy, though, for Sydney. Kicks inside 50. Armfield there. And he thumps it away from Bevan. And it's out of bounds in the forward pocket at the northern end.
Well, just watch Warnock's beautiful tap work. Problem was he put it straight down the throat of a Swans player. He's got to pick his mark a lot better than that because he had 3 players available.
Ball tossed in on attacking 50 for Sydney, and there's an example of Pike giving great service to Bevan, who kicks on goal. It won't have the penetration. It pitches in the goal square. White is there. He wins a wonderful footy. Hand passes to Jetta, and Jetta kicks a goal. Hold on, isn't it the other way around? Little man doing the third work for the big bloke in the goal square. Jesse White on hands and knees, brilliant to extricate the footy, and Lewis Jetta puts Sydney 26 points clear. Sydney 8-6-54, getting another feel of a surge here over the Blues, 4-4-28.
Yeah, it was an outstanding effort from a big man. We've always talked about his agility. He just wanted that ball more, and then opportunist standing in the goal square was Jetta, and made no mistake about it. And Jamison just got plucked from behind him there. Can't believe it.
Well, it was 2-on-1. Aaron Joseph was the small player that was involved in there too. Between the two of them, they just had to stop White getting that ball.
Bounce, Warnock the tap. Sydney, though, have the number through Jude Bolton. Taps to his own advantage. Got it to Mattner. Burst through tackles by hand to Reece Shaw. Now to Kirk, spinning by on the western wing, having a whale of a game. Kicks to Gord. Yes! Third grab. One of them was off his head. Great mark by Adam Goods, the party trick.
Brett Kirk's killing them too. He's on Simpson at the moment. He's up to his, I think, 14th possession. Simpson had very little impact in the first quarter and the start of the second quarter. He's just playing full of emotion, Brett Kirk, at the moment.
Coming in from the boundary. We're right behind this kick. 50 out, Adam Goods. And it's missed to the left-hand side of the northern end. And Sydney doing all the attacking into what we think's the breeze down to that northern end. 8-7-55, 2-1 to Carlton, 1 behind in this quarter. They're 4-4-28, 9 gone, second quarter.
And a long driving kick from Russell from the kick end, but in front, Pike was too big for Hadley and takes a contested mark.
Going all right.
Pike will set Sydney forward again. He decides to hand pass to McVeigh, 70 out. McVeigh kicks inside 50. Russell, though, climbs the pack and takes a fine mark. And should set Carlton clear from defence. He plays on with a hand pass to Scotland, who runs the full back line. Hand passes to the pocket. Finds teammate there in Davies. Davies kicks to left half back. Robinson out in the sunshine. Marks in front of Nick Smith. He's at left half back. Robinson kicks back inside 50. A short pass which is taken by Carrazzo. He plays on Carrazzo and drives the ball to the attacking side of the wing for the Blues. Off the pack. Hadley a chance to rope for Carlton. He does so. Rides a tackle and hand passes to Jacobs. Jacobs hand passes looking for Robinson, and that pair mug it up. Jacobs goes to his hands and knees. Flips out a hopeful hand pass. There was no one there in Kiwi for the Blues. Jetta wins it for Sydney. Hand passes to Pike. Pike's kick forward though is marked by Russell, who beat one-on-one O'Keefe in a pretty tough contest there in a pocket.
Very good mark. Terrific defensive mark by Russell.
Stabbed it in short to Allard, is playing all right at half-back. You kick to the western side. Wait on a lead in front of Grundy. Quick give to Bauer, running off half-back, still on the western side. Feeds a hand pass to the running Joseph. Moore was there, but a good Shepherd stopped Joseph from being tackled. He kicks inside 50 to Warnock. That was wonderful play, Hadley. A selfless act by Richard Hadley, put the body on the line, ensured there was a Shepherd just as his teammate was going to get tackled, and it set up maybe a possible shot at goal by Robert Warnock at the southern end.
It was a poor handball to give it to him, to be honest. The first handball that actually Aaron Joseph got was a shocking handball. Gee, he made the most of it.
The ex-Docker. So Carlton's first goal in this quarter on the left. He lopes in and he goals, and they stay in touch. They needed it. On Grandstand AFL, it's Carlton 5-4-34. 21 points it is now. Sydney 8-7-55.
They did need it, Dan, and it came from that mark from Russell in the back line. He was under pressure. He had O'Keefe as a fine player, worked him under the ball, and then they worked it through the corridor, the Blues. And as Chris said, it was a dangerous handball, but what saved them was that great Shepherd from Hadley. Just selfless act. Saw Robinson, allowed him to cut back inboard, gave him time to hit up that free target inside 50 with Warnock, and Warnock made no mistake of that goal. And he can be a goal kicker, Warnock. He's a big lad and can take a mark, so not a bad option down there forward for the Blues.
And halts a run of 3 goals for Sydney. 21 points the lead to the hosts. Centre bounce, it's Pike and Jacobs. Jacobs taps down, and did Carrazzo or Ellard have that? No free kick. Play on as the Blues rumble it towards half forward. Matner and Walker are there, and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Both teams have got the loose men at the moment. Scotland looks like being the loose for Carlton. Would suggest that Moore or Dennis Lane's trying to pick him up and make it a 2-on-1.
Ball thrown in. Blues in attack. Warnock just taps it straight back to the boundary line. Okay, if you're St Kilda late in the final quarter on Friday night, not all that creative, trailing by 21 points early second term here, though.
No, it was
It's basically what Nick Ruvold did for the last 5 minutes of the Friday night game. Throw in. Carlton 60 from goal. Jacobs got to the front of the pack, and now he drives Brett Kirk into the ground. And the umpire says, give it to me. And Brett Kirk picks himself up the bottom of yet another pack. Tosses the footy to the umpire. Bit of a stalemate here at right half forward for the Blues, 60 from goal. They're attacking the southern end. Jacobs gets the fist to this bounce. It comes clear to Betts, who can't get a boot on it. Oh. It's over the boundary line off hands and will be thrown in.
Needs to get himself in the game, Betts, doesn't he? He hasn't his hands on the footy a lot. Needs to get active, needs to run around.
Well, now the boundary and field umpire are having a look.
It looked like it was on the full to mine, but I don't know if they're going to talk about that, but that's why I was a little bit uncertain. Looked like Betts kicked it.
3 possessions for Betts.
Yeah, 3 umpires together here.
Taking a while.
Yeah. Original decision stands.
Benefit for the doubt. It was too far away probably to see it, but from up here it looked like he kicked that, Betts.
9 free kicks to Sydney, 8 to Carlton, and they lead by 21 points, the most important stat on the scoreboard. Jacobs, a nice tap, trying to burst through, was Garlett. He got thrown to ground as he got rid of the footy by Pike, deems the umpire, and he'll take the free kick, Jeff Garlett. Another one,
he's Betts,
needing to do a bit more.
They've got an extra man in the goal square here, Carlton, if they can get it in there.
Handball to Gibbs. He kicks long inside 50, and they do. Warnock. 3 Sydney players in front. He attacked it hard, the man Mountain. Chance to cut the margin to 15 points. 40 out directly in front at the southern end.
Well, Waite ended up being free, and Canelli actually saw that Waite was free and tried to get to him. Unfortunately, it left the big fella on his own, and he came forward and took the mark in front of Richards.
Could become an issue if they get the ball there more often and cleanly like that. 2 in a row to Warnock in a couple of minutes. Carlton with the last 2, Sydney with the first 2 of this term. And it's the Blues 6-4-40, Swans 8-7-55. 15 minutes travelled on Grandstand AFL, the elimination final from the Olympic Stadium.
I'd like to thank the big fella for that one. I just said that he could go up forward and take a grab and kick a goal, so well done, son. But he can. He's just got so much height about him. And we spoke about the Sydney Swans. We get in there quickly. They don't have really tall backmen. They're good at helping each other out one-on-one when the ball comes in. But if they're isolated, the big fellas can take a grab. And on that occasion, Warnock, again, as you found, took a good mark. And he's kicking for goal. It looks like he just lopes in and no worries at all, isn't it?
And the interesting thing is they're not playing him out of the goal square. They're playing him, 40 metres out from goal. So it's an interesting move by Carlton, but it's working.
Jacobs taps down in the middle. Beautiful service to Murphy. Murphy hands it to Judd. The Blues storm forward again. 2-on-2 contest at the top of the square. The fist evades Garlett. Warnock's there. Rose brilliantly. Hand passes to Ellard. Ellard snatched from the pocket. There's a push in the back. Free kick will come back to little Davey Ellard. His snap on goal didn't have the penetration to threaten the sticks, but he got pushed in the back. And this ebb and flow of this game continues with the Blues on a real roll at the moment. Now Ellard's a chance to kick Carlton's third in the space of 5 minutes.
What a pickup from Warnock down the handball from the big fella.
Can play.
Ellard with 2 goals this season. The assignment here from 40 metres out, about 10 metres in from the boundary. So not an easy kick. And it's a shocking result off the side of the boot, out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Sydney in the left back pocket.
Almost like the Swans have kicked their goal. The reaction from the pro-Sydney crowd here at Homebush. Matner to inbound at fullback. What a good pickup he's been. He's only missed 1 game in the 3 years he's been in Swans colours, coming from Adelaide.
They need to lock it in here now, Carlton. Get another scoring opportunity.
Kicks high towards the wing. Another opportunity because Wade has taken a spectacular mark from the side. Hovering near the boundary. Slightly attacking side of the wing. He's got bets, but the kick's too high for him. Melcheski hanging in the air, tried to knock away. Matner tackled, lost control of it in the tackle. Good, sees it over the line, 40 out. Carlton doing well here. 6-4-40, trailing Sydney, 8-7-55.
The question is, why did Waite kick to that pocket?
Poor option.
We've seen recently just getting into the top of the square and let the big fellas do the work.
Ball thrown in, attacking 50 for Carlton. Kirk dispossessed. Jack wins it for Sydney. His hand pass to Hanbury. Hanbury to Smith. And Sydney storm clear from half back. Smith to Moore to McVeigh, all by hand. And McVeigh runs through the middle of the ground. Got a kick away just before Waite tackled him. It's inside 50. White gathers it for Sydney. He's buffeted off it by Jamison. It's up for grabs and Jetta's trying to dance some magic through half forward. He goes to ground. He wins the footy. His hand pass is creative to McVeigh. McVeigh's hand pass to Bevan. Bevan in the pocket. Grubbers it.
Good try.
Through for a goal. Sydney with the answer. And the Swans out to a 21-point lead once again. 18 minutes, second term at the Olympic Stadium. The Swans 9-7-61. Lead the Blues 6-4-40.
Well, outstanding goal from a stoppage on the Carlton half-forward line. It seemed like Carlton didn't have any coverage at the back end of that stoppage, which allowed Sydney to work the ball out through handball and then kick it into the forward line. And McVeigh ended up having no option, so just sort of dribbled it into the forward line. And the pace there of Jetta just to win that footy and then give that handball out. Great team goal for the Sydney Swans and a great lifter in what was, a period where Carlton were getting some momentum in this game. But again, Jetta's pace a factor there to win that footy and give his teammates a chance to kick that goal.
Responding well, the Swans. Lovely tap, Mumford. Lovely crumb. Kennedy off the side of the boot. The high haymaker inside 50, but it's well all done. Carlton.
He's playing well, Russell.
And an excellent mark taken by Russell. Backtracking again under pressure. Kicks to Jacobs, who's on his own. He takes the mark on the western side. He kicks high. Careful ball. Warnock. Richards does well to knock away. And at ground level, swooping on it is Smith. On the left. Kicks Sydney to a one-on-one. Looking for more. Armfield's with him. At the back, O'Keefe. He's got a fist of the fumble today. Russell on hands and knees. Scoops up a hand pass to Hadley. Kicks a high ball on the western side. Warnock is underneath it. Drop what he should have taken. Richards goes in hard. Maybe sat in his back. Shaw's tackling him as well. Has to be a ball up right in front of our commentary position. Sydney 61 leading Carlton 40. Grandstand AFL nearly 20 minutes into the second quarter.
He was expecting contact, Warnock, wasn't he? He just thought that someone was going to come and they didn't, and he spilt what really he should have taken.
They should have been contact. I can't believe the Sydney Swans player didn't go up for it in the end.
3 goals to 2 for Sydney this term. A 15-point quarter-time lead is now a 21-point advantage. Warnock's in the thick of it again here. He had the footy and released it in the end. Kennedy had it for Sydney. His hand pass to McVeigh. McVeigh's attempted kick forward is smothered, and it's back over the boundary line. So the ball to be thrown in on the true home straight wing here at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney. A fine and windy day as the ball's tossed in. Warnock nudged Mumford out of it, but he's tapped down. Well, it wasn't all that effective. Kennedy's underneath it for Sydney. His hand pass not effective either. Betts steals it for the Blues. His kick around the body finds Scotland. Scotland runs the half-forward flank. He's 50 out, hard on the boundary. Kick to the top of the goal square. Ellard taken out of it. No free kicks at the umpire. Underneath it, Sydney through Matner and Nick Smith combined by Handy. Hand passes on to Kennedy. Kennedy to Kennelly. Kennelly runs through half-back. Kicks a long ball to half-forward. O'Keefe with the sit. Marks one-on-one with Russell. Plays on 60 from goal. Kicks looking for Dennis Lane in the pocket. And it's fisted away, though, by the Blues defence in Bauer. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in.
No right foot O'Keefe then, boys.
No right foot, but it was a poor option going to the forward line by Scotland and again for Carlton, which has hurt and caused this rebound for Sydney.
21-point lead to the Swans. Are into attack. Tap down. Row by Hanbury, squeezing around the body. Did well, just misses to the left-hand side. He read that well. And again, Mumford, beautiful tap. 9-8-62 the Swans, the Blues 6-4-40.
Here's an interesting stat. We said that Simpson v Kirk. Kirk was totally on top. Simpson's had 1 possession. Kirk's had 15.
Gee.
Gibbs to kick in for the Blues. And he goes long to a 2-on-2. Warnock and Mumford the tall timber. Mumford got a fist on it, but it comes to the advantage of Hadley of Carlton. On the wing, he's run down, but gets a kick away to half forward. Inside 50 it runs. Robinson there for the Blues. So too Garlett. Garlett picks it up, throws it on his boot, rolls it goalward. Will it get there?
Kicked it.
It eventually gets through.
Him again.
Was it Garlett that followed up?
Yes, kick and chase.
Garlett followed up to kick it out of the air from a metre from the line to get a much-needed goal for Carlton. And like Justin alluded to, this is, it's almost like a rugby league play here at the Olympic Stadium. The kick and chase from Garlett. Carlton get another goal. Garlett's first of the afternoon. Sydney 9-8-62. Carlton 7-4-46.
That's the play we thought would unfold, Justin, wasn't it? The play we thought would unfold over the course of many times. We thought it'd unfold would be the small forward getting on those bobbling loose balls. There it is. It's almost the first one we've seen, believe it or not, in these conditions. But that was under 12 stuff, wasn't it? We'd see that at half-time in Auskick, believe it or not. We'll see that 2 or 3 times at half-time. It was extraordinary how he got onto the end of that ball again.
16 points the lead. Tap down Jacobs. Rode by Big Pike. Awkward left foot kick, but plenty of distance on it. O'Keefe there. Oh, good mark. He's having a blind to Russell. Drop of the ball, he read perfectly again. Kicks wide to Ellard. Approaching the wing on the western side. Pumps a hand pass inside now to Bauer. Bauer a bit skittish, but eventually kicks down the line to Waite. Bounces in front, can't take it. Grundy right with him over the line, out of bounds as Carlton approaches half forward again. 65 from goal.
It's against good opposition too, Russell, lining up on O'Keefe, so well done to the young fella.
So just outside defensive 50 for the Swans. Punched down by Jacobs. Hadley to Gibbs. Tried to kick through traffic, but kicked into traffic. And then there's a ball up right on attacking 50 for Carlton at the southern end.
Well, important phase of this contest just before half-time. 3 goals each in this quarter. A 16-point lead to the Swans. Carlton with a bit of momentum at the moment, though. Jacobs flips it out the back. Underneath it, Jude Bolton, though, for Sydney. He's dispossessed. Hadley gets a little kick clear of the chop. It bounces towards Robinson, who wins a hard ball. Can't get a hand pass clear, though. Kennedy provides a presence for Sydney. His handball misses Jack. It's stolen by Ellard of Carlton. His hand pass too hot for Betts and Scotland. Picked up by Nick Smith. Nick Smith's hand pass too hot for Matner. It's rumbled to the top of the goal square where Judd is brilliantly tackled by Bevan. It still comes free. A chance for Sydney. Thrown out by Malcheski to Grundy, all at the top of the goal square. Grundy's kick is smothered. Oh, what pressure in a cutthroat final. Judd's underneath it. Throws it out to Gibbs. It goes to Simpson. Simpson snaps. Team lifting goal for the Blue. Oh! It hits the post. It hits the post at the last moment. Right at the top of the goalpost at the southern end.
What pressure, though, from the Carlton forwards.
Tenacious. A point. 15 points the lead to Sydney.
Betts, effort after effort in there. Fantastic. Judd That'll give them a lift.
I tell you what, we're lucky we can't open the windows here. We'll be strapping Quentin in. Kick back into play. Taking it hard, Grundy can't mark it at the full. Canelli, a hand pass to Jude Bolton under pressure. Took it just inside the boundary, taken over the line. Toss back into play. Carlton into attack, having a real crack at the moment. Same margin as it was though at quarter time, 15 points. Still plenty of time left though in this quarter. Tap down by Pike to the front. Kirk couldn't take it. Lays a good tackle. McVeigh doing likewise, as well as Allard tries to escape from congestion. He can't. 55 from Carlton's goal. Another ball up. Wonderful and thrilling contest here. Good tap down to Kennedy. Has the kick smothered. Scotland on hands and knees to Allard. Good hands under pressure to Gibbs. Backwards to Carazzo. Kicks on the left. Inside 50 for the Blues. All Swans. Good mark taken by Smith. 40 out from the goal. He's protecting at the southern end. He goes sideways with his kick. Finds Malcheski, who's a beautiful rapier-like left foot kick. And he has Jetta giving him a lead. One of the most popular players in this side. Still at half-back, though. His team netting a goal at the moment. Carlton all over them, probably in general play. Kicks down the line to Canelli up with one hand. Can't mark. Off hands. Out of bounds on the wing.
The Swans, I don't know, Justin looked to go for a bit of the tempo there out of half-back.
Yeah, just probably trying to put a bit of a lid on at the moment. Carlton have got their tails up, and you know the Swans just want to play some tempo footy, own the ball a little bit. They know it's not long till half time. They've got a lead.
Well, Allard's going to get a free kick here. He's really put himself into the contest, little Davey Allard. Well, he was under it there, or maybe Murphy is going to be the recipient. Yep, Allard got the footy. Murphy got the free kick. He plays on with a hand pass on the wing to Scotland. Scotland bangs the ball long. Henderson among three defenders. Can't mark for Carlton, but brings it to ground. Robinson roves in the pocket. Mitch Robinson slaps it on the left boot. It's an up and under kick to the goal square. Fly from behind by Garlett. No mark. Close to the line in the pocket. Malcheski can't see it to safety. Judd wins it. Hands it to Garlett. Defensive hand pass to Gibbs. Gibbs snaps on goal. Has it got the penetration? No. It's pushed through for a behind. Carlton 7-6-48, trail Sydney 9-8-62, 27 minutes travelled in the second term at the Olympic Stadium on Grandstand AFL.
You just feel that if Carlton get the next goal, they'll be right in this contest. They'll go into half-time with a little bit of confidence. So Sydney don't want to concede one here, and if they can, would love to get one up the other end.
Been played in Carlton's half at the moment. Malcheski to half back and over the head of Shaw, outmarked by Murphy of the Blues. It'll go back in straight away. 60 from goal. Mark Murphy just taking his time, assessing the options.
Need to be patient here, the Blues.
And Joseph keeps Shaw out of the contest as his foot past Murphy is a good one. And Simpson, who's had a pretty poor day as we've mentioned, opposed to Brett Kirk, takes the mark, and he's a good kick, the left footer.
He is, and we've watched the ball sort of float from left to right here, so if he can start at that left goal post, and we're a good spot to see it, I think he could let it sort of guide its way through from left to right. We'll see if he starts it far enough left.
To get the Blues within 8 points. Simpson on the left. Sort of has the distance. It's kept in play.
Hit the
post. Thanks, Chris. Ricochet's back. It's behind. 13 points to the lead. We'll check with Olivia what the wind is doing. Olivia, is it still as strong as it was early on?
No, it seems to have died off a bit, but it's still sort of showing up a little bit. It feels like it's swirling around the ground, but then tending from left to right to that Carlton pocket where we're just seeing the ball come.
Jude Bolton received the kick in. He kicks to the wing, but Simpson's underneath it for the Blues. His hand pass puts Murphy under pressure. Shaw had him, but then Shaw turns it over. Russell pinches it. His hand pass under pressure. Well, it almost doesn't need to be said because there's pressure everywhere in this game, and a free kick as a result comes Sydney's way as Reece Shaw got a push in the back. Reece Shaw picks himself up a little slowly, attacking side of the wing for the Swans.
They are taking their time.
Shaw decides to go very short to Malcheski, who's run up from defence. He marks on the wing. Malcheski pumps Sydney forward to the pocket. Moore the target. Allard the spoil. Boundary the winner.
They're getting the call, Sydney, you'd suggest. The way they played that and the way Shaw played that, they know there's only seconds left in this quarter, and Paul Roos was screaming out to Shaw to hold onto that ball.
Ball thrown in. Sydney deep in attack. Mumford wins the footy. Hand passes to Shaw. Brilliant mummy. And Reece Shaw finishes and celebrates accordingly. Close for half-time. He's got two. Sydney has 10. 10-8, 68 to Carlton. 7-5, 47. 29 and a half, second quarter.
There's been 3 ball-ups in that pocket this quarter. 3 times Mumford has put it into the same spot and Carlton haven't been onto it. They've had 3 shots at goal. Hanbury had 2 of them and missed. One was a dribble across along the ground of the goal square. One was a point that he kicked. Third time round, Mumford actually followed up on his own ball. They just weren't aware, Carlton, where that ball was going to go to. And on the third time, it's no excuse not to know where Sydney wanted to put that ball then. Mumford, terrific. Second follow-up, handball out, good goal to Shaw.
21-point lead again. Tap down to Jack. Kicks inside 50. Fisted away Joseph. Down to Carrazzo. Well tackled by Hanbury. Murphy fends off a tackle. Fends off another one. Throws the ball on the boot. Kicks into the middle and good mark. Taken by Garlett. Post to Bevan. He kicks inside 50. Henderson pushes Grundy underneath it. Attacking it hard. Kennelly slips over. Back to Murphy. Tried to get boot the ball. He got mown down on a tackle. 35 out from Carlton's goal. It's pretty fierce in there. Wait in the standing tackle. Well held. Brilliant footy. And it'll be bounced. It smells something nice. It's coming to our box. It'll be a bounce. 40 from goal. 68 plays 47.
Warnock with the tap down, but no room for Murphy to create close to the boundary. Back over the line.
Nothing better than a pie at the footy.
Fantastic.
When you're on a diet, they smell even better.
Still got a couple of minutes to wait.
You don't need to go on a diet, Chris.
No, Dan is.
Ball thrown in was Carlton deep in attack. Murphy pushed in the back. Play on, said the umpire. Gibbs snaps on goal. It won't have enough accuracy. Under pressure, Gibbs pushes it through for a point. 3-goal lead to Sydney.
I think
10-8 to 7-8. Sorry, Justin.
Sorry, Q. They might rue a few of these opportunities, I think, coming into the game. They've peppered the goals, and then Sydney have got up there once and got a goal. So, disappointing. Carlton supporters will be disappointed they couldn't get one close to half-time here.
4-2 to 3-5 this quarter. Kennelly was heading to the outer side. Decides to go to the western side. Goods up underneath it. Gibbs knocked away, but Goods was pushed underneath it. Says the umpire, and he'll take the free kick at half-back. The dual Brownlow medalist. He gained 275. What a career it's been. He's done this in just 12 seasons. He'll dab in short. And Kennelly takes the mark, bobbling away just inside the boundary. He controlled that one. On the western side, still be on the wing. His team in front, close to half-time. Keeps it on this side, playing some tempo footy as we've mentioned. Attacking it hard as White. Made a good contest opposed to Jamison, who's kept him out of it so far. 18-point lead to the Swans. 10-8, 68. The Blues 7-8, 50. Boundary throw-in. Mumford to do the ruck work. Warnock with him. Mumford taps to the front. Jack was trying to keep Murphy out of the contest. Didn't really go for it. Lee Shaw does. Does well to kick off the edge of the boot. Keeps it in play. And O'Keefe opposed to Russell, who's had the better of that duel. They see it over the line.
Let's see if they're onto this ball up, Chris, if they watch this side of the ground for the tap.
Kennedy and Kirk in front of the tap. This time it goes to the back of the pack and Judd wins it for Carlton. His hand pass will Slews in the air. Mumford wins the footy. His hand pass to Jack. Under pressure, got it to Kennedy. Kennedy hand pass to Jetta, 60 from goal. Short kick, sets Goods at task, who picked it up, then mishandled the ball trying to handball it. Jack, though, picks it up. He snapped from 30, won't have the penetration, but it pitches and there's a free kick. It rolls through for a goal, but a free kick is against Jesse White for holding Jamison when not near the football. Jamison at fullback for Carlton, kicks to the pocket for Bauer, and Bauer marks.
Similar to Cameron Ling's situation Friday night, wasn't it? Ball goes through for a goal, but it's not a goal.
Bauer kicks to right half back. Waite couldn't mark under pressure from Richards. McVeigh got the footy back to Richards, but it's over the line. Sydney 10-8, 68. Carlton 7-8, 50. 54 minutes played, second term. Geez, we have some long quarters to start this game. Throw in. Underneath it, Carrazzo. Jumped on by Richards. It spews out to Armfield, who's been quiet, and he can't get a stat. And the umpire again calls for a bounce.
Dying stages of this second quarter. Sydney could get one here to be a huge body blow for the Blues, who played some good football in this term. The bounce. Warnock the tap. Kennedy emerges. Sweeps to Jack. He's on the non-preferred. Wants to swing around. Has to get it to Bevan, who can kick a goal. He's kicked two. He can kick a goal! That is the body blow! could be shattered, deflated. 4-goal lead to the Swans, 11-8-74. To the Blues, 7-8-50. This quarter's nearly gone 35 minutes. 18 seconds left in the term, by the way.
Look, they've done it again from a stoppage to Sydney Swans, but this time I think Warnock got most of his hand on the ball and just didn't find a teammate, and it was sharked there by the Sydney Swans opponent, and Bevan found himself in space after a good handball from Kieran Jack, and just what the coach doesn't want. It's a coach killer, that goal. You know, you tear your hair out. You know, not long to go in the quarter. You want to go into half time, and you know, your team hasn't made the most of their opportunities down there, and very disappointing for the Carlton side. But Sydney, fantastic for them. Well done.
4-goal lead to the Swans. Mumford got first hand in the centre bounce and taps it down to Goods. There's a ruckman tapping it to a teammate. How about that? Goods hand passes to Bevan. Bevan kicks forward at the back of the pack. Russell for Carlton. Hand passes to Armfield, and that's half time. The Sydney fans at the Olympic Stadium stand and stretch and can applaud their team's first half effort. The Swans, having led by 15 points at quarter time, now hold a 4-goal lead at the main break. In that term, Sydney kicking 5 goals to Carlton's 3 goals 5. Sydney 11 goals 8-74. Carlton 7 goals 8-50. No next week for the loser. The winner has a Saturday night date with the Western Bulldogs. For the Swans, Paul Bevan has 3, Reece Shaw 2, Trent Dennis-Lane 2, and singles to Kieran Jack, Jesse White, Lewis Jetta and Adam Goods. Meanwhile for the Blues, 2 to Jared Waite, both in the first term, 2 to Rob Warnock, both in the second term. And the singles to Andrew Walker, Locke Henderson and Jeff Garlett. Half-time in the cutthroat final in Sydney. There's a good round of applause for the men in red and white as they walk to the top of their race and now into the rooms on the northern half-forward flank. And at the southern half-forward flank, the Blues, just led by Mitch Robinson, jog down into the rooms. But Sydney has a 4-goal lead. We'll get to the latest from ABC News as well as what else is happening in the world of sport. But before that, some thoughts from Justin Blumfield and Chris Grant. Blummers, you're first up at half-time.
No worries. Well, look, the game sort of played out the way I thought it would at the start. The midfields have been pretty even, getting their fair share of the ball, and it's been topsy-turvy. There's been periods where the midfield of Sydney have been on top and given their forwards opportunities, and then there's been times where Carlton have really won that footy and got it in. But I think where the difference is at the moment is the forward line of the Sydney Swans is capitalising on their opportunities more so than Carlton. We saw in that quarter that Carlton had a number of scoring opportunities but just couldn't get the goals. So it was very frustrating. I know it's not really Simpson's day today. He hit the post twice in that quarter and really sort of lifted and had more of an influence on the game, but just couldn't get the score on the board. So, and I think the halfback from the Swans, they've been good at times. We've seen in that quarter there was a goal from a stoppage from the halfback line of the Carlton forward line, and they sort of went forward and just threw a string of handballs and found a forward line target up there and kicked a nice goal. So for mine, I think it sort of played out that way. And the breeze hasn't been much of a factor as Chris and I thought. We thought the small forwards would be dominant, and unfortunately they've probably been the disappointment for Carlton, to be honest. Garlett and Betts really haven't had an impact on the game and really need to get busy for Carlton to have any chance of winning. You want them to kick 3 or 4 each and be at the feet of their taller opponents. But I think Carlton got a bit of a lift from Warnock in that quarter. He went forward, kicked a couple of goals, and his tap outs, although we got a bit frustrated with him at times, not hitting him to his teammates. His teammates have got to get to the spot where he's hitting it, because he is winning that big left-hand tap sort of down to his hip. So the boys need to know to get down there and get amongst it. But a great game. Look, Carlton have made a fist of it, and they're really putting some good pressure on, and really winning their fair share of the footy. Just a bit frustrating that quarter for the Blues fans that they couldn't get the score on the board, Chris. And I think that's probably what they'll go into half-time thinking that, we're in the game, boys, but we need to get the score on the board. We need some more out of you, Betts. We need some more out of you, Garlett. Henderson, even that quarter sort of dropped off a little bit. We need you to take some grabs and kick some goals.
Well, no doubt that both teams will go in at half-time with the feeling that either team could win. There's no doubt that Carlton throughout the second quarter showed glimpses of the ability to be able to kick a big enough score to win the game. They certainly have to, this quarter being the third quarter going against the breeze, they're just going to have to do everything they possibly can to stop Sydney scooting away to an unassailable lead, because no doubt that the scoring end is to our right-hand side. And gee, they'd be kicking themselves, Carlton. That last 2 minutes where they got those 2 goals, one from a stoppage that we noted was the third time that they got a scoring opportunity from a stoppage right inside, deep inside 50. It was really poor defensive work by Carlton. And then those 2 goals in the last 2 minutes of the game, if that wasn't the case...
They doubled their lead, haven't they?
They've doubled their lead because of that. And that's why now Carlton are under enormous pressure by having to stop Sydney kicking enough goals. It's 24 points now. Kick 2 or 3 more, all of a sudden the lead becomes too different going into the last quarter. For mine, it's going to come down almost to a foot race. Who's the fittest team in this? Because they're very evenly matched. You said, Justin, the midfield's evenly matched. There's no one player who's playing an incredible brand of football that you think he's just about to tear this game apart. There's some great contests across the ground. Russell's been fantastic in that quarter, 3 or 4 contested marks against O'Keefe. So both teams have the ability to win this game of football. You'll get the sense that it's going to come down to fitness.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks, Chris. We're at the main break here. One team has only 2 quarters left in its season, and at the moment, well, Sydney's certainly best placed to progress because the hometown Swans have a 4-goal lead at half-time. That scoreline again, Sydney 11 goals, 8, 74. Carlton 7 goals, 8, 50. More to come shortly from the Olympic Stadium, but for the time being, let's head to Alicia Byrne in the ABC newsroom.
Thanks, Quentin. Members of the Defence Force have been called in to help evacuate people in Victoria's north as floodwaters continue to rise. About 50 defence personnel will be deployed in the flood-affected region, while 150 extra Victoria police officers are already helping in the relief effort. The SES is warning the flooding is expected to worsen in the northeast today, especially around Benalla and Wangaratta. 6 relief centres have been set up across the state. Victoria's Premier John Brumby says defence personnel will be brought in tomorrow.
There will be 50 defence personnel again in the north of the state assisting with things like relief, assisting with things like evacuations or relocations, and assisting in things like sandbagging and holding back the water.
It's a tense wait for residents in low-lying areas of Wangaratta in Victoria's northeast. Narelle Graham reports.
Floodwaters have engulfed Wangaratta's Painters Island caravan park. The park has been evacuated and nearby residents are moving stock to higher ground. Floodwaters are within 2 metres of properties backing onto the 3 Mile Creek. Franklin Street resident Paul West says he's concerned the nearby bridge will be swamped.
Our concern is if the Williams Road Bridge, if that blocks, then the water will build up around our area. So, yeah, we'll definitely assess it, and if the water gets into the house, we won't stay.
Water levels are expected to peak on Tuesday. Narelle Graham, ABC News, Wangaratta.
In Gippsland, attention is turned to the possibility of flooding around Sale due to water flowing down the McAllister River. The owners of a caravan park near Sale have been told to expect flooding sometime tomorrow morning. Emergency authorities also expect the South Gippsland Highway to be cut between Sale and Longford tomorrow. Meanwhile, thousands of Victorians are without power until tonight as a result of the weekend storms. Up to 40,000 people lost power in strong winds. Ballarat is the worst hit area with around 15,000 people losing supply. And more than 20,000 residents remain without power on the New South Wales south coast. Energy authorities say it's unclear how quickly it can be restored. The power went out in the early hours of the morning, a result of fallen trees and power lines. South Eastern District Regional General Manager Philip Breen says extra crews have been brought in to help. He says the continuing strong gusty winds are hindering the process.
We will continue to work on those power lines and get it back on as soon as we possibly can, but we have to take safety into consideration for our customers and our employees as well. So as soon as the weather conditions allow, we'll be working in these situations as quickly as possible.
People in New Zealand's second biggest city, Christchurch, have reported a series of aftershocks a day after the city was hit by a powerful earthquake. The 7.1 magnitude tremor caused widespread damage to buildings and roads. roads. Electricity has largely been restored, but a lack of fresh water is causing problems, and sewerage has flooded many streets. The Prime Minister John Key says authorities are working to make sure people have all the support they need.
We understand up to 100,000 homeowners will be looking to make claims, but it could be more. And while we only saw around about 250 people in welfare centres last night, an awful lot of people went out and stayed with family and friends. So we just need to make sure that all of those support services are there. And obviously we're working as fast as we can to get water back on. Wastewater is also presenting some issues for us.
South Australian and federal police have seized 35 computers in connection with child pornography, with one taken from a teenager. Officers have conducted 17 raids across the state so far after the computers accessed a Queensland-hosted website which contained images of child abuse. One person has been charged and a registered child sex offender has been reported. The Detective Superintendent Phil Hoff says police will analyse the computers and other equipment over coming days.
The youngest person that we've taken a computer from is 15, and the oldest one to date is 52 years of age. And the average, I think I worked it out, was around about 32 years of age. All men bar one. There has been one woman that we've taken a computer from.
And the federal opposition leader Tony Abbott has renewed his argument that the coalition has the strongest claim to form government. The three-country independents are still trying to decide which party they'll support in the hung parliament. At this stage, Labor has 74 votes with the help of the Greens and Hobart-based independent Andrew Wilkie, and the coalition has 73. But Mr Abbott says Labor has lost its legitimacy to govern.
Plainly, the coalition has got the most seats and the most votes, and I think that gives us the biggest claim on government. I think we're the party which emerges from this election with the most legitimacy.
That's the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Change your life. Change the planet. Grow organic. Organicgardener.com.au. The team at ABC's Organic Gardener are thrilled to announce the launch of the magazine's new website. In addition to the print magazine, the website will keep you up to date with organic gardening, lifestyle and living. On the new website, you'll find blogs, selected articles from previous issues and practical gardening tips from the Gardening Australia TV show. Visit organicgardener.com.au.
Grandstand AFL.
In just his 7th game of league footy, Trent Dennis Lane, that's another major for Sydney. 2 for the kid from the west. White is there, he wins a wonderful footy. Hand passes to Jetta and Jetta kicks a goal. His hand pass is creative to McVeigh. McVeigh's hand pass to Bevan. Bevan in the pocket, Grubbers it. Through for a goal. Robinson there for the Blues. So too Garlett. Garlett picks it up, throws it on his boot, rolls it goalward. Will it get there? Kicked it. It eventually gets through. Him again. Was it Garlett that followed up? Yes, kick and chase. Garlett followed up to kick it out of the air from a metre from the line to get a much-needed goal for Carlton. Mumford wins the footy. Hand passes to Shaw. Brilliant, Mummy. Henry Shaw finishes and celebrates accordingly. Close to half-time.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
It's half-time in the elimination final at the Olympic Stadium, with Sydney leading Carlton by 24 points. Good afternoon, Steve Pearce with you on Grandstand AFL. Back to Sydney shortly for the second half of the Swans and the Blues, but first let's take a check of the rest of the day's sports news. First to tennis, and women's top seed Caroline Wozniacki has advanced to a 4th round meeting with former champion Maria Sharapova at the US Open, after both recorded straight sets victories in windy conditions this morning. Wozniacki defeated Taiwan's Yung Chan 6-1, 6-love, while Sharapova thumped American teenager Beatrice Capra 6-love, 6-love. Women's 4th seed Jelena Jankovic was the only seed to fall early on day 6, upset by 31st seed Kaya Kanepi in straight sets. In the men's draw, 3rd seed Novak Djokovic, 5th seed Robin Söderling and 17th seed Gael Monfils all moved through to the 4th round. 5-time winner and 2nd seed Roger Federer had little trouble in dispatching Leighton Hewitt's conqueror Paul-Henri Mathieu in straight sets. He'll next meet 13th seed Jürgen Melzer for a place in the last 8. Federer says he's enjoying working with new coach Paul Annacone.
Look, he's a good guy, and we know each other since a long time when he was working with Pete and Tim Henman, and we had a good test, after Wimbledon, and he's making me play maybe a little bit more aggressive, I don't know, but it's good to hear someone new, with a guy with experience, and so far it's going well. I haven't lost many matches, and the hardcore season started excellent for me, so I'm very happy.
Australian 5th seed Sam Stosur will play her 4th round match tomorrow morning Australian time against 12th seed Elena Demencheva. The Wallabies have secured 2nd place in this year's Tri-Nation series with a thrilling 41-39 win over South Africa in Bloemfontein this morning. A last-minute penalty goal to Australia fullback Kurtley Beale sealed the Wallabies' first win at altitude in South Africa for 47 years. Adelaide United has moved to the top of the A-League ladder with a 3-1 victory over Sydney FC at the football stadium. Here's how it happened, your commentator Ned Hall.
As Van Dijk comes up, left foot strike, it takes a slight deflection, but it finds its way through to the back of the net, and Sergio Van Dijk scores his first A-League goal as an Adelaide United player. 9 minutes on the clock here at the Sydney Football Stadium. It's with Reid, onto Leckie, right-handed to the box, right foot strike, and 2-0 to Adelaide United. Great finish from Matthew Leckie as that ball went into the box, as it does again now. Leckie, right foot strike, ready, gets it away, but Van Dijk's there, turns it home, and now they do have the 3rd goal. Adelaide United lead by 3. Now as the ball's into the box, Keller gets on the end of it, and Sydney FC have a lifeline here. The Swiss centre-half scores his first goal in the A-League for Sydney FC, and it all looked too easy in the end for a side who struggled to create an awful lot tonight.
And they struggled to create much more. That's how it finished. So Sydney remain winless and bottom of the table after 5 games. New club Melbourne Heart finally won its first match, beating North Queensland Fury 1-0, courtesy of this goal yesterday in Melbourne.
Comes the ball from Worm, and there's a header, and it's in the back of the net. Nick Kalmar has come in at the far post for Melbourne Heart, and he's put the home side into the lead. 10 minutes gone. Melbourne Heart has the lead. They lead by 1-0.
And that's how it finished. Former Socceroo John Aloisi also made his debut for the new side. The win moves Heart up to 6th on the ladder. It's just into the second half in this afternoon's match between Newcastle and Brisbane, and still goalless there in New South Wales. Later today, Perth has a chance to reclaim top spot when it hosts Wellington at Perth Oval. We'll bring you all the scores later in the programme. Australian Jason Day remains in a share of the lead after the second round of the US PGA Tour playoff event in Boston. Overnight, co-leader Day shot a 4-under-par round of 67 to sit at 12 under par, tied with American Brant Snedeker. Fellow Australians John Sendon and Michael Sim are 4 shots off the lead in a tie for 8th. Matt Jones is 7 under, Adam Scott and Jeff Ogilvie at 6 under, Mark Leishman and Robert Allenby 3 under. World number 1 Tiger Woods shot a 6-under-par round of 65 to move into a tie for 29th place at 5 under. The cut came at 1 under. Spaniard Miguel Angel Jimenez has a 3-shot lead at 17 under, heading into the final round of the European Masters at Crans-sur-Sierre. Rick Kulach and Marcus Fraser are best of the Australians at 7 under in a tie for 19th. Australian Nikki Garrett is tied for 4th place at 7 under, 3 shots behind leader Melissa Reid, heading into tonight's final round of the Ladies European Tour event in Austria. North Queensland Cowboys forward Willie Mason has signed a deal to play with European Super League club Hull Kingston Rovers for the next 2 seasons. 30-year-old Mason has played 24 test matches for Australia and made 13 State of Origin appearances for New South Wales. Today, Melbourne's Storm has brought its literally pointless season to an end with a thumping 34-4 win against Newcastle. In the later game, Manly is up against Canterbury, and currently after 50 minutes of the game, Manly trailing 16-28. Coverage of that game right now on Grandstand Digital. Scores later in the programme. Australia will be the first country inscribed on the Constellation Cup after a thrilling 46-40 win over the New Zealand Silver Ferns in Auckland today, just a month out from the Commonwealth Games. With scores locked at 3/4 time, the Diamonds produced a stirring final quarter effort to become the first winners of the new Trans-Tasman Tasman Netball Trophy. In men's hockey, Australia drew 2-2 in the first match of a 4-test series against Argentina in Perth last night. And at the Basketball World Championships, Australia plays Slovenia late this evening in Turkey, with a place in the quarter-finals up for grabs. And briefly in motorsports, Spain's Dani Pedrosa will start from pole position in tonight's San Marino MotoGP. Pedrosa was fastest in qualifying ahead of fellow Spaniard Jorge Lorenzo and Australian Casey Stoner. That's all that's happening in sport for now. Time to get straight back to the Olympic Stadium for the second half of the Swans and the Blues. Quentin.
Steve, thank you. Yes, the Blues have just emerged from the rooms, and Sydney have been out there for a minute or so, just getting things ready and then stretching a few of the hamstrings and so forth. Run-throughs just to warm things up for this second half. It will be the last half of football for the year for one of these clubs. Sydney by 24 points at half-time. The Swans 11 goals, 8-74 to Carlton, 7-8, 50. Bevan 3, Dennis Lane 2, and Shaw 2, the multiples for Sydney, while for the Blues, Warnock and Waite both have a couple. But Justin Blumfield, along with Chris Grant, have been watching the contest. Richard Keegan has provided with the numbers to half-time, and the major possession winners, Rich, on your stats to the main break.
Well, we'll look at Carlton first, and let's go for the lower possession getters. Betts has only had 5, and Simpson's only had 4. Carato's had 8, Elliard 11, Gibbs had 11, Judd with 14, and Murphy with 14. And on the Sydney side, Goods with 13, Kennedy with 17, Kirk with 15, McVeigh with 14. Total possessions 185 to Sydney to 143 to Carlton. The total tackles is Sydney's way, 40 to 24. Marks inside 56 to Sydney, 8 to Carlton. The total hit-outs is going Carlton's way, 32 to 22. And the free kicks is pretty even. Sydney with 11, Carlton with 12.
Thanks, Rich. So, well, interestingly, Chris, 32 to 22 to the Blues with the hit-outs. I know Rich can't do everything, but hit-outs to advantage might be a different number.
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, the fact that Sydney have also had 42 more possessions. Interesting stat would be the fact that the first possession is very, very even. The first touch on the ball is 10 each over the course of the first half. So that's, I guess, what we're seeing unfold in front of us. We're watching a very, very even game of football. This is the big one for me. If Carlton can restrict Sydney in scoring or increasing their score over this quarter, they're a chance. If it gets out any further, I think it's too hard. They need to lift their tackle rate. They're currently on 24 tackles for the game. Big quarter for Carlton here.
Yeah, 24 is not enough. Bounce in the middle. Mumford the tap. Judd, who hasn't done as much as he would have liked, can't take it cleanly. Jude Bolton well tackled by Judd. Chance for Jacobs. Tried to get a boot to ball but couldn't. It's pushed forward by the Swans. Goods has got it. Does well, wheels around, gets away from Gibbs, feeds a lovely ball to McVeigh. He'll steady from 40, and McVeigh will miss. He probably could have straightened up and even gone a bit closer to goal, and he now has three behinds.
Yep.
2 of them hosters, of course, all down at the southern end where they're kicking this quarter. The lead opening minute, third term, 25 for the Swans.
Quick kick in from the Blues. It's effective to get it to left half back, where Jacobs leans low and takes a mark for Carlton. Jacobs calling his man upfield. He's got Judge short. He decides to go longer to a contest. Henderson and Walker, the Blues. Grundy and Kennelly, the Swans. Neither can mark. Reece Shaw underneath it for Sydney. He runs close to the boundary line, hacks the ball forward. Straight to Jacobs of Carlton. Jacobs hand pass finds Murphy. Murphy can create on the wing. He kicks inboard and finds Waite. Waite kicks to the opposite side of the centre square. He's got Garlett running downfield. He marks and has to hold up as Lewis Jetta ran hard to stand the mark. Garlett now kicks towards the pocket. The target is Henderson. Walker, should I say. It explodes off his chest under pressure from Kennelly. Shaw there for Sydney was over the football and gets a free kick. He got collected in the head. And Reece Shaw will get a relieving free kick for Sydney at left half back.
Garlett's gone to half back too to pick up Lewis Jetta. No doubt Sydney are going to have to contend with Garlett coming off half back, because obviously Brett Ratton's concerned that to get close to Sydney over the course of this quarter, they need run off the half back line.
Fumble helped Shaw, then he shorted it to Malcheski, and another half distance pass to Jack on the eastern side, who squares it up to Malcheski. That just went 15. Emphasising just. Still not quite on the wing. and that's a better kick, but the mark was dropped down there by Goods. Chance for Carlton through Jacobs. Hadley at the fall, lends him support. Little give to Carazzo. At half-back, races around that eastern or outer side. Shaw opposed to Murphy. Lovely destroyed from the side by Reece Shaw. And the boundary line's his best friend out of bounds. True wing position, it's Carlton. 7-8-50. The Swans 11-9-75 on Grandstand AFL. 2.5 travelled in the third quarter.
The back straight wing. Jacobs, lovely service. Taps down to Judd, and Judd bursts clear from the pack. He kicks the Blues towards full forward. Backing back. A wonderful mark to Walker. Had Mattner in front of him. A penetrating kick from the skipper. And Walker marks at the top of the goal square directly in front.
Well, we spoke about hit-outs to advantage. That was a perfect hit-out to advantage to Judd there from Jacobs, and a nice long foray into the forward line.
Hasn't been able to race away too much from the contest today either, Judd.
No, on that occasion did so, and it was a good option to kick it long. Walker had his man underneath the football, just had to back and was always going to take that grab, protected the drop zone well.
Just a bit of a delay here. I think a blood rule for Jacobs, who was ruled to come from the field. Now Simpson runs on for him.
He started this quarter well, Jacobs.
Here's Walker looking for his second goal, kicking to the Cauldron end. He kicks the goal. Blues get the first of the second half. Sydney by 19 points. The Swans 11-9-75 plays Carlton's 8-8-56.
Well, that's what they needed. Carlton needed to start this quarter very, very well. And the breakaway from Judd, you're right, it was a great tap by Jacobs down to Judd. It was a fantastic kick because he took all the space before he looked like kicking the ball and put it into a really difficult spot for Sydney to defend. And Walker's had 4 shots on goal. He's only had 4 possessions, but each of them has been a shot on goal. So you'd have to say he's probably playing his role. He started on Canelli. He's now got Mattner as his almost forward tag, if you like.
Tap down, Warnock beats Mumford. Quick give to Hadley. Possession out of the centre for the Blues. Inside 50. Waite in the middle, can't mark it. Simpson at the crumb. Harry boot the ball. Waite is on his backside. He tried to get a hand pass out. Carlton player thought was taken high. Good hand pass, Simpson. Scotland running out of room. And his left foot kick just swirls through for a behind at the northern end. And Carlton cut the margin to 18 points. 8-9-57. Sydney 11-9-75.
Quick release from Mattner. He runs to the pocket. Kicks to Malcheski, who marks. Malcheski kicks to left half back. Nick Smith marks. Plays on. Mattner had run on the hand pass, though it was not a great one. Mattner's got time to regather. He kicks Sydney to its attacking half. Jetta runs at the footy, underruns the footy. It's bobbling on the deck close to the boundary line at left half forward for Sydney. Davies tackles O'Keefe over the line, and it will be a boundary throw in.
He's so unfit, O'Keefe, isn't he? Just not at 100% today.
But he's out there and battling away. As the ball's thrown in, 60 from Sydney's goal. O'Keefe's underneath it. He throws his body at the contest, but Judd emerges and the burners are on. Good signs for the Blues skipper as he kicks Carlton into attack. Big pack of players. They go to deck the ball. Also on the ground. Lovely tackle from Henderson on Kirk, who'd gathered the footy.
Holding it.
And he's not holding it. Oh, come on, Justin. Don't you know the script? Oh. Don't give a free kick. It's Nick Smith in the end who was underneath it.
Very lucky on that occasion.
Well, bounce, Carlton in attack. The umpire takes a tumble as Warnock goes to hands and knees, gives it to Waite. Waite's hand pass to Murphy, who shrugs O'Keefe, snaps on goal and snaps a beauty for the Blues. They're back within 2 kicks. 11-9 to 9-9. Sydney in front, but Carlton with 2 early strikes in the third term.
Oh, I smell some danger in the air for the Sydney Swans. Chris Judd, we spoke about how the influence he can have on a game in, 10 or 15 minutes. He's just got another great clearance there out of the centre. Drove it long into the forward line. And a good contest there from Waite. And a good handball there from Murphy. And Murphy looked like he was done in the tackle. Used his strength and shrugged it off. And then a great finish on the left foot to give his side an inspirational goal. And, within 2 kicks now, and with some belief in this Carlton side, Sydney want to make sure they get the next one, or at least halve the contest in this centre clearance.
The clenched teeth, the strained face, the arched back, all the signature tunes of Chris Judd racing away from congested traffic. Judd's there again, can't take it. Hadley under pressure. Allard helps him out. Hurried boot to ball by Allard towards the wing. Simpson leaves it behind on the western side. Murphy mops up, floats over the top to Armfield. Handball backwards to Joseph. Joseph gets a shepherd from Armfield, allowing him through. Chips across the circles. Not a good bounce for Davies. Garlett's there to offer support. Quick give to Allard. Had the kick run down. Carlton push it forward again through Joseph towards half forward. Leading in the race is Waite. With him is Grundy, who pulls him off the footy on the outer side. It's dislodged towards Grundy. Tackled, loses it. Chance for the Blues again. They mop it up at half forward on the outer side. Hand pass comes out to Kirk. Doesn't find a target. It came from Kennedy. Boundary throw in, half forward for the Blues. On the outer side, they're attacking to the northern end, and they've cut the margin to just 12 points early stages, third quarter.
Ball tossed in. Pike, great tap down to McVeigh, but he was shrugged off his kick. Armfield's got it. He's tackled by Jack. It comes to Allard. His kick smothered by McVeigh. McVeigh got it out to Malcheski. Malcheski's hand pass back to the chop, and Judd's there again. He kicks Carlton in towards attack. A fly from Walker. Couldn't take the mark. Underneath the pack, Nick Smith is tackled by Henderson and dispossessed. It comes clear to Betts. Betts gives it to Walker. The Blues are within a goal. Three goals in 8 minutes to start the third term. Sydney 11-9, Carlton 10-9.
That man again. Oh, Chris Judd's had a hand in all of them. It's his ability to be able to burst away from packs and just make something out of nothing.
He's coming off to have a rest now, Chris.
Well, he deserves a rest because, honestly, in the first 5 or 6 minutes of this quarter, he's just been in the thick of everything. He picked up the ball at his feet, and his ability to be able to burst away from the pack, that's why the ball went inside 50. The really critical thing to Judd's possessions, not only is he putting it inside 50, he's put it in a really dangerous position. And each time, Carlton have been able to make the most of those forward thrusts. Gee, Carlton are on here.
Put it inside 25, basically, hasn't he? Bounce in the middle. Pike the tap. Rode by McVeigh. Wants to head in the right direction and spiral punts inside 50. No one can mark. Dennis Lane tried to push players out to allow a path. Then O'Keefe lays a tackle. 40 out from the goal. They're attacking at the southern end. Jude Bolton's appealing for a free kick. Hasn't had much of it today, Bolton. There'll be a ball up.
Carlton Sam Jacobs back on the ground. It looks like he's got his left hand or wrist taped up.
Thanks, Olivia. Olivia McGrath on the boundary. Tapped down by Pike. Held to Goods. And there'll be another ball up.
Any change to the wind, Olivia?
It doesn't feel like there's any wind now. It seems dead as a doornail.
Tapped down by Pike. Hanbury, another one who would like to exert himself more on the contest today. Not going anywhere in a hurry. They're trying to shove it forward a couple of metres.
Walker's had 5 possessions, 5 scoring shots.
Yeah, well, that's a good performance, isn't it? Very good performance from Andrew Walker. Wouldn't want to trade him now on this performance. The bounce. He may not want to leave either by Pike, who taps it down. And then the Swans shove it out to Goods, who runs away from the contest, having to beat one or two. Swings a right foot around the body. Did okay. Just misses to the left-hand side. They've been forward twice and missed. Carlton have been forward and kicked 3 goals. The lead for Sydney, 7 points. 11-10, 76 to 10-9, 69.
And I've got Goods for 1-4.
Jeez.
Short kick in by the Blues. It's taken by Scotland in the left back pocket. Scotland shorts it to left half back. Mark taken by Murphy. Slides to his knees, hugs the ball to his chest, chips over the man on the mark to Russell. Russell just forward of left half back. Actually, he's probably true left half back, just forward of defensive 50. Blues 3-1 to Sydney's 2 behinds in this term. Swans by 7 points. A long kick to the wing. Off hands, it's roved by Carazzo. He kicks Carlton around the boundary to the left half forward flank. In front, Henderson. The spoil came from Kennelly. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Shot on the big screen of Brett Ratton pacing on the edge of the boundary line. Ball thrown in, left half forward for Carlton. Jacobs taps down to Judd. Judd tackled from behind, but got a hand pass clear, and not an effective one, though. Oh, well, Grundy had it and almost overran it. Got it back, gives it to Pike. Pike's hand pass across the half-back line. Sets Jude Bolton a task, but he's got it. Bolton hand passes defensively to Bevan, and Bevan's kick, well, across the half-back line, was looking for Richards. It's a poor kick in the end. Carazzo gathers 60 from goal. Does a dance and falls over. From his butt, hand passes inboard to Jacobs. He has 2 bites at picking it up. Eventually does. Hacks it inside 50. At the drop, almost a mark for the Blues to Hadley. Got a hand pass out to Willard. Lost it. It's on the deck. And the umpire's watching Malcheski trying to ferret it clear. But it will be a bounce.
Well, it's a fierce contest at the moment.
As you'd expect, with both teams' seasons on the line, Sydney by 7 points on Grandstand AFL. Quentin Hull, Dan Lonigan, Justin Blumfield and Chris Grant with you.
They need one, the Swans, but it's the wrong end. Big fist by Big Sauce Jacob. Oh, he's Judd again from the contest. Off the edge of the boot, he just attacked that ferociously. Just misses to the right-hand side. He is exciting when he's going. He's had a tune-up at half-time. He's come out all guns blazing. 10-10-70 the Blues. The Swans 11-10-76. 12 and a half gone, third quarter on Grandstand AFL.
Brucey's saying, what do we have to do? Tighten up on Judd. He's yelling it out from the sideline.
Kennelly to kick in. Has to chip short to himself. And then blazes long to a contest at right half back. And Jacobs stands the tallest of them all to take a clunk mark for the Blues. He kicks to centre half forward. The mark taken by Carazzo, 60 out. He bangs it to the top of the goal square. Massive fly from Henderson. He got first hand. Couldn't complete the mark. It's on the deck. Hand pass from Matner to Kirk and Kennelly see it over the boundary line.
Disappointing then, Henderson. He sort of found himself clear, didn't he, Chris? We saw him. It was a good kick forward by Carazzo and had every piece of it. Just unfortunately didn't take the one grab.
This is dangerous for the Swans, though. Right beside the behind post for Carlton at the northern end. The tap down. Oh, kicking it the wrong way. Goods towards the goal square. Matner gets the hand pass out. O'Keefe stretches and finds Jude Bolton. Hand pass a bit severe for Matner. Paddles to his own advantage. And he just clears the goal square and gets it towards the 50-metre defensive line for the Swans at the northern end of the ground. At the southern end of the ground, there is absolutely no one inside Swans attacking 50. The punch down, waiting behind. Carazzo has to change direction. Handball to his teammate Garlett. Didn't take it with him. Robinson there to lend support. Kennedy stands up in a tackle. Handballs backwards. They're under tremendous pressure. Gibbs slips over trying to avoid a tackle at half forward on the outer side. He's all over it. They haven't given those all day. There'll be another ball up inside the boundary. It's Carlton 70. It's 10-10-70. Sydney 11-10-76.
At least they are consistent. You're right, Dan. They haven't given them all day. They may 50-50 some of those ones. Couldn't really have been there. But as long as they don't give it and don't give it all day, that's fine.
Ball bounced. Carlton at right half forward. Goods spins out of the contest. Couldn't get a kick on it though. He's caught with the football, Adam Goods. Free kick to Carlton. Bauer the recipient. 65 from goal. He decides to just set it up to the top of the goal square. Hadley's in front. Brought it to ground level underneath it. Walker hassled over the boundary line by Matner. And the ball will be tossed in. The Blues irrepressible to the northern end in this third term. Inside 50s will be interesting. We'll get that from Richard Keegan in a moment for this quarter. From the throw-in, Jacobs taps down to the back of the pack. Simpson got collected. No free kick. It's on the deck. Kennedy battling for it for Sydney. Robinson's tackled him. And it's going to be about 13-3 inside 50s, Dan, for Carlton in this term.
Interested spectators on the big screen. Rodney Eade, Bulldogs coach. Paul Williams, assistant coach. Both, of course, were involved with the Swans. Tapped down by Gibbs, racing after it. Could be a goal.
What a save.
Kennelly on the line, stopped it, thought it hit the post originally, but he dived across it as Garlett just sprinted to the contest, roved it beautifully, had a chance to level the scores, but Kennelly just touched it on the line by getting his boot out and putting it through on the full. 11-10-76 to 10-11-71.
He should have had a flying shot through the goals, not along the ground. Kennelly was actually standing on the goal line.
Kennelly's kick into Goods, who had two to beat, and Scotland climbs high to mark for Carlton. He's going to pump the Blues to the top of the goal square once more. Hadley's there. Walker flies. So does Henderson. It's off that group. It bobbles back towards Robinson. He goes again. Mitch Robinson gathers it. He hand passes straight to Kirk. And here's a chance for the Swans.
No one there.
Kirk hand passes to Moore. And indeed, Moore just kicks it. And there's absolutely no one in the southern half of the ground. So Bauer strolls back. Gathers it for the Blues. Kicks it around the boundary line. Jacobs mistimes his leap and drops a mark he should have taken. Piker's there but couldn't run away. And it's over the boundary line for a throw-in. The Blues with 3-0 this term. Sydney lead by 5 points.
They have to structure up properly, Sydney. They can't win if they're just going to play all their 18 players from centre circle into the defensive area. They had no one to kick to then. They can't save the game. It's halfway through the third quarter. They've got to win the game.
Yes, 5 points in front. They were 24 up at half-time. Need to get some players back. They've got a few sort of attacking side of the centre square now. Goods the tab. Overrun by O'Keefe. Overrun by Matner. McVeigh waiting for it. Smith climbs in on top of his opponent, tackling hard. And there'll be a ball up again. There's been lots of stoppages. Would normally favour the Swans, but Carlton doing well in those areas in this term. Eddie Betts on the bottom of the pack. Bounce again by umpire McBurney. Big fist by Jacobs. Here's Judd away from the contest. Well helped from behind though. Good tackle put on him by Keith. Spills to Melcheski. Feeds a hand pass to Hanbury. Handballs to the running Matner. He is sprinting around the outer side. He's had a bounce on the non-preferred right. Finds Jetta. The excitement machine. Cuts inside. Doesn't kick well to the wrong side of White. White will pick it up. Fends off a tackle. Handballs to Moore. Kicks White again to Jetta. Jetta takes the mark. He could have played on. There was no one on the mark. He's camped in the left forward pocket at the southern end.
Well, there goes the counter-attack from the Sydney Swans, and I tell you, Jamison will be disappointed in that effort there. He dropped the mark he probably should have taken. He had his man done and let Jesse White then pick up the fumble. But, look, good counter-attack from the Swans.
He hasn't kicked too many goals this year. 6 goals, 20 for Lewis Jetta. This is a tough one inside the boundary. 40 metres out, no goal this quarter yet for the Swans. He has posted it. 3 behinds for them. They hang on to a goal lead, 11-11, 77. Carlton, 10-11, 71. 18 gone, third quarter. Grandstand AFL.
Gibbs in quickly to Ellard. Ellard hand passes back to Gibbs. Gibbs then kicks it to the left half back flank. Scotland the target. Off hands though. Malcheski wins it for Sydney. Handed it to Jude Bolton under pressure. Got it to Shaw. Shaw's hand pass to Richards. Richards kicks Sydney back to full forward. White flies. Got one hand. Couldn't mark. Rove by Dennis Lane. A snap on goal from 20 is touched and stays in the field of play. Amazingly, and the Blues have it in the pocket through Russell. Russell gets the hand pass to Carazzo. How that did not go beyond the scoreline. The kick to the middle of the ground. Waite caught one high. He goes to deck. No free kick. Raucheski picks up the Sydney. Kicks inside the attacking 50, gathered by Gibbs. Russell, should I say. He's got it for the Blues. Gets the hand pass to Ellard. And Ellard kicks for distance and the boundary line and finds it on the wing. Grandstand AFL at the elimination final. Sydney has a 1-goal lead over Carlton.
Now, White needs to get on with the game, doesn't he, Chris?
He sprayed the umpire then.
Yep.
Probably was a free kick, but it's gone now, Jared. From behind, tap down Warnock. At the front, the Swans throw. Keith squeezes a 5-metre kick out. In the road, though, Carazzo. High ball towards the centre of the ground. Underneath it, Smith. Betts got in front, won it. Quick gift to Scotland. Floats over the top into the circle to find Simpson. Garlett is on his own. He kicks in that direction. Garlett will take the mark. He does it right half forward, and he can level the scores. Paul Roos looking worried. This could be his last game as coach of the Swans. It didn't look likely at half-time. His team had the better of the first half. They led by 4 goals, but they haven't scored a goal in this quarter yet. Garlett, who does know where the goals are, 1 goal today. On the 50, Jeff Garlett. Goals! What a kick by Garlett! Magnificent from right half forward. He's got 2. 39 for the season, and the Blues are level at the Olympic Stadium. 4 goals to none in 20 minutes. 11-11, 77 apiece.
Well, can you believe it? Can you believe it? The wind's died down. It's gone against it's conspired against the Sydney Swans. They would have thought they'd run out at after half-time, start the third quarter with the breeze, with the attacking opportunities. It's all been Carlton. Incredibly, they're level. Can you believe that? And I called Garlett free because as soon as the ball was in possession of Carlton, I looked up and Garlett was gone. Garlett was 30, 40 metres clear, and his opponent wasn't awake to it. That's why the ball landed in Garlett's arms.
First time
wasn't manned up.
The Blues have been level since the opening 90 seconds. Centre bounce. Judd's underneath it again. Another clearance for the Blues skipper. He hand passes to Warnock. A high kick inside 50 for Carlton. Scotland almost marks. Running past Kennelly's got it for Sydney. He was tackled, dispossessed. Henderson hand passes for the Blues to Murphy, who's under pressure. Malcheski gives it to O'Keefe. Sydney a chance at left half back. Richards is tackled as he got a hand pass to McVeigh. But now McVeigh's got some space on the left half back flank. A short pass is a good one, and it's marked by Kennedy. And there's not many people running past or yelling for it upfield at the moment. The Swans just trying to suck this in a bit. as Kennedy kicks long over the wing. The target is White. It goes beyond him. Falls in the lap of Dennis Lane, and he's tackled as soon as he got it. And the umpire's going to ask for the football. A bounce at left half forward for Sydney. The Swans goalless in 22 minutes of this third quarter. Carlton has kicked 4 from the bounce. Warnock, great tap down to Hadley. Hadley hands it to Russell. Russell hands it to Bauer, and the Blues explode off half back once more. Bauer's kick towards centre half forward. Henderson in front, spoiled by Richards. Richard got the footy. Henderson tackled him, but Richard kicked it towards the wing. Hadley underneath it, pressured by Kennedy. Kennedy goes in as Bauer's got the footy. He tries to steal it outright, does Kennedy. And they wrestle, and it's going to be a bounce on the edge of the centre square. This is cutthroat football, ladies and gentlemen, on Grandstand AFL. And we have been treated through almost 3 quarters in the Harbour City on this sunny Sunday afternoon.
Carlton have not lost 3 in a row this year at any time. 2 in a row in their last 2 weeks, of course. Looking to keep that record intact as Mumford gives away a free kick in the ruck to Warnock. On the edge of the centre square defensive side, in short to Gibbs on the western side of the ground. Carlton dominating possession, dominating the match at the moment. Scores level. He pops in short to Carato's had a good quarter. So he could have nearly been 50. Mumford was into his back. I suppose it was in the
behind play. Boys, play down.
Carato kicks
Walker
inside 50. Big pack forming. Henderson there. Good roving at the front by Nick Smith. Handball not great for Hanbury. He's had a quiet day. Little tap was good to Kennedy. To Kirk. Flips it over the top to Hanbury. Eddie Betts great. Free kick to Eddie Betts. He moaned him down. Picked up by Carato. Advantage called. Player on his own. Simpson can steady from 20. Carlton can be in front. Carlton is in front.
No, free kick here, boys. Free kick just in front of us.
But it should be a goal. It's Carlton.
Well, it's advantage free, isn't it?
It was about 20 seconds as the play continued on. The free kick was about 20 seconds ago.
Sorry, Carlton supporters. Sorry, Swan supporters. Bit early the call, but they still have a shot at goal here.
So, but Betts is getting a... Where's the football?
Back to weight.
Back to weight. Back to weight.
Okay.
So he's within... He's 35, 40 out, so... Yeah, this will be interesting. Well, doesn't go through.
Not quite Cameron Lang on Friday night.
No, but...
Sydney have a poor record here. Dropped their last 5. Carlton, mind you, haven't beaten the Swans in Sydney for 17 seasons. Long time ago now. Played here then. Wait 40 out. Slide angle. This time Carlton are in front. Take 2. He's got 3. It's 5 goals to none in this quarter. Swans in trouble at the Olympic Stadium. 12-11-83 the Blues. The Swans are 11-11-77.
Well, I don't know what that free kick from Waite was there, Chris. Maybe something behind the play, obviously, but great tackle from Eddie Betts. He's had a quiet day by his standards, but to chase out and tackle Hanbury like that, to create the turnover, there would have been a goal anyway from Simpson. But the Blues are up and running. You can see that their intensity at the football, at the contest, is just relentless. And the Sydney Swans at the moment have got no answers. They really need to, get in there, get their head over the footy, and really put their body on the line. At the moment, Carlton are all over them in that area and are getting the ball forward and, resulting in shots and goal for their side. So Swans really need to get this one out of the middle.
Centre bounce. Mumford climbs high. Got first hand, but tapped it straight to Jacobs, who couldn't handle it. It goes to Deck. Still next to the centre circles, and the umpire calls for another bounce. Well, Paul Roos has played his emergency card. Goods is in the middle for that centre bounce. I think Judd's having a rest at the moment. He wasn't at that centre bounce. Jacobs got the tap down, tapped it straight to Kennedy. He's tackled as soon as he gets it. Another bounce.
Geez, I've been impressed with Jacobs this quarter. Had an outstanding quarter in the ruck and around the ground.
Still in the middle. Third bounce. Mumford taps down. Carato couldn't handle it. Kirk flings his head back. No high contact. Play on. Goods had it, but hand passes to Robinson. Robinson kicks the Blues inside 50. Off hands, it ricochets towards the pocket. First back there, Sydney through Grundy. He hand passes to Malcheski. Malcheski in the pocket, kicks out of bounds on the full. He was looking for Jude Bolton on the left half-back flank, but he's kicked it too wide, and Dennis Armfield is the beneficiary. He's got the free kick for Carlton. He steps inboard and plays on. Armfield on the left boot, kicks the Blues back inside 50. Poor kick. Scotland the target, but Malcheski read the drop, and Malcheski marks for Sydney in the left back pocket.
He kicks it low and onto the chest of McVeigh, who missed an opportunity to put his team 5 goals up at the start of this third quarter, and from then on it's been one-way traffic. Half-back out of side. Kicks down the line. They need a spark somewhere, the Swans. No one can take the mark. Jamison at the back. Handball chopped off by Kennedy. Quick give to Hanbury. Didn't find the target. Jamison got it back to Armfield. Hurries a left footer. It'll find the boundary. Yes, it will. Smith in front of Betts. Takes it over at half forward for the Blues. On the eastern or outer side, they're kicking to the northern end, and they've had a big quarter. 5 goals to none. They lead 83-77. 27 gone third quarter.
Pike in front. Palm down. Goods is there, but he's tackled as soon as he got it. Judd's back out there. He had a crack but couldn't pick it up. It's farmed out by the Blues. Hadley got a hand pass, and now it's slapped inside 50 by Simpson to the goal square. It's off hands. Waits there and brilliantly tackled by Bevan. No, not brilliantly tackled. He got one high. Well, there's a bit of equilibrium in the football world, perhaps. Waite playing for a free kick a short time ago. Didn't get one. And there, well, we're getting a replay. Yeah, the umpire seems to have got it right with Bevan's left arm getting around and above the shoulder of Waite. Was there, Chris?
Certainly was. Yeah, it certainly was. It was a fair slap on the chops, mind you, so it wasn't even a question whether it was a free kick or not.
Slight angle for Jared Waite from 45 out to put the Blues 2 goals clear. He's missed it. Missed it to the left-hand side. 3-1 for Jared Waite. 28 played, third term at the Olympic Stadium. Sydney still goalless for the quarter. Carlton 12-12, 84. Sydney 11-11, 77 on Grandstand AFL.
Big quarter by the Blues. 5-4 to 3 behinds. In short. Mark taken by Hanbury. Needs to do more. Oh, Betts does well to come across Kirk's bows and put it over the line. We've mentioned the fact he hasn't had a lot of clean possessions, but he's done the 1%ers, the 2%ers, the 3%ers to lift his side. Going to be thrown on the outer side. Tapped down well by Pike. Good roving. Hanbury now to Goods. Spinning by on the left. Kicks towards the outer side. Jamison pushes wide off it and collects comfortably at half-back for the Blues. Runs away from him. Bangs it long towards half-forward again. Up goes Goods. Got it on the second grab. It's a good mark. Tapped it virtually to his own advantage. The only one really in the running to mark that at half-back and did it well. You don't need one urgently, Sydney. Hard to find where it's going to come from at the moment as he slides it wide, the kick. Taken by Nick Smith. Another left footer. Kicks down the line towards half forward. White pushes Jamison off it. Gets control of it. Slips over. Bit clumsy inside their 50 at the moment, the Swans. Judd wins possession. What a hand pass that is to Russell. Another hand pass comes to Carato's had a big quarter. Handballs inside to Bauer running off half-back. Feeds to Armfield. The Blues are off and running. Tucks it under the arm. Then has a bounce. Zigzags his way across the middle. Kicks inside 50. Richards punches away at the slippers Goods. Collects. Slips a tackle and then delays the hand pass and then delivers wide at half-back.
Grundy has a bounce and points forward. He lays his right boot into it, kicks it toward Dennis Lane, who's got 2 to beat. Can't do so. On the deck, Russell a tap in field to Robinson. Robinson tried to take on Lou Jetta and Jetta tackled him. No free kick. It comes to Kennedy of Sydney. An up and under kick to centre half forward. Jacks at the fall of the footy. He went to ground without it. No free kick. It's fused clear for Carlton. Carato has it. Rides a bump from Kennelly and hand passes which bounces fortuitously to Judd. Judd kicks Carlton forward. 1-on-1 a chance for Betts. Couldn't take the marker post to Smith. Under the pack, Garlett roves. Garlett spins inboard. Garlett snaps. Betts dropped a chest mark and he got to the drop of that kick from Garlett. And it's over the boundary line and the umpire asks the boundary umpire to throw it in.
Geez, they're working hard there. Look, Betts was involved in that contest and bolted forward. They are really outrunning the Sydney Swans opponents at this stage of the game.
Carlton by 7 points, close to three-quarter time. Tapped down by Pike to Simpson. Tackle late. That was an important save. And then a Sydney player got one high just outside the goal square. Yeah, that was very Kirk, very, very important. Simpson was about to have a shot 30 from goal and got dragged down from behind. And then Murphy. Kirk got one high.
Didn't miss him.
Kirk at fullback, right on three-quarter time. They just need the siren to sound the Swans and reload. Jamison takes a one-hander. At left half forward. I don't think he's kicked a goal this year, Jamison. He's a bit far out here, 60. Sets it up. Right on the siren here. Tap down at the back. Chance for the Blues. Overrun by Garlett. Off the ground. Attacked away. Chance for Robinson. There's the siren. What a quarter by the Blues. Their supporters, most of them camped at the southern end of pumps. They've come from the depth. They were 25 down a minute into the term, and they've kicked 5-4 to 3 behind to lead by 7 points at three-quarter time. They're 12-12-84. Sydney 11-11-77 for the Blues. Andrew Walker, 3. Their other goal scorers, Waite, 3. 2 each to Warnock and Garlett, and singles to Murphy and Henderson. For the Swans, same as it was at half-time. 3 to Bevan, 2 each to Shaw and Dennis Lane. Singles to Jack, to White, to Goods and to Lewis Jetta. Three-quarter time at the Olympic Stadium. No tomorrow for the loser. At this stage, Carlton on fire after a big third term. 12-12-84. The Swans work to do. 11-11-77.
Sudden death football, and it's been a terrific 3 quarters to date. Don't go anywhere. More to come from Sydney shortly.
Specs and Specs, the remixes, is available now on DVD.
Yes, exactly.
This collection features 4 classic episodes completely uncut, with material previously only seen by the studio audience.
At the end of the first round, the scores are... we've forgotten about the scores, didn't we?
Also available is the Specs and Specs board game.
I'd like to apologise for being on your team.
Specs and Specs, the remixes, and the Specs and Specs board game from ABC Shops, Centres and ABC Shop Online.
Grandstand AFL.
As Warnock goes to hands and knees, gives it to Waite. Waite's hand pass to Murphy, who shrugs O'Keefe, snaps on goal and snaps a beauty for the Blues. They're back within 2 kicks. Underneath the pack, Nick Smith is tackled by Henderson and dispossessed. It comes clear to Betts. Betts gives it to Walker. The Blues are within a goal. 3 goals in 8 minutes to start the third term.
Garlett, who does know where the goals are. 1 goal today. On the 50, Jeff Garlett. Goals! What a kick by Garlett! Magnificent from right half forward. He's got 2. Wait, 40 out. Slide angle. This time, Carlton are in front. Take 2. He's got 3. It's 5 goals to none in this quarter. Swans in trouble at the Olympic Stadium.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Local Radio.
Well, the weekend of finals started with a bang. We were a bit flat yesterday in terms of a contest, but haven't we got one at three-quarter time at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney? No next week for the Blues or the Swans. And as it stands, it's at three-quarter time, as they were last year. Carlton leads at three-quarter time in a cutthroat final. The Blues by 7 points. Carlton 12-12-84. Sydney 11-11-77. Sydney goalless in that term, Justin Blumfield and Chris Gart. Can the Swans change the tide of this game?
Oh, look, the Swans can do anything at home here in Sydney. We've seen them before. They can just, the crowd gets behind them, they get a run on. I mean, they've played well this game. It's just that Carlton had everything that quarter and just threw everything with the kitchen sink at the Swans, and the Swans had no answers. Saying that, good thing, the Swans can now regroup, get back in their groups. You see the coaches talking to them and go, okay, guys, this is what went wrong. Let's try and turn it around this quarter. Whereas the Blues, on the other hand, are going, this is good. Let's keep this going. Let's keep that intensity. Let's keep winning the footy. We've got the momentum. We can win this game. So, look, we're up for a great last quarter, Chris, and everyone in this crowd are on the edge of their seat, just waiting to see what plays out. And, you know, this is what finals footy's all about. We're excited up here in the box. You know, the players down there, no doubt, are just, you know, can't wait to get out there and put their head over the footy. And, you know, that'll be the test this quarter. Who wins the contested possession? Who gets it forward? And who makes the most of their opportunities?
Carlton, irrepressible. Everything they did was of a really high standard. Their pressure was better. Their ability to run across the ground, get into space, give their teammates a position for someone to handball it to. They just got to more of the fall of the ball. They got it inside 50, 17-7 because of it. We spoke at half-time how poor they were with their tackling. They had 24 for the half. All of those statistics have risen as far as Carlton are concerned, and all the momentum right from the start of the third quarter right to the end. In fact, right on the siren, they were metres out from goal. So they were just continually pumping it in there. The champion Chris Judd
what a quarter.
Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Well, it was a great contest we had in the first half between he and Kieran Jack. Well, he's just been taught a bit of a lesson by one of the undisputed champions in clearances in the competition. Judd's ability, we've always known his ability to be able to go from a standing start to high speed over just a matter of metres. He just burst away, and we said at half time, Justin, we felt that it was going to be a bit of a fitness test between these two sides. incredibly, I actually thought in my mind it was Sydney that was going to be the one that was a little bit fitter because of their ability to be able to play a season September style of game. We've seen them play that over many times before, and we just saw it unfold in front of us.
Well, the Blues have dispersed to their respective areas. Paul Roos left the three-quarter time huddle about 40 seconds ago, and Brett Kirk was on the pulpit delivering the sermon to see if he could get another great half hour out of his men.
That's right. And look, he is inspiration. They'll be saying there, boys, look, come on, one quarter of footy. We've been on top most of this game. You know, we didn't have a great quarter. Put that behind you. Let's really get out there and win this game. You know, and they know. He doesn't need to say that it could be his last game. They know that if they don't win, it's his last game. They want to get him another game, get him in that 200 consecutive game. So, yep, inspirational. Get the hair on the back of the neck going for me, I tell you, Chris.
And what they will have is 40,000 people behind them. Realistically, right. Carlton have got maybe 1,000 people down one end of the ground,
and a few on the pocket on the eastern side. That's
possibly so. Yeah. So maybe 2,000 people out of 40,000 people. It's going to be all for Sydney to support.
Bounce. And Jacobs wins it down. Judd another possession. Quick hand pass to Gibbs. Swings a high ball towards half forward. Underneath it, Smith dropped what he might have taken. Kirk at the full. Got it to Kennelly. Nice tap to Smith. Back to Kennelly at half back. Handball to Jack. You better get rid of it, son. Judd's got you. Great tackle by Judd. Great tackle. Inspirational stuff by the skipper, who up to three-quarter time it had 24 possessions. Delivers in short, and Simpson marks it right half forward.
Now, it hasn't been Simpson's day, Chris. He's missed two down this end, hit the post twice.
No wind now.
No wind. Big kick from Simpson. Big kick.
Carlton had 26 tackles, boys, in that third quarter. They had 24 up to half-time. They've had 50 for the match now.
And what about the pressure there? Betts, Judd, Murphy, all attacking the ball carrier in the Swans' defensive 50.
So, Kate Simpson to make it a bit tougher for the Swans with the sixth consecutive goal for the Blues since half-time. It is online the whole way, then it just fades at the last minute of behind. Carlton first score of the last quarter, a minor one. 12-13-85. Sydney 11-11-77. A thriller. The elimination final on Grandstand AFL.
And Kennelly just taking his time in the goal mouth. He decides to chip to himself, runs to the pocket, kicks around the boundary line. It's an effective piece of play. It found Malcheski. Garlett runs at him and puts pressure on Malcheski, whose hand passes then a 50-50. Stolen by Carazzo. He hands it to Waite. Waite has a bounce, sees the open goal and misses. Running into an open goal, slight angle from 20 metres out. He's kicked a point. Carlton by 9.
Got them on toast, though.
Need to spark the Swans. There's no run. Yeah. They're all flat-footed. Need a spark. Need someone to take it, run with it. There's no options here.
The Sydney play on the outer side, just too lackadaisical.
Yep.
He just took far too much time and Garlett ran him down.
No one making leads. Matner heads to himself, kicks to himself and heads to the western side. Jacobs, what a big spoil that was. He's been another inspirational player in this second half so far for the Blues. He's had 12 possessions, a number of them in the third quarter. Carazzo, 22 for the Blues. For the Swans, Kennedy, 22 and Goods, 21. Boundary throw-in. Tap down by Jacobs, and then lays a tackle. Gibbs scoots it forward. Smith puts the body on the line, shoves it out to Richards, who can't control it. He's fumbling under pressure. Murphy tries to wrest it away from him on attacking 50 at the southern end for Carlton. There'll be a ball up there, 12-14-86. Sydney 11-11-77, still goalless in the second half, the Swans.
And the fans trying to lift them. Bounce it, attacking 50 for Carlton. It's flung out towards the pocket. Richards first there for Sydney. Simpson tackles him. The ball spills over the boundary line.
I'll tell you why Judd's getting out of the loop too. The reason he's getting clear is Dennis Armfield. He hasn't played much of the role as far as possessions. This second half, he's putting his arm across Kieran Jack, giving Judd an opportunity of getting his hands on the ball.
Throw in, great tap down from Mumford to Goods in the Swans' back pocket. Goods gives to O'Keefe. O'Keefe gives to Bolton. Bolton gives to Mumford. Mumford tackled by Robinson on the wing. Did he get rid of that legally? Well, according to the umpire, he did. No free kick for holding the ball. It's gone to the deck, and it will be a bounce.
Bit lucky.
Definitely lucky. That's holding the ball all day.
Must have fallen to his foot or something like that. We're getting a replay now, which is highly interesting.
No,
and that is holding the football. Anyway, Bounce on the home straight wing. Jacobs taps down towards the boundary side. Robinson's underneath it, couldn't clear it over the line.
Brett Ratton, when Jacobs laid that tackle, Brett Ratton jumped out of the box up to the line and just applauded Jacobs for that tackle.
Blues by 9 points.
Tapped down by Warnock, well rowed by Murphy. He slips an attempted tackle by McVeigh, kicks inside 50, looking for Henderson or Walker. Walker's at the back, picked up by Matner. On the left, the hurried boot to ball, not taken by Jack for the Swans. In the circles, Davies is there for Carlton, sweeps a long hand pass to Judd. Met late by Bolton, but his kick finds the chest of Walker. Slightly right half forward, heading to the southern end, kicks it long. It's off the side of the boot a little bit, it doesn't matter. Carlton marked, no, I thought Henderson marked that in the square, and then he tries to barge his way through. There'll be a bounce in the goal square.
They want to be careful, the Blues. They need to take some of these opportunities, Chris.
And Walker, when he took that mark, Judd ran past again for the handball and was in space, and Judd let him know too. He wasn't happy with Walker.
Bounce in the goal square. Goods will clear it with a hurried boot to ball. They want it out of bounds to the Swans and try and reload, but you just can't see where their goals are going to come from. You just can't see where they're going to get the ball inside 50 often enough. It's all happening Carlton's end of the ground at the southern end.
Thrown in. Mumford's got it, and hand passes to Malcheski. A rush kick towards a vacant left half back flank. Takes a fortuitous bounce for the Swans over the boundary line because there was not a Sydney player in cooey of the pitch of that kick.
I tell you what, though, Swans can rebound from any part of the ground, Dan, so...
Ball thrown in. Carlton, 60 from the goal there attacking. Robinson kicks the ball off the ground. McVeigh had it for Sydney, couldn't get a clean possession. It bubbles around it, attacking 50 for the Blues. McVeigh's tackled off it by Davies. Judd's in there battling for the Blues. Goods is there for Sydney. Put his boot to ball, didn't clear much passage. Malcheski wins a hard ball, but his hand pass is picked up by Murphy of the Blues. They're on the wing, Carlton. Murphy gives it to Russell. Russell's kicks out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Sydney at left half back. We've had 6 minutes of the final term. 2 behinds to Carlton to take their three-quarter time lead from 7 points to 9 points.
They have to get their structure back in place, Sydney. When it's inside their defensive 50, there's really no one to kick to. They're not going to be able to win the game. As the play's unfolding now, they are all pushing back to position because it's on a slow play. But on a quick play, which Sydney need to be able to get out of defensive 50, they just don't look like being able to score. There's no one there to kick to.
They switch play, a number of players involved, including Richards, Malcheski and then Canali. But his kick, as has been the case a bit in the second half by the Swans, didn't find the target. But they're out of bounds on the outer wing. Still no goal for the second half of the Swans. No goal for either team in the last quarter. Warnock down. Should be a secondary bounce. No, comes out to Kirk. Quite a second half. Jude Bolton by hand, sharing it with McVeigh. Kirk back to Canali. Watch out, son. He'll be met late. He gets his boot to ball inside 50. Bauer at the back. Fists away. Tries to fetch it inside the boundary. Had the hand pass smothered. 55 out from the Swans goal at the northern end.
This is what Sydney do to sides, though. They wear them down, they push them up the ground, get in a position to score, which they are now.
86 plays 77, Carlton in front.
Well, both ruckmen missed the throw in. Malcheski at the back, hands it to Jack. Jack on the run from 40, kicks. A poster. A poster for Kieran Jack. 8 points to lead to Carlton. Quick release finds Hadley at right half back. The Blues 12-14, 86. Sydney 11-12, 78. The Swans still no goal since the 38-minute mark of the second quarter.
Hadley a high ball. Walker sets himself. Matner the tap, and then coming off the bench was Carazzo. He and Matner both tap it out of bounds in front of the Swans dugout. They are under the pump, Sydney. Could this be Paul Roos's last game as the Swans coach? Brett Kirk's last game as a player. Didn't look likely at half-time. It's looking more likely in this last quarter. Warnock the tap, and it's socked away by Davies. He's made an error. It's out of bounds on the full by the youngster of Carlton. It'll be Malcheski's ball for the Swans. We've got to get some clean ball here. Good pass to McVeigh. No one on the mark. He plays on. McVeigh will kick long to White and Jamison having a battle. White slips over again. Jamison fists it down. Down to Hanbury. Tackled by Gibbs. Handballs inside. Picked up by Hadley. Handballs. Looking for a teammate, but it pitches away and through for a behind. A rush one for the Swans.
Got a couple of behinds this quarter, 11-13-79 to 12-14-86.
Just been watching the Sydney Swans bench. There's been a bit of confusion down there, and they had one less player on the ground there for about 20 or 30 seconds in that piece of play. O'Keefe came off and no one came on.
Grandstand AFL at the elimination final, and what a bottler it is as Russell receives in the back pocket, has a bounce, drives long to the wing, but not a good kick. Marked by Grundy of Sydney. Every passage of play met with roars of jubilation or despair as Grundy kicks towards attacking 50. At the back of the pack, Jack a chance. Had it, dragged off the footy, no free kick. Arnfield and Sydney teammate, opponent both go to ground holding their head. It's Jude Bolton. And
amazing tackle.
But the man with the ball's going to get the free kick, is he?
Arnfield, amazing attack.
No, it's going to be a bounce.
Both hit heads together.
Bounce in the right forward pocket for the Swans. Desperately need a goal. Mumford Pike taps down. Robinson couldn't get a clean handle on it. Armfield close to the boundary. It's over the line. Sydney still in attack, but Carlton in the lead by 7 points. No goals through 9.5 minutes of the final term.
The crowd at fever pitch, the tap down. Not a decent tap by the ruckman, headed by Pike of the Swans. Emerging with a jack. Handballed in the direction of Valcheski. Comes out now to O'Keefe. Left foot snap by O'Keefe. White! With White marks! No, not quite. Jamison was trying to wrest it from him. Just near the goal square and it's filled through from behind. It's a goal in it. 11-14-80 the Swans that have got 3 behinds in a couple of minutes. Carlton 12-14-86, 10 gone.
Great kick in from Russell. Davies was in space forward at defensive 50 at half back, and Davies takes the mark for the Blues but has to slow it up. He looks down the home straight wing. Davies uses his right boot, kicks towards Waite. It went over Waite and Richards at the back of the pack. Hadley hand passes to Walker. Walker tries to evade Jetta. Does enough to kick inside 50 for the Blues. The bounce evades Garlett. Matner's over the footy. He's got it. He's sat on. The umpire says play on. Garlett pinches it. Garlett snaps from the boundary. What a kick from Garlett. It goes across the face. Picked up by Henderson. Wonderful move from Henderson. He got clear but had no one to kick to or hand pass to. And he hand passed to the top of the goal square, and Matner has it for Sydney. He kicks the Swans out of immediate danger to the back straight wing, but it's going to come back in because Russell's got it for the Blues.
He collects and he kicks to Allard, front edge centre square. Moore. What a tackle by Jared Moore. Bearing down on him, he got him as he was trying to get boot to ball and didn't connect. Match-winning performance maybe by Jared Moore of the Swans in short to McVeigh, who nearly crept over the mark. He slides it wide to the playmaker Kennelly. Half back out of side. Bumbles a kick towards Dennis Lane, who's drifted out of it. Over his head. Spills to the back. Joseph's there. Got upended. Hurried boot to ball on the outer side. Smith a few to beat. Carlton with numbers. Taken by Carazzo. Kicks towards half forward. Foot race on the outer side. Who's going to get there? Henderson is there. Recovering best for the Swans is Grundy. Feeds over the top to Matner. Gets in the way of his teammate Pike. Luckily the ball bobbles away out of bounds. Sydney 11-14-80. Carlton 12-14-86. What a match on Grandstand AFL. Chris Graham before Quinton.
The one-on-one contest everywhere. Every single player in the Sydney side is trying his hard at. Same with the Carlton side. Everybody's just giving 100%.
Carazzo a clearance from the throw-in. A scrub kick inside 50. Mumford makes a good tackle on Allard, and the Swans win the footy. Kennelly kicks from right half back towards Jetta, close to the boundary. Armfield does enough to spoil it over the line. Still not a goal through a dozen minutes of this final term, and as every minute passes without a goal, the next major takes on bigger proportions. Throw in, Mumford, clean possession, hands it to Jetta. Jetta's hand pass stolen by Judd. Judd to Scotland, great tackle from behind by Bevan. Play on, says the umpire, it's back in the chop. It comes out to Kennedy. Kennedy, defensive side of the pack, hand passes to Kennelly, who's running Murphy around in circles at right half back. Kennelly hand passes to Jetta. Jetta kicks the Swans to right half forward. Sydney go inside 50. Joseph tracks back. He's pushed by Dennis Lane. Dennis Lane is shepherded away from the football. Jesse White picks it up. Jesse White hand passes to Dennis Lane. Dennis Lane levels the scores. Each of two. 13 minutes final term in Sydney.
Wow, what a much anticipated goal.
we said that 10 minutes, 12 minutes have gone in this quarter and there has been no score. Carlton, a couple of opportunities, but unfortunately missed those opportunities. Sydney have lifted. They're tackling, they're harassing. Great tackle out on the wing to cause that turnover, get the ball inside 50. And cool heads prevail in these circumstances. Now the experience comes to the fore. Great handball over the top there, Goods. And then Dennis Lane finds himself in a great spot in an open goal. Sydney level the scores.
And the crowd taking on mammoth proportions. Tapped down by Mumford. Not a clean possession for the Swans. Trying to get himself clear was Kennedy. Taken in a standing tackle. Will be another bounce.
Who said there wouldn't be any atmosphere out here at ANZ Stadium? It's rocking this place.
It's amazing. Tapped down by Mumford. Carazzo had the kick smothered by Big Mumford. Second effort good. Jacobs had his kick run down, I think almost by his teammate. And then a pack forming, taking side centre circles for the Swans. They're heading to the northern end. They've kicked just one goal. Carlton have booted 5 in the second half. Scores level, and there's a familiar chant that we've gotten to know at the SCG. Not so familiar here at the Olympic Stadium. Bounce. Jacobs the tap. O'Keefe swung around in a tackle going nowhere, and they just throw themselves in. Rangers feet a tread, and there'll be a bounce again. 12-14-86 Sydney, 12-14-86 Carlton.
Who do you back in this situation? Which team has been in more of these situations? It feels Sydney, but the second half from Carlton has been irrepressible. It's going to be a terrific finish.
Mumford tapped down straight to Murphy, nowhere to go, another bounce. Justin.
Need a big third man up over the top here to clear the congested area if possible.
Ball in the centre of the Olympic Stadium. Jacobs got the hand on it. Jack's underneath it, couldn't kick it. Kennedy rushes the kick inside 50 for Sydney. Chance for more, couldn't grab it first time. At the back of the pack, well, Jetta was lurking but couldn't win the footy, and the Blues win out. A rush kick from half back to the wing is marked by Hadley. The kick came from Ellard, who's had a big day, and Hadley marks between right half back and the wing for the Blues. Scores level, 15 and a half final term. Hadley kicks towards right half.
Free kick.
Whistle, free kick Carlton. Warnock, the recipient, got pushed. Warnock, 2 kicks from goal, plays on quickly. Wait the target in the pocket. Richards is company. The kick goes over the top of the pair of them. Pitches in the field of play and rolls over the boundary line for a throw-in.
You've got to forget about remonstrating to the umpire, Jared Wade. He's done it again.
Ball to be tossed in with the Blues deep in attack. Warnock at the front. Mumford got a hand. Judd hassled away from it. Nick Bay for Sydney. His hand bust though just misses Rees-Shaw. It's up for grabs again, and Simpson's over at 50 from goal. Kennedy's over it for the Swans. The boundary line's close, and they're the ultimate victor as Murphy's taken over the line.
Rees-Shaw's got a corky, guys. He's just standing there, caught right in the thigh. If I was Paul Roos, get him off.
Remember, extra time and it's level at the end. Tap down, chance for a spinning by Murphy. Murphy gets a hurry left foot kick towards full forward. Who's going to take it? No one can. Walker's there. He's wrestling in the goal square. He's still wrestling in the goal square. Swans have numbers, and Jenner will escape from the contest. Hilda's barrel it long. A contest between Jamieson and White. White makes a one-hander. What a mark by White. He handballs to Hanbury. Got nothing to kick to on the western side. Has to bumble a kick. Goods is after it. It'll pitch better though from Russell for Carlton. Feeds a hand pass to Davies. Inside ball to Armfield. He's met late by Dennis Lane, who held on for a long time. Rees-Shaw's there. He's worried out of it by Simpson, who bumbled and got a free kick. He runs away now. Simpson got a shepherd from Armfield. Mumford came at him late. Forced a poor kick. Oh, why didn't you mark that one down there, Kennedy? In the end, it's a tackle in the direction of Garlett. Lose a chance through Warnock. Tried to get up to standing tackle. Forced out to Judd. Judd the match winner. Judd will goal. He misses. He misses running towards the boundary. Slight angle, 20 out at the southern end, but he's put the Blues in front. 12-15-87. Sydney 12-14-86.
And the umpire was in the road there as Chris Judd tried to get a better angle. Sydney cleared a half-back quickly from the kick in. Kennelly's hand pass under pressure back to Grundy. Grundy gets it back to Kennelly, who runs into trouble but handed it to Jack. They're going in circles, the Swans. Jack hands it back to Grundy. He's got a bit of space to bounce through right half-back. Grundy's kicks a wobbler down the back straight wing. Jude Bolton there, spoiled by Joseph. Joseph, great hands to pick it up and hand pass to Wello, but it's over the line. Carlton by a point, and I kid you not, Chris Judd could not have got a better angle on goal because the umpire was right in front of him in the forward pocket. 41,596, soaking it all in at the Olympic Stadium. Ball thrown in on the back straight wing. Mumford goes to ground, so too does Warnock. The umpire watches, waits and calls for the football.
Where the desperation out here by Kirk with Simpson. He just knew that he had him done. He grabbed his leg, just giving everything, Kirk.
From the bounce, Mumford got a hand to it. But Warnock's there, and he's going to get a clearance for Carlton. His hand pass to Ellard. Ellard's little kick around the wing gets Carlton to their attacking half. Over the footy is Waite. It farms out to Betts. Betts kicks the Blues into a vacant 50. Who's going to win the race with the ball? It's Kirk, who had one handle on it, couldn't gather it. Jack's there to help out. Jack hand passes to Kirk. Kirk hand passes to Richards in the pocket. Richards hand pass to Kennedy. Kennedy hand pass to Shaw. And Sydney get out of defence.
For the time being, he kicks to the wing. A chance if he can hang on to it. Dennis Lane. He got shoved off it too easily by Bauer. Still in. It doesn't sit though for Davies of Carlton. Bevan will keep it in. Does well. Had support in Shaw. Receives a hand pass on the western wing. Kicks to Goods. Goods may have been pushed underneath it. Try to exaggerate it. Slips to the back to Russell, who's beaten O'Keefe today. He tries to footstep around him. He does eventually do it successfully. Looking for Bauer. Wonderful fist by Bevan. Armfield now for Carlton. Races after it collects. Handball to young Davies on the western side. Got offloaded at half-back. Betts attacks it. Can't mark it. Then crumbed it. Handball to Simpson. Handball to Allard for the Blues. Bangs them inside 50. Not a good kick. They still lead by a point though. An easy mark taken by Mattner in the back pocket. At the southern end they trail Sydney 86 to 87.
Mattner's kick is marked by McVeigh as Robinson went too early. McVeigh marks, runs to defensive side of the wing and kicks forward. A big pack is roped by Pike of all people. He's 60 out. He spins Armfield. He hand passes to Bevan. Bevan for the lead. On the run for 30 is missed. Scores level again. Paul Bevan missing a great opportunity to put Sydney in front. 87 apiece.
What about Mike Pike?
It was rugby style. Just put his arm out, just off his chest, fended him off. Paul Bevan misses from 20.
Taken by the Swans on the outer side, Jack. He picks out White, who marks it half forward. He'll kick long, looking for someone to mark it. Was O'Keefe interfered with? I reckon Russell wasn't looking at the ball. He was looking at O'Keefe, got the hand pass to Bauer, shrugs the tackle, feeds a hand pass outside to Joseph. Carlton in possession on the western side. Kicks to Walker, got a bad bounce. Here's the big fellow Pike again. Pike does pretty well, pops it inside 50. Sydney a chance. Was O'Keefe held again. Hand pass comes out to White. Got to get rid of it in a hurry. O'Keefe has it. Left foot snap. O'Keefe has given Sydney a handy break. Goal to O'Keefe. Magnificent game at the Olympic Stadium. If you don't like your footy, you're pretty hard to please. This is a bother. Sydney on Grandstand AFL 13-15-93. Listen to the crowd. Carlton 12-15-87 at the 22-minute mark.
Right, geez, you got a feel for young Jordan Russell, who's been outstanding today on O'Keefe. Just needed a help from his teammates there to cover O'Keefe. Jordan Russell went to the goal square to cover someone else's opponent. And Mike Pike was the instigator of that play, brushed someone off, kicked the ball inside 50 twice. And O'Keefe had a quiet day today, but when, like I said, cool heads prevail in these circumstances late in the game, and when that ball bobbled out and he had that left foot, you can nearly write it down.
This game's not over. There is plenty of time left. Matter of minutes, not seconds in this game.
Centre bounce, Mumford taps down. Hadley had a chance but missed it. Jacobs tackled by Jack. Spews to Hadley, who kicks Carlton towards half forward. Now Chesky though wins the footy for Sydney. He hand passes to Hanbury. Hanbury has some space on the back straight wing. The rising star kicks Sydney towards Goods. Goods takes the mark, 60 out. He's at right half forward and too far out to score, you'd think. He looks to the pocket, chips to Hanbury who'd run on, and Hanbury tumbles and hugs the ball to his chest, completes the mark inside 50, tight angle at right half forward.
Hadley didn't expect Hanbury to get that ball, and Hadley was trailing Hanbury into inside 50. He just didn't believe. He just didn't believe that Goods was going to kick it to him. He may pay the ultimate price here.
Well, the best young player in the competition is now the focus of the competition. This could be enough to get Sydney to the second week of the finals. From 50 on the left, got the distance easily. And he hasn't scored. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full when he needed a point at least. A goal the lead to the Swans. Carlton with a free kick in the left back pocket. Timepiece ticks past 23 and a half final term.
Still plenty of time. They're good enough. Carlton, they have been in the second half, by the way. Judd received from Russell. Spreads back to Russell, going across the defensive goal square. He's in the western back pocket. Kicks towards the wing. McVeigh there. At the back, Richards dives. Very hard on the foot. He got it out to McVeigh. Hard on the boundary. Handball to his own advantage. Runs away from Henderson. And he wobbles and wobbles a kick, which is an excellent kick to the boundary. And it goes out of bounds right beside the behind post at the northern end. All the scoring in the second half, goal-wise, has come at the northern end, the Carlton end of this Olympic Stadium. Sydney by 6 points. 24 minutes gone. Boundary throw-in. 20 metres out from their goal. Pike taps to the front. Armfield's there. Gets away from the lunging board.
Oh, stopping the ball.
Dennis got Armfield. He was bouncing it. And he's been tackled. What a tackle. What a tackle by the Swans. Dennis Lane. He's got the free kick. You can look at Dennis Armfield. He looks like a shattered man. He was running towards the boundary on that eastern side. And Dennis Lane lunged it in more, missed the lunging tackle before, but Dennis Lane got him as he was bouncing it. Free kick, Sydney.
It was just a poor decision, wasn't it, Chris? Dennis Lane was just about to lay the tackle. Had to be a handball out in front of himself rather than a bounce, but you know, that's what pressure does. This part of the game, deep in defence.
Sorry, Justin, he's outside the boundary. Any score will be very important. 30 metres out, he pokes at it. Oh, he kicked a goal! What a goal by Trent Dennis Lane! He is magnificent. He's got 4. He was hard on the boundary. Not much daylight, but that's what he's in this side for. He is the money man in Sydney. Could be into a semi-final. 14-15-99, Carlton. Gallant 12-15, 87 on grandstand AFL.
Look, just in the last 10 minutes, Carlton just haven't been able to get it past the halfway mark. They're just losing those 50-50 crucial contests when the ball's to be won, and the Swans just have wanted it more, and that's what's happened in the last 10 minutes. And look, the game's not over, well and truly not over, but Carlton definitely need to get some four-ways forward. At this point in the game, must win the centre clearance, Chris. Must.
3 goals to nothing for Sydney in the final term. They lead by 2 kicks. Mumford's got a clearance in the centre bounce. A rush kick to half forward. Bounces away from Goods. Armfield thumps it to the advantage of Ellard. Can Ellard get there? He is accompanied by Murphy. Murphy hand passes defensively, and Armfield now backs his pace and runs the back straight wing. Has a bounce effectively this time. Kicks Carlton towards left half forward. The ball looking for Walker. It's fisted clear by the Sydney defence over the boundary line for a throw-in. The timepiece is against Carlton as well as the scoreboard. We are 26 and a half into the final term, and you get the feeling the Blues must major on this trip downfield. Tossed in at left half forward for the Blues. Kennedy at the coalface, had it, took it to ground. It's locked up underneath his feet, and the umpire calls for a bounce. And now almost an eerie quietness around the ground, not only for a moment. The fans are so nervous, they've got to do something.
Well, they're applauding Trent Dennis Lane, Cooper, coming off. He's been outstanding. He's kicked 4.
Another bounce, 50 from the Blues goal. Scotland underneath it. Got a hand pass looking for Garlett. Cruise past too quickly, but he picked it up. No, Garlett stolen by Reece Shaw. His hand pass looking for Malcheski. Found him, but the boundary line's too close.
I was going to call, 4 minutes ago when Reece Shaw sustained that cork thigh. He's playing all on hard at the moment. Terrific effort. He's been involved in everything in the last 4 minutes, and he's limping around.
Mumford the punch taken by Murphy for Carlton. Swung around in a tackle. Got it out to Armfield. Hurry boot the ball. Henderson had it. Flat batted away by Kennelly. Chance for Nick Smith has been pretty good. Lost it. Regained it. Close to the boundary. A hand pass to Kennelly. Bangs towards the wing. The back straight wing. Armfield. Outmarks Jetta on the left. Hurry boot the ball inside 50. Terrific mark. Play on's not paid. But they still have possession through McVeigh. Got the tap from Jack. Handball's out in the direction of Big Mumford. He kicks on the left. towards half forward. Hanbury a foot race. Karate gets back there first. Gets a hand pass to Jamison, who gets away from a Hanbury tackle. Kicks down the line. Mark taken by Simpson on his own. He'll straighten up on the left. He'll want to kick long to an open goal. Has it got the carry? Henderson drops the mark. Can he get boot to ball in the square? I think he might have kicked it. He was on his backside. He's kicked it. Carlton within a goal. They're still alive. They needed it. They get it. Carlton 13-15-93, Sydney 14-15-99, 28 and a half gone.
Oh, golly, I hope this is not the end. If Sydney win, I don't know if Kirk's come off with cramp. Let's just hope it's cramp. He's hobbled to the boundary line in severe pain with what looks to be either a right hamstring or right hamstring cramp. He couldn't trail Simpson in. Simpson's the one who banged it inside 50. Henderson got the goal right on the goal line, but Kirk's come off. Let's just hope. He's stretching it as we speak. Please, let's not this be the end of Brett Kirk.
2 goals to Henderson. Carlton 6 goals to 3 in the second half. There is 60 seconds remaining. Centre bounce, Sydney by a goal. The ruckman miss it. Murphy's underneath it. He's tackled by Reece Shaw. It's locked up. And the umpire calls for another bounce. The timepiece ticks to 53 seconds remaining.
Need to score twice, the Blues to win.
A goal in extra time will be a good result for the Navy Blue at the moment. Bounce down. Jacobs got it down to Judd. Judd swamped. Another bounce. And that ekes away another 7 seconds or so. It's like Friday night all over again. Stoppages, 7 or 8 seconds. Stoppage again. In the middle of the ground, a chance for Bolton, who's well tackled from behind by Ellard. Carlton a chance. Scotland gives it to Jacobs. Jacobs kicks inside 50. Henderson. He's 52 metres out. He's hand passed it to Garlett. Garlett on the run.
No.
Oh, he's kicked a point. He's kicked a point from 40 metres out.
What does Henderson play on for? He was in goal-kicking range. Henderson's given the ball.
Sydney
Garlett on his left-hand side.
5 points, and to kick it in, Dan, with less than half a minute remaining.
They've got to keep possession of the footy, the Swans. Canali will kick it to himself and then kick it as far as he can. Goods is in the contest at the full. Malcheski will kick the vacant territory. He'll will it towards the boundary. Leading in the race is Carato. He took his eye off the ball, allowing Hanbury to hot press him and keep control of it. This is the way they want it, Sydney. They'll pile in, make a contest at ground level on the western wing. That's exactly the result they want. It eats away seconds and more seconds. There it is. Swans through to a semi-final. And it's all over for the Blues. A classic at the Olympic Stadium. Sydney lived to fight another day that won by 5 points. At the Olympic Stadium, Sydney led 15 points at quarter time, 4 goals at half. Carlton a big third quarter, kicking 5 goals to none. But the Swans 3 goals to 1 in the last quarter. Get the job done, but only just. 14-15-99 to 13-16-94. And amazing scenes. The Swans players hug the Blues players bedraggled.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white. Honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the odds be great or small, Stars will go in and win over all. While her loyal sons are marching onward to victory.
Wonderful throng of emotion inside the Olympic Stadium. The Sydney bandwagon rolls on for at least one more week. Sydney with 3 goals to 1 in the final term to overcome a 7-point three-quarter time deficit and win by 5. And the 9-year drought for Blues fans continues. Another three-quarter time lead in a cutthroat final has been run down. And for the second year in a row, Carlton's season stumbles in the first week of September. Sydney 14-15-99. Carlton 13-16-94. For Sydney, Trent Dennis-Lane kicked 4. Paul Bevan kicked 3. Reece Shaw with 2. Singles to Ryan O'Keefe, Kieran Jack, Jesse White, Lewis Jetta and Adam Goods. And for the Blues, 3 to Jared Waite, 2 to Rob Warnock, 3 to Andrew Walker as well. So 3s to Waite and Walker, 2 to Warnock, Henderson and Garlett, and the single to Mark Murphy. What a wonderful cutthroat final we've seen in Sydney. And this club, Chris Grant, Justin Blumfield, just continues to produce. It seems that adversity is the catalyst for Blood's brilliance.
Treated to a spectacle today. It was just outstanding September football. And it did have it all. It had the cut and thrust of trying to win the ball at the coalface, around the stoppages, all the big guys on the field in the ruck. They were contesting. It was like gladiators in the middle. Mumford, Jacobs' third quarter got Carlton back into the fray. On the scoreboard, Chris Judd's ability to be able to pump the ball forward. But there was no standout player, other than probably Judd's third quarter. It was just one-on-one contested football right over the course of the field, right over 2.5 hours of play. It was fantastic to watch, and we anticipated a fairly lacklustre atmosphere at the ANZ Stadium. Well, we were treated to much more than that. The Sydney fans have got here. There's a lot of red and white. A couple of thousand Carlton supporters have made the journey. The atmosphere was just, it was electric. It was electric because it was an arm wrestle, and that's what the crowd appreciated. There were no standout goals, no standout marks, other than Chris Judd's ability to be able to burst away from stoppages in the third quarter. That's the only thing that I can think of that an individual player did that was of brilliance. The rest of it was just hard work. It was 100% effort. Halfway through that last quarter, Justin, you can finish. The last part of that quarter, we asked ourselves the question and asked the listeners, who's got the ability to win from here? The scores were level. Is it the experience of Sydney in tight games, or is it the ability of what Carlton showed us in the third quarter that was just going to completely run over the top of the Sydney Swans? Well, we just saw the Bloods come in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what you were saying about the individual brilliance, and there was a lot of, hard hits like Mumford and tackles from Bevan, and really gutsy passages of play that finals footy is what it's all about. And I think that last quarter was just, Carlton started off very well, didn't they, in that last quarter? They got a couple of forays inside 50 and just didn't finish the job again. And, against a side like Sydney, you need to put some scoreboard pressure on. You need a couple of goals up. And if you let them in within, a goal like they did, there was a couple of drop marks. I know Henderson, he had not a bad game, but he dropped a couple in that start of that last quarter. They come back to bite you against the Swans because they're always in the hunt. And I said throughout that last quarter, they shut down teams brilliantly. They shut them down. They don't have anyone forward of the footy, but that doesn't matter because if they're winning the footy, kicking it forward, they just have a race on. And a couple of times that quarter we found when they won the ball and they kicked it forward, there was no one there. But then they win the ball down the ground, they get to a position where they can score, they set up their forward line, they push it forward, and as we saw a couple of goals to Dennis Lane in that last quarter and O'Keefe, just from scrappy pieces of play that they could get shots and score. So for mine, the Sydney Swans experts in that situation, Chris, and I think that's what got them over the line in that 50-50 footy.
It was great to be here.
It was.
Yes, just another, lap of honour in a sense from Brett Kirk, who is about to lead the Swans down the race. And, the Sydney players are still out there and they're just about to move into the rooms. And a number of the fans have hung around to give them one last cheer from the Harbour City. Their fate now lies in Melbourne for the rest of September. How many weeks? We only wait and see. But Brett Kirk once again leaves to a rousing ovation. There's no John Farnham about this one. That is the last time Brett Kirk will lead his Swans from a ground in Sydney.
Are they good enough, Chris, on that performance to win next week and make their way through to a preliminary final against the Saints in a fortnight?
Well, I'll tell you what they're good enough at. They're good enough at September footy. What's going to come up against next week is a side in the Bulldogs who are ravaged by so-called injuries, ravaged by confidence. Are they going to have the belief? They have the belief. That's the question. Does Sydney have the belief to take on whoever it is in that style of football? Yes, they do. And unquestionably, yes, as far as I'm concerned. What do Bulldogs need to do? Bulldogs need to be able to weather the storm. They've got to win those contested footy. And they've importantly...
got to use the footy better.
They've got to use the footy. They've got to be able to use the football against the Sydney Swans, and they've got to match them in loose balls. It's a surprising stat as far as Sydney are concerned. They win an enormous amount against their opponents in loose, uncontested footy. It's a surprising stat for Sydney. It's not something we think of naturally when we think of the Sydney Swans, but we saw in the first half their ability to be able to spread from contests. Dogs are going to have to run their butts off next week to stay with them.
Well, fair to say they'd be very confident, Dan. They beat them by 44 points 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
So, you know, they probably match up well against them. As I think the biggest factor is, as Chris just said, the Bulldogs just don't have any momentum. They're ravaged with injury. Looks hard for mine for the Doggies next week.
Just repeating the final score if you've tuned in and you missed it. Well, you missed a beauty, because Sydney got home by 5 points, having trailed by 7 going into the final term. The Swans kicked 3 goals to 1 in the last quarter. Scores were level twice, but beyond the 20-minute mark, goals to Ryan O'Keefe and Trent Dennis-Lane were enough. Well, would you believe Carlton kicked the last goal of the game, Lockie Henderson, and then, the moment where Henderson marked inside the final minute 50 from goal. He would have had to kick 55, but it was, I suppose, a decision he made in the moment. Garlett flashed past. He saw him flying. He gave the hand pass, and Garlett kicked a point. Whereas if a goal could have been kicked there, it was level scores and the very high likelihood of extra time.
I could understand if he was on his right foot, you know, running inside, but on the outside onto your left foot, I mean, look, it's, you know, cut and thrust pressure last quarter. Don't know how long there is to go. Probably thought he couldn't make the distance, but I'm sure in hindsight he might like to roll around on his right foot and hit target inside 50.
That's what you're going to get against from a side like Carlton. A team that's building up, you're going to get decisions that aren't the right decisions at times. Sydney don't make those decisions. Sydney go back and do the basic things incredibly well. They rely and they're very, very confident in their own ability, but they don't try and go outside that ability. They don't try and run down the left side and try and kick goals. Probably Goods is the only one in their team that tries something that's probably not there at some sides, and sometimes you can be critical of that. But as a whole, Sydney don't make those decisions, and that's a sign of a side that's building up, that's not at that level yet. They've got players in the team that just aren't able to, under pressure, make good decisions.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we? We saw a couple of kicks inside 50 in that last quarter where they sort of blazed away. It wasn't a cool head, you know, let's try and hit a target, just bomb it in there. So, yeah, Carlton no doubt will learn from that, and they put up a great performance today.
They sure did. And let's take our hat off to them. Because the third quarter, they were just irrepressible. We questioned them at halftime with 24 tackles. They had 25 in the third quarter alone. So a really good sign. Disappointing for Blues supporters, but they've just got something to look forward to. They need to hang on for longer, make better decisions. They've got a future.
Yeah. Well, if you want to join us, we're on air for the next 25 minutes or so, and we'll endeavour to get into the rooms. Of course, we're on air for another 25 minutes or so. ABC News at 6 o'clock, but more footy to come after that with Matt and Rosie with their usual spin. This time
I'm a bit worried about Rosie. Rosie after the boys went down today. I hope he's still there. Matt will certainly be there because the guys won last night.
Yes. 1300 222 774 if you want to join us. 1300 222 774. And just to reiterate, these are the fixtures for next weekend. Friday night, it's Geelong and Fremantle at the MCG, and Saturday night, the Western Bulldogs and Sydney at the MCG as well. So they're the fixtures for next weekend. The winner of the Geelong Fremantle game goes on to a preliminary final against Collingwood, and the winner of the Bulldogs Sydney preliminary final next week goes on to a preliminary final against St Kilda.
Wouldn't it be fitting if somehow Sydney won next week and they got over and they got to play St Kilda the following week?
The two shutdown sides.
It wouldn't be fitting at all, Dan.
No, you know what I mean. I'm just looking at it from a football fan, and it'd be Paul Roos.
It'll be a low-scoring game. That's what it'll be.
Yeah.
And our WA audience, thanks for your patience. I know you've got a waffle final to get through, but it's been a massive finish here. Let's hand you to Clint Wheeldon and the team for that waffle final between Claremont and Swan Districts. And time to get to some of your calls, and very quickly, Muzza is on the line. Good on you, Muzza. How are you? Welcome.
Well, I'm all right, but I'm glad Chris Grant at least had the balls to say Carlton deserves some praise, because I'm sick of you blokes, Sydney this, Sydney that. How many ruckmen have Sydney got? Because Carlton didn't get much praise from you blokes with our ruckman and our other blokes.
What about Jacobs, Muzz, in the third quarter?
Oh, I mentioned Jacobs a lot. He was outstanding.
Listening to it, it sounded like someone had slipped a Sydney couple of dollars to you. But the thing I want to ask, I've been to 4 games this year, Chris Grant and the other chap that's special comments.
Justin Blumfield today, is that other chap?
Yeah, and I'm not bagging them, I'm asking a question. When you're at the ground live and you've got the radio, and I'm totally blind, you blokes, why do you take more than 30 seconds to comment when the commentator's trying to tell us the ball's up the field, but you blokes are talking that much, it's still in the middle, according to you guys? When you're there live, it's a different commentary setup.
Too excited sometimes, Muzzer. We apologise sometimes if we go on a little bit too long, but we also try and just give the listeners a little bit of an insight about what might be going through the player's mind at that particular time, and it's difficult to do that in 10 seconds at times, but take your point.
Good on you, Muzzer. Passion of a Carlton fan coming through there. But it's great to have him on board, and all comments are always valid as long as
definitely.
I like passion as long as manners are kept, and that's good. That's good. Val from Hobart, your turn. How are you, Val?
Good, very well, and Matt. And I'm a Footscray supporter, but that is the best game of football I've seen in 70 years. I've been going to football since I was 10, followed Footscray since I was 10. The best game, the best spirit, and wonderful sportsmanship, and we won't get a final. There'll be no more finals played like that, and I want to congratulate both teams and the unbiased broadcasting you did. It's been a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, Val.
That's what we like to hear.
Thanks, Val.
And she's right. What a game. It was an outstanding game. We were excited up here, you know.
I'll tell you what, though, Blues fans are sick of playing in wonderful finals that they lose.
Yeah. That gentleman won this year. But I think they're a step ahead of where they were last year. Last year's finish was just gut-wrenching. They did enough to win the game of football, but their finish was just poor. It was really, really poor finish. I think it's told a lot about the mindset of the players in the team. This year is different. This year they came from behind. They took it right to the wire. They're the team that came back and fought for the win. Their third quarter was fantastic. They have to have a big tick for that. And they hung in there. You got to remember the scores were level with only minutes to play. A much better result for them this year, even though they've still lost.
Even though they've lost more than they've won.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, the 9-year drought continues for Blues fans as far as the finals victory is concerned. To Daryl at Belmont, you're next. If you want to join us, 1300 222 774. How are you, Daryl?
I'm well, mate.
Excellent.
But, mate, I had a quick call, wasn't going on air, but I just wanted to back up Val there. I thought it was tremendous how the teams congratulated each other in a good spirit after the game, and it was played the way footy should be played.
Yeah, good on you, Daryl. I reckon the Indigenous Code's won a few hearts and minds in one of its, toughest battlefields out here in Western Sydney today, Justin.
Oh, no doubt. Anyone that came to this game would have loved the entertainment that they had and loved the spectacle. And I agree with the callers. You know, seeing Chris Judd embrace with Kieran Jack and that after the game, both sides knew that they gave their all on that field today, and both knew that they had opportunities to win, and it just fell the other way. And, you know, what more can you ask from both sides?
And how would the Lewis family be feeling as well? Three days on the road to come and watch.
Jetta family.
Jetta family. Yeah, the Lewis Jetta family. Yep. The Lewis family. How good would they be feeling? They've come to watch one of the great finals games played in fantastic spirit, as our callers have said. Just tremendous.
Keep them coming. We'll pump through your calls, 1300 222 774. Paul from Ringwood is next. How are you, Paul?
Yeah, look, I'm just wanting your opinion of Jordan Russell. I don't think he's really up to standard, because when he's under no pressure, he turns the ball over too often.
I think that's a bit harsh on his performance today. I thought he was probably one of the best players on the ground. Now, giving votes, I think Jordan Russell had an outstanding game on O'Keefe. Look, late in the last quarter, you are right, he would be disappointed. He turned the ball over a couple of times, one out on the wing he kicked on the full, and then one on the other side he kicked over the head of his teammate. But apart from that, he used the footy pretty well today. In a one-on-one contest, which he's been questioned about before, he actually stood up today and did well against O'Keefe. So, look, I think he has improved immensely. And look, today, maybe he'll learn from that last quarter where he made a couple of errors, but apart from that, I thought he was quite good play today, Chris.
Good on you, Paul. Thanks for that. Look, we've got to say farewell to Dan Lonigan and Chris Grant. Thanks for your company, boys. You've got to head back to the city to get on a plane.
Yep.
So
it's been a great day.
Yeah, thanks
for having us. Really enjoyed it.
Great day. Really has.
Terrific game of footy,
Fantastic to be here to watch that. And the Bulldogs will be looking to see exactly what this game has brought out of it today to anticipate what's going to happen in the preliminary final.
Coach was here, so we've got a good look at it.
Well, yeah, good on you, boys. Safe travels. But Justin Blumfield and yours truly, Quentin Hull, still with you here at the Olympic Stadium. Hopefully we'll get into the Sydney rooms, but as you could imagine, it's a pretty crowded scene down there at the moment. To Paul, another Paul, this time from Werribee. Nice to have you on board, Paul. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks, guys. It was a fantastic game, one of the best games I've seen in a long time. But anyway, look, I just want to remind you guys, remember this around about March this year, all you experts have said the Swans will be in the bottom 4. Look where we are now. Fantastic.
Oh, you're spot on. Look, well, I don't know if we said bottom 4, but we weren't sure that they were going to come into the finals and certainly finish 5th on the ladder, and they have been surprising in that effect. But, they could go a long way in this finals campaign.
Well, Paul, we'll have to keep you short because we've got another Paul ready to chat to us, and that's the Sydney coach, Paul Roos, who's with Olivia McGrath in the Swans dressing room.
Well, Paul, that was a very exciting second half of the game. What was going on there?
Yeah, look, to Carlton's credit, obviously, they come out in the third quarter, really lifted their intensity, their tackle pressure went right up. Juddy started to get really active around the stoppages. Their ruckmen were very good too, they got on top, and obviously it was a 5 or 6 goal quarter, and they got in front. So the challenge to our guys at three-quarter time was pretty clear. We needed to get to that level and get there pretty quickly because we were running out of time, and I thought we did that. We lifted to their level, and the last quarter was just a super quarter of footy, and we were just fortunate to get up in the end.
And now your tenure of coach extends another week. How does that feel?
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about it, to be honest. I was more just thinking and hoping we're going to win the game. We've had a lot of it's been a really good year by the guys, and to finish 5th was a terrific effort, get a home final. So I was just hoping we get some reward for that, and we did, which was terrific.
And I'll just up to you guys up in the box.
Paul, it's Quentin Hull and Justin Blumfield here. Congratulations. Tell us about the pride in your boys that you have right now.
Yeah, look, it was just an enormous effort. I think all year, the last 4 weeks have been terrific. Today's another example of that. We've really got some momentum going. But look, it was a great game. Carlton, terrific effort. They've got some really good players, and they were up and about. So for us to get over the top of them today, I thought they were playing at a very high standard, and we needed to really lift our standard in the last quarter, and we were able to do that. Some great individual performance from our guys, and it was a terrific win.
Trent Dennis-Lane has been a terrific move for you, Paul.
Yeah, look, really important, obviously, with the forward structure that hasn't had Brady for a while, and it's been a little bit makeshift and throwing guys around. Obviously, Goodsy's been really important up there as well, and our midfielders have been scoring goals, but Trent's been a real constant for us over the last month of footy. Last 5 or 6 weeks he's been terrific. So kick 4 goals, a run down, the chase down tackle. I mean, that's just fantastic to see. A young fella, his first season of footy coming from the waffle, to be able to do that and really effectively win the game.
And just before Justin Blumfield, Brett Kirk hobbled off late in the game. Have you got any idea of the problem there?
Yeah, old age.
I know a lot about that too.
Okay, so no fear. It doesn't.
No, look, he's fine. I'm looking at him right now. He's stretching over there. He's laughing.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
He's just getting old.
We just saw him come off, and I know there'd be plenty
they had cramps.
Swans fan thinking, "Oh, gee, I hope that's not the end for him." But
they could be excused for having cramps today. That was an outstanding game today, Paul. It was just such a great game to watch. We spoke to Bradshaw actually before the game, and he said he's got through the last few weeks okay. Are you considering him for next week?
Yeah, look, I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but certainly if he feels comfortable, he's now had 2 games under his belt. I think he played about 80 minutes of footy yesterday, about 65 last week. He's been training now for about 3 weeks, so it's more up to Daniel. I think if he feels really comfortable with his knee and his body, he's certainly going to be a valuable player if we can throw him at up full forward.
And look, you've got a terrific senior group to ensure attitudes are right, but I mean, do you look at the Fremantle-Hawthorn example of results late in the home and away season then being turned around in finals? Because that's a factor for you this week, because you served the Dogs a pretty handy shellacking a couple of weeks ago.
Look, I think always the team that finishes 4th should go in favourite. I mean, a lot of times it doesn't happen because obviously the 5th to 8th team will win that week and the 4th team will lose. But the Bulldogs, should go in clearly favourites next week. I mean, their year's been better than our year overall. We had a terrific game against them a couple of weeks ago, but they're going to be tough. I mean, history tells you it's really hard, to win 2 finals in a row, let alone keep going after that. So we've got a work cut out next week. They've got some terrific players. They'll be, really licking their wounds after last night. So it's going to be a tough game.
It will be a tough game, Paul. And look, it was such a taxing game for your players today. This week on the track will be a light one?
Yeah, really light week it was. I thought it was a really tough game, as you'd expect for finals footy. Both teams really had a crack for the majority of the game. It was a very high standard game, and so it will be a very, very light week on the track so we can get ready for the Dogs.
I mean, have you really been able to sink in? I mean, you keep saying during the week that you were surprised with what your club's achieved over the last month. Well, you're now into week 2 of the finals.
Yeah, look, it's a great effort. I mean, we've had, as you know, we've had Lewis Roberts-Thompson and Craig Bolton, who would have been our starting fullback and starting centre-half back, and Mark Seavey, who was starting ruck in the first 5 or 6 weeks, and Daniel Bradshaw. So, look, what the guys have done has been fantastic. And to win a final is just great. I mean, you play for finals, you play to get in finals, but you play to win finals. So, I would have been touch disappointing today to lose, no doubt about that. But I think, the fact that we've still got some momentum, and, obviously the guys got confidence, and people talked about the home field advantage, but you could see in the last quarter there was a clear home field advantage. The crowd were roaring. The players were really up and about because of the crowd. So, we were confident playing out here, and we were vindicated, and it was a great effort.
And look, Paul, we spoke about last year in our call that you didn't make the finals. The improvement this year, you must be just thrilled with guys coming into the side like Dennis Lane, Mumford, Smith, who did a great job today, Hanbury. Those sort of players have really given a lift to your senior players.
Yeah, no doubt. I thought we had a pretty good off-season from a recruiting point of view, and the recruiting guys did well. We did some good trades, but you never know until you actually start playing in the season. But certainly, I mean, Joey Kennedy, last quarter went to Juddy, and we were able to release Kieran Jack. I mean, that was a really significant effort from those 2 guys. Kieran started getting after the ball, and Joey sort of quelled Juddy's influence. Juddy was super in that 3rd quarter. So we know Mummy's been terrific, Benny McGlynn's been terrific, Lewis Cheddar, and you mentioned some of those other boys. Trent Dennis Lane kicked 4. So look, our off season we thought was pretty good, but it has turned out to be very, very good.
Yeah. Thanks for your time, Paul. Enjoy the ride for however long it lasts.
Thanks a lot. Good on you.
Paul Roos, the Sydney coach, and this is a footy club that, does continue to defy the opinions of many.
Quite extraordinary, isn't it? When you just said that, you just don't know what you're going to get in the off-season, and thinks that he traded well.
And to think that your full-back, centre-half back and full-forward, first choice, and first choice... rotation ruckman is not there as well. In Seavey, Bolton, Lewis Roberts-Thompson and Bradshaw.
Amazing effort. And to think they could quite easily get to a preliminary final. I mean, they're playing an undermanned Dogs at the moment who are, barely standing, and the Swans have got this momentum of 5 wins in a row now, and they could get to a preliminary final. If you had said that about 4 or 5 weeks ago to get in the season, you would have gone, not a chance.
Well, I didn't want to say it to Paul Roos while he was doing his best effort to try and instill the underdog
Put a lid on it.
But of course, football people don't decide underdogs. I suppose from a pure punting perspective, weight of money decides the odds. And, dabbling on the occasional, $1 each way, I get the feeling that there'll be probably a bit more money for the Swans than there will be the Dogs this week.
Yeah, look, you'd have to say that, but in saying that, there's a couple of factors. Like, you've got the travelling away from Sydney factor, you've got the big taxing game from today factor, and then you've got the rebound of the Bulldogs, who are going to be so disappointed and so upset with their performance last night, that they'll want to bounce back. So it'd probably be 50-50, I think, Q, as far as odds go, but that would suggest that, Sydney have made some ground on the Western Bulldogs.
We've got the Sunday night spin to come after the news, which is approaching, but a few more of your calls before we wrap it up. If you're just joining us here, a terrific Sunday of football in the Harbour City. A wonderful, wonderful cutthroat game that Sydney won by 5 points. The Swans 14-15-99 to Carlton's 13-16-94. Neil's been patient in Darwin. Great to have you on board, Neil. How are you?
Yeah, great, mate. First of all, want to thank the ABC and the team. Listen to you every week. We'd be lost without you, as you're the only radio station in Darwin that has live footy. Second of all, want to congratulate Sydney. Great game, deserved winners, had a great season. And my question is to you guys, after the departure of Favola, I mean, everyone and all the experts, regardless whether they're on radio or TV, wrote the Blues off. I was just wondering, I got on board around 2006, 2007 and became a member. Lowest of the low points. I think we had a great year. I was just wondering what you guys think.
Justin?
Yeah, look, we looked at the games that Carlton won this year, and there was a number of them that weren't against the top 4, top 8 sides. So in that respect, they didn't have an outstanding year. But as Chris just said, in this final, they improved on last year's final, we believe. Last year they were 5 goals up and got run over. Today they were down and they chased well and they hung on. And there was spirit back in that Carlton side, wasn't there, out there today? You could feel it. You could feel the passion in the players. You could feel it, that something was bubbling up. And, they've got some really good players, coming through. Warnock, he was outstanding today. Henderson up forward, I thought he was good. Look, disappointing that Garlett and Betts didn't have the influence on the game you would have expected. If they got a little bit more out of them, they could have won. But for mine, I think Carlton, had not a bad year. And this finals game today sort of showed that they have progressed in my eyes.
Neil, great to have you on board. Thanks for listening. We'll stay in the Northern Territory. Steve is next. How are you, Steve?
Just a couple of questions. Sam Jacobs' effort today in the third quarter was above and beyond, and also Carazzo, did that affect us in the last quarter to a certain degree? And look, I'm a mad Carlton supporter, but it's great to see Kirk back for another week. Rue's still coaching, and let's hope he's not lost to the AFL, or he's not lost anywhere.
Well, he's not going to be. Yeah, he's not going to be lost because he's going to be coaching the Swans Academy, a part of the new structures that the AFL is putting in to handle the lower levels of the game. But, Justin, well, you've been in games where you've been behind at half-time and spent a lot of pennies in the third quarter to get back into it. What are you saying from your experience about the Blues there and a couple of those individuals?
Yeah, it does take a lot out of you, no doubt. And you could see in the last quarter that Sydney, once they got that goal and got their tails up, the Carlton guys didn't have much in the tank. And, you're right, Jacobs in that third quarter and Carazzo and Judd, they were just electric. And, we saw Judd come off after a few efforts just, reeling. And, no doubt that did have some effect in the last quarter, but it wasn't the reason why that they lost the game, because I think, Carlton had some opportunities in that last quarter, especially early. And I think that's probably what they'll look back on the tape and go, look, guys, scoreboard pressure is everything against the Sydney Swans. We needed to get a couple up and, get their tails down. And, if you leave them within a goal, they know they've got a sniff. And then that's what they do. They just block the game up and they move forward and you get that goal on you, and then all of a sudden, they've got another 2 or 3. So, I think that did take it out of them, but it wasn't the reason they lost the game.
Good on you. Thanks for that. Well, disappointed. I thought we had a caller from Auckland there a moment ago, Selwyn, but he's disappeared. So, unfortunately, still struggling on those phone lines across the ditch. But, look, to Marie Oh, he is still there. Selwyn, is it our man from Auckland? Yes, hello.
How are you, boys?
Oh, terrific. Oh, no, it was my computer screen that scrolled beyond the point where I couldn't see your name anymore. Selwyn, great to have you on board from across the ditch.
Never trust a computer, boys.
What have you got for us?
Well, I got no footage here today, and it was disappointing. But as always, the ABC just absolutely sensational. What a coverage! And am I proud of my boys? Zero, mate. Last time I was in New Zealand, I was in Christchurch, watched it live on the big screen, and we got over the line against the Weagles. My goodness me, I think this was just about as good. Was it a good game or what?
Was it a good game? Selwyn. Yeah, fantastic. It was one of the days where you could almost, take the headphones off because there was so much din of the crowd around you. It was amazing, wasn't it, Justin?
There was. We were enthralled. We were enthralled with the game.
Just so proud of them. Just so proud of them.
Well, yeah, we have to get a copy of that tape, mate, because it was a fantastic game of footy, and no doubt you'll enjoy watching it.
Thanks for your time, Selwyn. Good on you. You've got another week at least to tune in from across the ditch to hear your Swans go around. We'll finish off with Marie in Brighton. Great to have you on board, Marie. Hello.
Oh, boys. When you're listening to your calling on the radio, it's always so good, and it just takes your heart out every time we miss those goals in the last quarter.
You're a Blues fan, are you, Marie?
Yes, I'm a regular caller, regular Blues fan. I really thought that this year was going to be Collingwood-Carlton 30-year anniversary. But not to be. But stick with us for next year. I love our club. Thanks. Thanks for the call.
A pleasure, Marie, a pleasure. Yes, it'll take a while to sift through, but, considering what has happened in the 52 weeks since Carlton's loss to Brisbane at this phase of the competition last year, I think there'll be plenty of a Blues supporter and inside the footy club satisfied in many respects of what they've achieved this year. Look, just before we take you to the news, stick around because you can hear the highlights of the game with Matt Clinch and Adam Rosenbachs in the Sunday night spin, which is coming up shortly. In today's NRL, a massive upset with ramifications for the competition. The Bulldogs beating Manly 30 points to 24. Melbourne 34 beat Newcastle 4. In the A-League, it was 0-0 between Newcastle and Brisbane, and 44 minutes in, Perth 1 lead Wellington 0. At the end of another season, Richard Keegan, thanks. I mean, you got your stats there. We didn't really get to them in the end because emotion takes over in these types of scenarios. Good on you, Rich. Thanks for your contributions this year. Wayne Davis, Olivia McGrath on the boundary. I hope Chris and Dan are finding their way to the airport safely. And Justin, it's been another great year north of the Murray as far as footy's concerned, and particularly in Sydney. This club, this Sydney Swans club is doing a lot on this frontier for the Indigenous game, isn't it?
It is. Fantastic game.
Well, more to come after ABC News. On behalf of the team, Quentin Hull signing off from Sydney. What a Sunday of footy we had. And to think, we've still got 3 weekends of finals footy to go. It's been a pleasure to bring it to you. Have a good Sunday night. News next, and then the boys with the Sunday night spin.
ABC News with Peter Wilson. The State Emergency Service is warning areas in Victoria's west are coming under increasing threat from flooding tonight as the northeast continues to face rising waters. Kirsten Vaness reports there's an evacuation alert for some residents in Skipton, west of Ballarat.
Hundreds of homes have already been flooded across the state and the situation is expected to worsen in some areas. The SES is advising residents from about 20 homes at Skipton to evacuate to the football oval due to rising floodwaters. Lachlan Quick from the SES says crews are also monitoring Horsham and Glenorchy in the state's west and towns in the northeast.
Shepparton in the next probably 24 to 48 hours looks likely to be impacted. Benalla remains a concern of ours.
Sue Wright is a farmer in Yea, northeast of Melbourne, and says the floodwaters look like a sea.
It is an absolutely incredible sight. The River Red Gums are underwater by 3 feet.
The relief effort will be bolstered by Defence Force personnel tomorrow.
The Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, has extended her sympathy to the Victorian communities affected by major flooding. Ms Gillard says the thoughts of all Australians are with the families now struggling with the loss of their possessions and anxiously awaiting flood peaks. Residents along the New South Wales south coast are being warned they might be without power for up to 2 days because of damage caused by this morning's wild windstorm. More from Jean Kennedy.
At the height of the storm, around 100,000 residents along the coast were left without power after gale-force winds uprooted trees and brought down power lines. Tonight, there are 40,000 people who remain without power. Rod Howard from Integral Energy says the winds have slowed down repair work and blocked access to some areas.
It could take anything up to 48 hours before we would get supply back.
The storm also cut power to several of the Shoalhaven sewage pump stations. Carmel Crowe from Shoalhaven Water has appealed to residents to minimise the flushing of toilets and cut back elsewhere.
Such as showers and dishwashers, clothes washers, if people could hold off doing that tonight, that would be very appreciated.
The State Emergency Service was swamped with calls for help after the severe windstorm.
The three-country federal independents say they could make a decision on which party should form government as early as tomorrow, but warn it could still take longer. Simon Cullen reports from Parliament House.
Bob Katter, Tony Windsor and Rob Oakeshott have spent the weekend weighing up which party to support. Mr Katter says he'll make his decision as soon as he can.
I would have hoped I'd made it yesterday.
Mr Windsor says he's close to working out which side he'll support.
Maybe tomorrow, but possibly Tuesday.
Labor is accusing the opposition of almost intimidating the three MPs into backing the coalition after the opposition leader Tony Abbott used a newspaper opinion piece to argue that the independents would be defying their electorates if they supported Labor. Mr Oakeshott says he doesn't feel intimidated.
We're all big boys and girls.
All three say they won't be pressured by either party. Simon Cullen, ABC News, Canberra.
South Australian and federal police have raided 17 premises across the state in relation to child pornography. 22 officers working under Operation Difficult have seized 35 computers and hundreds of DVDs. Police say all users accessed the same Queensland-hosted website containing child abuse images. One person has been arrested. But Detective Superintendent Phil Hoff says police are particularly concerned about a registered child sex offender who's been reported.
Additionally, and of real concern, is that we've taken one of these computers off a registered child sex offender, and that person has been reported for failing to provide us with the information relating to his computers as he's obliged to do under the Act.
In the AFL, Sydney has defeated Carlton by 5 points in their elimination final at the Olympic Stadium in Sydney. The Swans kicked 14 goals 15.99 to the Blues 13 goals 16.94. Sydney will play the Western Bulldogs in an elimination semi-final at the MCG on Saturday night. In the NRL, Canterbury has kept South Sydney's finals hopes alive after the Bulldogs had an upset 30-24 win over Manly at Brookvale Oval. The Rabbitohs need to beat St George Illawarra by at least 5 points tonight at Cogra Oval to clinch the last spot in the finals. In today's other result, Melbourne Storm ended its controversial season with a 34-4 win over Newcastle in Melbourne. Tomorrow's weather: Perth mostly sunny, 21 degrees. Adelaide a shower or two clearing and 15. Melbourne a few showers, 16 degrees. Hobart early drizzle and 13. Canberra frost, then a shower or two and 14. Sydney mostly sunny, 19 degrees. For Brisbane, early rain with a fine afternoon and 23. And Darwin showers with a top tomorrow of 32 degrees. ABC News.
You can get the ABC in more ways.
News.
With the new ABC iPad app.
Entertainment.
We've already got your phone covered.
3G or Wi-Fi.
No matter which mobile you're on or where you are.
Radio.
There are apps or the ABC mobile site.
Video.
And now there's the new free ABC iPad app.
TV and podcast.
So browse it, swipe it, listen and watch. Get your ABC on the move.
This is Grandstand AFL.
Wilson Mooney, Lee has it, Lee hits a goal, in over end, goal! The Cats are in front! No! Stand by. There's a free kick somewhere on the field.
Oh, it's against Mooney for in the back on Gwilt. I tell you, that is a big, big call.
Rewalt there, can't go, Siren! September redemption perhaps for St Kilda. The Saints have won it by 4 points in an MCG September Classic. It's the Saints into the preliminary final. The Cats are going to have to do it the hard way.
Getting a kind bounce, Morabito. 1 bounce himself, 2 bounces. Sandlin's a big shepherd on Ladson. 3 bounces. He's 40 metres out, Morabito. And goal. But Sandlin's flexing his considerable size and muscle. And there it is. Just the second time Fremantle have won a final. And next week, Friday night at the G, they'll look to eclipse the reigning Premier Geelong and make it to the last 4 of season 2010.
Here comes Didak, running away from goal. Oh, he gathers. He's near the boundary line. He goes for the... Oh! He kicked it! A phenomenal goal by Alan Didak. He actually looked up as though he was going to give it off, and he said, no, I'm going to kick the goal of the year. And there's the siren to signal Collingwood advancing to the preliminary finals. And the Bulldogs staggering at the end of their season. They play a semi next week. What a victory to the Pies.
Pike does pretty well, pops it inside 50. Sydney a chance as O'Keefe held again. Hand pass comes out to White. Got to get rid of it in a hurry. O'Keefe has it. Left foot snap. O'Keefe has given Sydney a handy break. Goal to O'Keefe. And more seconds. There it is. One through to a semi-final. And it's all over for the Blues. A classic at the Olympic Stadium. Sydney lived to fight another day. They won by 5 points.
The sounds of the opening week of the AFL Finals Series. Hello and welcome to the Sunday Wrap here on Grandstand AFL. Matt Clinch and Adam Rosenbach to take you through all the moments of the weekend. And Rosie, I noticed you had to put your head down on the desk as we listened to Sydney win against your mob, the Blues.
Do we have to talk about footy today, Clinchy? Do we really? I mean, let's talk gardening. Let's talk something else.
Anything else?
Anything else at all? Yep, I'm happy to talk anything, mate. We don't need to talk footy. No one wants to talk footy anymore. Devastated, mate. Absolutely devastated.
I was hoping for you it would be quick and brutal and one side would win either way in the early stages. As it turned out, it ended up being anything but that.
Well, it actually looked like the Swans were getting away. They got out to, I think it was high 20s lead, and you just thought, okay, well, they've just got us. And then Carlton turned it around, and then they got in front, and they peppered and couldn't put Sydney away. And then, as a good side that they are and they've got that experience, they just came back and it just... What's the point, Clinchy? What's the point?
Come on, Rosie. The sun will still come up tomorrow morning, and the same for all you Carlton supporters listening in. A 24-point lead the way of Sydney at half-time, and then Chris Judd really did lift his side in the third quarter.
He was fantastic.
5 unanswered goals, and they moved 7 points clear at three-quarter time. At that stage, did you feel like the Blues were mounting a challenge that would be hard to chase down?
I mean, they had the momentum. They just couldn't put it away. When we needed those goals, they dropped a couple of fumbly marks in front of goal, and they just couldn't get that one more goal that we kind of needed to let the boys go, hey, we might be able to win this. So I won't say they choked, but it wasn't great.
No,
just one more goal, that's all we needed. That's all I'm going to go. I'll be saying that in bed tonight. Just one more goal. Why not just one more goal?
3 straight majors, 2 from emerging star Trent Dennis-Lane and 1 to Ryan O'Keefe to eventually get the Swans home by 5 points. 14-15-99 to the Blues. 13-16-94. The hard line for Carlton supporters, they're yet to win a final since the elimination final back in 2001.
Yes, thank you.
Tough against Brisbane.
I know.
Before, tough against Sydney this year.
Give us a Melbourne team so we can actually beat them. I'm sick of losing to these interstate sides. It's not fair on Carlton fans, and I imagine there'd be a lot of Carlton fans coming back from the stadium out there, Stadium Australia, and they'd just be devastated in their long train ride back into the city. And then you got another plane ride to put up with on the way back home, and they'll probably show it on the news on the plane. So it would be hell, Clinchy. It would be absolute hell.
We're going to quickly work our way through all the matches that have taken place this afternoon, and we'll give you a chance to contribute as well on the SMS 199 21222. Your thoughts of the weekend, or perhaps for the upcoming matches. The AFL have released the fixture, and the second semi-final between Geelong and Fremantle will be on Friday night at the MCG at 7:45 p.m. start, and that is the series ticket match, if that means anything to you. And on Saturday night, the first semi-final between the Western Bulldogs and the Sydney Swans at the MCG, a 7:20 start. So that's what lies ahead. Again, a chance for you to get involved on the SMS 199 21222. You mentioned the people that might have travelled from Melbourne up to the Olympic Stadium to watch the match. Have you been much of the Blues have had a few interstate matches. Obviously, you had to stay here with me, so you couldn't go this year.
Yeah, you wouldn't let me go, Clinchy.
No.
You're such a bully.
I did like the way you suggested to our boss, Susie, maybe we could take the show on the road.
Yeah, and how did that go?
Yeah, not so good.
Here we are at South Bank. No, I've never gone to an interstate final. I would actually really like to, but you know what? I want to go when we're a good chance of winning. I think that would be more fun, because, like I said, it's going to be... You got 3 hours to digest all that loss.
Yes.
It'd just be horrific. And, if there are any fans listening who, are we broadcasting into New South Wales tonight, Clinchy? We are. If we get some Blues fans, tell us what it's like. Tell us, are you all, condoling each other on the train? Are you at the airport just sobbing into your $58 cup of beer? How are you coping with the loss? It's a tough one.
Do you chat about it amongst family, or do you just have a moment to think about it and reflect and keep to yourself?
Oh, look, there's been some text messages flying back and forth.
I imagine there might be one or two.
Yeah, amongst Carlton supporters. Fortunately, I don't really know any Swan supporters, which is great.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. But you must be wrapped with last night, Collingwood.
Yes.
You've got your Collingwood gear on again.
Pretty happy. I thought they were very good against the Dogs.
Good. And how much did I say that the Collingwood would win by?
Well, I think you said 15 goals.
15 goals. It was 10. It should have been 15.
Yes.
So I'm a guru.
Yeah, you're something.
Yes.
Just speaking about making the trip, a great story told by Chris Grant about Lewis Jetta's family making their way to watch the match at the Olympic Stadium tonight. If you missed it, this is what he was telling the tale.
Hey, Quentin, people come a long way to go and watch a game of footy, particularly if a family member's involved. Chris Grant was lucky enough before we walked into the ground today, weren't you, Chris, to run into Lewis Jetta's family, and you spoke to his dad. And how long have they been on the road for to get here from Western Australia?
Well, believe it or not, they've been on the road from WA for the last 3 days. They've driven across the Nullarbor to, in fact, you'd go across the Nullarbor and then up, wouldn't you? Hell of a long way to come and watch, but their son's playing in his first final, and isn't that support for a young kid? And they were absolutely rapt to be here. The fact that they'd been on the road for 3 days, Sydney Swans had obviously looked after them. They're in the Novotel just over the road from where we're actually watching the game here at ANZ Stadium, and they were thrilled to be here. Sister was here, and we noticed, we had an inkling that they may have been Jetta's family because they were all decked out in number 32, so they were always going to be very, very close to Lewis. But isn't that a wonderful story? And we talk about the business side of the sport. We talk about how professional it is, how much money's coming into the game. They've driven across to watch their son play in a final. Fantastic.
3 days is a long time, Rosie. I'm happy to think that you and I would go to the edge of the earth for each other, but
yes, we would, Clinchy.
Travelling from WA to the Olympic Stadium, even we might run out of things to talk about.
Oh, I think we'd still manage. To tell you what, they must be happy that they won, because that would be a long drive back when they lost. You'd just go through every moment. I imagine there would be Carlton supporters and Sydney supporters who may have driven up from Melbourne to go and watch the game today. So that's a good 8-hour dissection of the game that you can have on your way back, talking about Lockie Henderson dropping that mark in the goal square that he should have taken and probably kicked a goal to put Carlton 3 goals up. But anyway, who remembers those things? And
if you are a Sydney supporter planning to come down for Saturday night's match against the Western Bulldogs, send us a text on 199 21 222. I like the thoughts of Greg. Collingwood fans having double celebrations this weekend thanks to Sydney.
Yes, that's great. No, you're not sorry, because you read it out and you're gloating in it, and that's fine. You're in a preliminary final. You've got a week off, and you're going to win the flag, so you should be very happy.
Don't do that. One more instalment of pain for you, for Sydney supporters. Unfortunately for Carlton supporters, these were the moments of what was a ripping final quarter.
Nelly hand passes to Jetta. Jetta kicks the Swans to right half forward. Sydney go inside 50. Joseph tracks back. He's pushed by Dennis Lane. Dennis Lane is shepherded away from the football. Jesse White picks it up. Jesse White hand passes to Dennis Lane. Dennis Lane levels the scores.
Sydney a chance as O'Keefe held again. Hand pass comes out to White. Got to get rid of it in a hurry. O'Keefe has it. Left foot snap. O'Keefe has given Sydney a handy break. Goal to O'Keefe. Magnificent game at the Olympic Stadium. If you don't like your footy, you're pretty hard to please. This is a bottler. Arfield's there, gets away from the lunging ball.
It's dropping the ball.
Slane's got Arfield. He was bouncing it, and he's been tackled. What a tackle! What a tackle by the Swans. Dennis Lane, he's got the free kick. 30 metres out, he pokes at it. Oh, he kicked a goal. What a goal by Trent Dennis Lane. He is magnificent. He's got 4. Mark taken by Simpson on his own. He'll straighten up on the left. He'll want to kick long to an open goal. Has it got the carry? Henderson drops the mark. Can he get boot the ball in the square? I think he might have kicked it. He was on his backside. He's kicked it. Carlton within a goal. They're still alive. They needed it. They get it. Make a contest at ground level on the western wing. That's exactly the result they want. It eats away seconds and more seconds. There it is. Swans through to a semi-final. And it's all over for the Blues. A classic at the Olympic Stadium. Sydney lived to fight another day. They won by 5 points.
I do run serious risk of losing a co-host by replaying those highlights.
Oh, it's just devastating to listen to. I'm sorry, all Carlton supporters who had to sit through that. I genuinely do apologise. We should have warned them before we played that.
Yeah, we did our best.
Turn your ears away now.
Yeah, yep. Look, it's hard to... When you lose in such a close match, you're, of course, drawing from conclusions. We were just speaking about Lockie Henderson taking the mark on 52, whether he did the right thing by giving the hand pass off to Garlett.
Look, I think he did the right thing, and, that I don't think that was the issue. The thing for me was Dennis Armfield in the back pocket. That was just, he was trying to take the game on, and good on him for trying that, but... Just his brain just left him for a little bit there, and he tried to bounce as he was being tackled. And it was a great finish by Trent Dennis Lane.
Yes, it was.
So I think And I think we should have 3 names. What's your middle name, Clinch? I'll use your middle name today.
We'll just move on. So Sydney 14-15, 99 to the Blues, 13-16, 94. As you mentioned, Rosie, Trent Dennis-Lane booted 4. Paul Bevan kicked 3, while for the Blues, Andrew Walker and Jared Waite both kicked 3.
So does that mean the Blues finish 8th? I'm just trying to work out our draft pick. That's all. I'm trying to stay positive here. I'm looking for the positives out of this.
Yes, you still get your draft pick where you finish the home and away season.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
But surely for Carlton supporters, given the loss of Brendan Favola, Nick Stevens last year, to still make the finals and have what is heartbreaking at the moment, but a ripping performance today, all positives.
No, look, I think, at the start of the season, I wouldn't have had Carlton in the 8 because I thought they would go a little bit backwards with the loss of Favola, as you said. But Henderson's been good in the last 2 months, and they lost Cruiser midway through the season, and that was a huge loss for the Blues. So they've been quite good, and they made the finals, and they almost won a semi-final. So they did a fantastic job, and we had no urine-related incidents this year. So that's a huge bonus.
No, you were that way clear.
We were urine-free, which was great. It's a great way to be for a club.
Yes. Just repeating those next week's fixtures, if you've just tuned in, the AFL has released that on Friday night the second semi-final will be between Geelong and Fremantle at the MCG, a 7:45 start, and then on Saturday night the first semi-final between the Western Bulldogs and Sydney, a 7:20 start for that match.
That should be... I imagine I would think that Geelong could roll Fremantle quite easily, but Saturday night, the Western Bulldogs and Sydney, that should be an absolute cracker.
Yes.
Because the Doggies have slipped and Sydney have lifted a little of late. So, 2 very, very evenly matched teams there.
Now, you mentioned the Blues copying a whack. Well, Collingwood supporters didn't miss out as well, although they won by 62 points.
Yep.
Have a listen to a little bit of the work done on the siren, just making sure that Collingwood supporters knew where they stood.
And there's the siren to signal Collingwood advancing to the preliminary final. And the Bulldogs staggering at the end of their season. They play a semi next week. What a victory to the Pies! I can just imagine houses around the country, people in trucks, people in cars, singing along. The country's full of Collingwood supporters, and boy, are they up and about.
People in bars, people behind bars. Hang on is right.
No, that's fair.
Not every Collingwood supporter is without a tooth and has no fashion sense.
Majority, though. We're talking majority.
Oh, come on. Turn it up, Rosie.
We've got to give you guys something. Come on.
So last night, Collingwood through to a preliminary final after defeating the Western Bulldogs by 62 points, 17-22, 124 to the Bulldogs, 8-14-62. The interest will surround how the Bulldogs go, I imagine, during the week. Callum Ward, an elbow, and Brian Lake had an arm injury, but it'll probably be the discussion of their skipper, Brad Johnson, and a few guys that were underdone, Sean Higgins as well. Yeah,
you wonder with Higgins, he's obviously a very silky, skillful player, but he had the thyroid issue, and as you and I know, thyroids are tough things to
get over.
Yeah, tough thing to battle through. And you wonder, obviously he's going to be better for the hit-out, but will he still be underdone as of next week? And Brad Johnson, he just looked sore and he looked older than me. And, it didn't look like he was able to give a hell of a lot towards the end. And obviously, they rested him because they knew that they were getting thumped, and they brought Ryan Griffin off the ground, who was unbelievable last night, Ryan Griffin.
He was, wasn't he?
For someone
that he was in doubt of playing.
Yeah, he was by far the best Bulldog player. And, it's going to be an interesting one for the Doggies, because I know Rodney Eade said that he wouldn't take in anyone nowhere near 100%, and I think they did with Brad Johnson. It became pretty obvious early on.
And he reiterated after the game that Brad would be fine for this week's upcoming match. Maybe they can use him as a bit more of an impact player, but surely they need to weigh up anyone who's less than 50-50.
Yeah.
Brodie Moles was really unlucky. You've just got to go with your fittest 22, I guess.
Can they pick Acker?
No, he's definitely gone.
He's not coming back. It would be great if Johnson gets up and plays well, because he's very capable of it and he's a fantastic player, but you just wanted him to do more. You felt that you wanted to run out there for him. Actually, I was about to do that last night, but apparently you can't just enter the ground.
You can't. You're not allowed to.
I know.
You can't pull on a jumper and run out there, Rosie.
Since when?
I don't know. A snapshot of both the coaches, Mick Moldhouse first and then Rodney Eade.
It was a good performance. Played a good football side, played 4 quarters of footy, good contributors in most areas, which is nice and handy.
You're one game away from a grand final. How are you feeling overall?
One game can be like getting a 6 instead of a 7 for Tats Lotto. You've still got to play. We've got an opponent in 2 weeks who will be no doubt very, very worthy, and that's something that that's the bonus of finishing top, the bonus of winning your first final, going into the next game. You know that you've got an opportunity to tune up areas that need tuning up, rest a few tired bodies, and have a good look at the opposition. The next game we play is the preliminary final. Sudden death. That's just the way the system works.
Oh yeah, I've got confidence in it. We've done that before. We got beaten by Hawthorn 2 years ago here by 60 points, and we're able to win the next week. We got beaten last year, and we won the next week. So that's what we're doing next Saturday night. So that's the next battle we've got to look at. There's no good pouring over tonight as such. We've got to get them up, and I'll probably have an easier week on the track, but we need to get them up mentally and physically.
Rodney Eade, the Western Bulldogs coach, a snapshot of some of your thoughts on the SMS 199 21 222. In a game as good as that, it's decided by the footy gods from Brownie, Blues fan in Darwin.
Thank you, Brownie. I feel your pain, mate. But at least he's got warm weather. We're in the rain down here in Melbourne, so at least he's got that too. And it was, it could have gone either way. I mean, I think Carlton were out on their feet deep into that last quarter anyway. If that had gone to extra time, it would have been very interesting just to see who could keep going.
Yes. From Brett in Morwell, seriously, after Friday night's result, no one's going to beat Collingwood but themselves. And I think the reason why Collingwood supporters were booing Brad Johnson was because he roughed up Harry O'Brien early in the game and didn't seem focused on the ball. Maybe it's time for Brad to step aside and give a young fella a start. That was from Greg. And also another one from an anonymous texter. Make sure you put your name in so we can acknowledge you. What's better than Carlton beating Collingwood by a point in a grand final? The Swans letting them hit the lead in the last quarter and getting their fans' hopes up and putting them down altogether.
Did you text that?
No, that was from Yvonne. Sorry, Rosie.
Yeah, thank you, Yvonne.
Just reading what's
Appreciate
on the screen.
That. Yes,
right?
no, you didn't. You can filter, Clinchy. Feel free to filter. I liked Mick Malthouse's analogy that it was like getting a 6 instead of a 7 for Tats Lotto. That's the way I looked at it as well. So we're on the same page, myself and Mick.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad someone's on the same page.
Yeah, definitely.
As Mick. The Sunday Wrap with Matt Clinch and Adam Rosenbach's after the first week of the finals action. Let's chat a little bit about Freo and their chances against the Cats next week. They couldn't have done much more than what they did against the Hawks.
No.
30-point victory at Subiaco. Now, a lot of the interest during the week will be to see how Aaron Sandilands pulls up and, what sort of momentum they can have heading in, because their supporters will be full of faith.
Well, it's also, they will be full of faith. I mean, to come up against Geelong are probably not the greatest thing for Freo, but it will also be very interesting from Geelong's side of the thing, how they go, because Mark Blake didn't have a fantastic game on Friday night, whether or not they go with Hawkins and bring Pods Yardley back in, because pretty much you can see that you're going to lose the hit-outs to Sandilands because he's, 14 metres tall. And if he does play and plays injured, you accept that you're going to lose those hit-outs and then just try and play Hawkins into the ruck. Or it's going to be interesting from Geelong's perspective, but you just can't see Freo. They don't travel very well. They've had a pretty shonky last month. They got over Hawthorn, but Hawthorn had lost a few players as well.
The only difference between Fremantle and the Bulldogs in many ways is that Fremantle are a young and emerging list, where the Bulldogs do have a lot of players at the other end of their career. They get a bit of momentum. They come to Melbourne full of hope. The only thing you would probably ponder is if they were just able to hold on in the latter parts of the season, what a top 4 finish would have meant to be playing in Perth.
Well, yeah, if they had have won down in Launceston when they pretty much gave up that game, they could have been in the top 4, and they could have, it would have been interesting. They would have had more of a chance against Collingwood than I think Western Bulldogs did. So,
the thoughts of Mark Harvey and Alistair Clarkson after the match on Saturday.
It's just good to see that all the hard work over the last couple of years is starting to pay off. Now, there's still a gradual process of where we need to improve, obviously, but at least we've managed to win our first final.
The game's changed so much in the last 18 months to 2 years that we found we had to do some things differently. So we'll endeavour to do that a little bit better over the course of the summer.
Alistair Clarkson, the Hawthorn coach. It's a long summer too, unfortunately, for the Hawks. They've been waiting a long time to feature in a finals again.
Yeah, I reckon if you're a Hawthorn supporter, you would be pretty disappointed. I mean, obviously they were shattered with last year's efforts after coming off the grand final, but they were looking great in their last. They hadn't lost for quite some time, and they were playing very well. And then it was a very disappointing way to end the season for Hawkers fans. I thought they would have expected to at least give it a bit more of a shake, and Freo just did a number on them.
Yep. That takes us back to Friday night, just to wrap up, where a gutsy win, 4-point win by St Kilda over Geelong. Interesting, Jeff Geeshan was on AFL Game Day today on Channel 7, put to rest the debate as to whether the free kick was there or not.
The decision paid at the end of the game was a correct free kick. It was a clear and obvious push in the back. So I think everybody who's seen it realised that Cam Mooney fell directly in the back of his opponent, Group. What Cam Mooney said was something that probably we'll review. We'll speak to the umpire.
So, what did you think about that?
About what Cam Mooney said?
What about what Cam Mooney said? Do you have a problem with it?
No, not at all. I mean, it's heat of the moment. He didn't swear, which I can't believe. Yeah. So, if he gets fined for that, that's absurd. I mean, you know, he should be able to. At that moment, the umpire's lucky that Cam Mooney didn't punch him. Let's be honest, he would have been pretty angry about it. And to say you just cost us the game, I don't think that there's much in that. And the umpire should have just said, well, what about that goal you missed before?
You were hip and shouldering the hallway as he came in here.
Well, I wasn't happy about it, but I didn't swear.
Yeah, that's
I was like
true.
Cam Mooney, I contained myself.
Very well contained.
Although probably wouldn't read my text messages out on air.
So St Kilda and Collingwood get the week off. Friday night, Geelong and Fremantle at the MCG, and the Bulldogs and Sydney on Saturday night, a 7:20 start. How's it going to unfold, Rosie?
I think that Geelong will win it quite easily over Fremantle. And I have a fear... No, I think the Western Bulldogs will bounce back against the Swans, but narrow.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're going to still be in it for the following week to play St Kilda, and then you guys, Collingwood, will be playing Geelong, which will be great preliminary finals, actually.
You wear a couple of hats. If
I do
you're
wear a lot
wearing
of hats.
Bookmaker's hat.
Bookmaker.
Who would be favourite over the Bulldogs in Sydney? It's in Melbourne.
Oh, yeah, I would go $1.80 to $1.82. Either way.
You're not giving much value for the punters.
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, so Pod's straight back in for you?
Pod straight back in, Blake out, and Geelong to win easily anyway.
And Aaron Sandilands is going to play anyway, regardless if he's on one leg.
Yeah, exactly. He's got his other legs like two normal people's legs anyway.
That's true. Rosie, thanks very much for your work again tonight under tough circumstances.
Thank you, Clinch. I really did. I'm spiritual.
Okay, we'll pump you up during the week.
Thank you.
We'll chat again next Saturday night for week 2 of the finals, but make sure you tune in. Next Friday night to Grandstand will be the Cats taking on the Dockers. We'll hear it here, all right here on Grandstand.
Sunday evenings with James O'Loughlin on ABC Local Radio.
Yeah, g'day, nice to have your company. Welcome to the program. Look, coming up tonight, we'll talk to you. Might remember a couple of years ago there was that very sad story about the bloke who tried to kayak across the Tasman Sea from Australian, a Victorian bloke. Almost made it to New Zealand, but didn't, unfortunately, and his kayak was found. His body was never recovered, and there was a big debate at the time, wasn't there, about he had a wife and a young son, I guess, about the responsibility of doing that. Well, his wife has now written a book, an amazing book, really. It's Vicky McCauley, called Solo, about her husband, about his journey, and about what she thinks of, I guess, his decisions, why she supported him, and it seems continues to. Vicky McCauley will join us tonight. We'll also find out about a bloke who gave up a solid and sensible career at the age of 44, quit his job to go and become an undertaker. And this is a part of life we often shy away from. We're sort of in shock when we're dealing with it. He asks some very interesting questions, makes some terrific observations about the way in which we deal with death and also the death business. I mean, just as people who make baked beans have to work out ways to encourage you and I to buy more baked beans, undertakers, funeral directors have to do the same thing. So we'll talk to Tom Jokinen later, and lots more coming in. I think it'll be an excellent show. It'll begin excellently with Chris Yorman, the political editor, ABC News 24, who is the one man in Australia who knows who the next Prime Minister will be. No, he doesn't. He doesn't yet, and none of us do. Hello, Chris.
James, don't set the bar too high. I'd start low and then work your way up. That's why I think I'm here.
Yeah, one thing I guess we do know for sure, Chris, is that the way Parliament works is going to be different no matter when or which government is formed.
Absolutely, and on Friday, in fact, Anthony Albanese was sitting down, I think, with Rob Oakeshott and Christopher Pyne, and they were working their way through some of the parliamentary reforms. Now, they haven't been signed off on yet, as I understand it. I think mostly because the coalition has been, since Friday, becoming more and more aware of the fact that it's most likely to finish second in this race, and perhaps is not as keen as it once was to be of enormous assistance. But anyway, we'll see where that all lands, but without any shadow of a doubt, there will be some change the way the Parliament does its business. And look, it's long overdue.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, what sort of a difference? I mean, will it make a difference to the parliamentarians, but will it make any difference to us, the citizens of Australia?
Oh, look, I guess that's a tough question, I guess, and most of us won't notice any difference because most of us don't focus on Parliament and the way that Parliament works. But, you know, in fact, we had this conversation a very long time ago, I think back in 2001, James, when I was talking to you about the concerns that many people had that Australia had the tightest caucus system in the world, which is basically that the Labor Party invented the idea of solidarity, and look, it was a very good idea for the Labor Party. It was, to borrow the words of Benjamin Franklin, if we don't all hang together, then we'll most assuredly hang separately. It came out of the labour movement where, to have people, the only power that the unions had was the power of the group, and so solidarity was enormously important. They learned a very bad lesson early on in the New South Wales Parliament when they all split, when they had quite good numbers, and so after that they took a pledge that whatever caucus decided would do, the group would support no matter what. And then the Labor Party, of course, then forever after treated rats really, really badly. And it was so successful, the Labor Party, that the Conservative side of politics essentially adopted it, although it's still a bit looser in the Liberal and National Party ranks. Still, Parliament in Australia means that if you've got the numbers on your side of politics, then the executive doesn't get any scrutiny in the lower house. It all gets flicked through to the Senate, where we're used to seeing a little bit of scrutiny. So I think that, there is an enormous possibility, and let's hope for the best before we expect the worst, that this Parliament may come up with some ideas that will mean that all parliaments in future will function a little better than they have for quite some time.
And how many people do you know who have watched or listened to 5 minutes of Parliament and just shaken their head in disgust, really, when they've turned it off at the sort of what they've heard, and either the Dorothy Dixes or the sort of playing the man, not playing the person, not the ball. And that really has a knock-on effect, doesn't it? And that it diminishes the respect we all have for the institution and the people who are within it.
Yeah, and I guess, look, when Tony Abbott said that we might end up with a kinder, gentler polity, well, we probably won't. I don't think that we're going to see, any lessening of the aggressiveness that we have become used to, because it's a big prize in the end that they're all after. But what we will see is that there will be bills that will go up before Parliament. Because when we think about Parliament, most of us think of question time. When we think of all the business of Parliament where the bills go through the House, which are enormously important, and most of them, in fact, are actually agreed by both the two major parties, and they get the nod. But we will see in this Parliament that the government is going to have to form alliances on the floor of the Parliament, because even though it's getting support to whoever they are to become the government, they won't have support for the legislative agenda that they'll come forward with, and they're going to have to fight for that. And one of the toughest jobs in Parliament from now on is going to be the whip, trying to round up everyone for votes. And people getting sick now, that's going to be an important thing. The majorities will be so slim.
Yeah, I mean, I know of one MP who's pregnant, due later this year, I think. That's going to be tricky.
It'll be a bit tricky. Look, there are conventions and there are opportunities for them to be what they call paired with someone else. So when things like that happen, let's hope that is the case, that they get a pair with someone from the other side of Parliament, because some things are unavoidable. But I think that you'll find, because the expectation is now, we know from the language that we started to hear out of the coalition on Friday, that they believed that they were losing the private debate, and so they took it very public and started saying it's inconceivable that these three independents from conservative rural electorates would vote with what they're calling a Green Labor alliance. So they started to push very hard in public, which I think was the best indication that they don't believe that they're going to get there.
Can I just ask you something about that? If someone's an independent, if the name they have flashing in lights over their head, backed up by action over 20 years, is independent, you don't start telling them what they're going to do.
Yeah, and I think as Barry Cassidy said, these people aren't ex-nationals for no reason. They all left the National Party. The idea that
but wasn't saying something like that kind of tactically dumb?
Yeah, I think that as one of the senators who's been watching it very closely said to me the other day, that there's been a lot more, that the Labor Party has continued to run past the line, that there was the election race, and that then to a certain extent perhaps the coalition pulled up, whereas Julia Gillard has been very, very good at negotiating. It is one of her great skills. She hadn't stopped after the election. She continued to push to get this harder, I think, and perhaps with some more skill than the coalition did, and maybe she had better cards in her deck, but I think that certainly I don't think that they're going to give in to badgering. And two of the three, Bob Catter and Tony Windsor, well, this may be their last time around, so you can't hardly throw up the next election as a threat to them.
Why do you say that? Because have they indicated they may retire?
Bob Catter now is past 60. Tony Windsor has celebrated his 60th birthday just the other day.
That's not old.
That's not old indeed. In fact, if we're talking about the US, they bat on until they're 90 old.
Yeah, well, we had a Prime Minister who was, how old was he, 68 or something?
Yeah, 67.
So why do you think that? I mean, they're going to get a new level. Well, maybe they'll be exhausted after the next 3 years.
They may well be. We might all be exhausted after the next 3 years, but I don't think that necessarily that either of those two men is particularly perturbed by the possibility of being challenged. I think the one that they think is more gettable would be Rob Oakeshott, but Rob Oakeshott would appear to be just as determined to make up his own mind based on what he believes is the best outcome for Australia and his electorate.
Now, just two more questions. The first one is, Andrew Wilkie asked for, amongst other things, some money for a hospital in Hobart, and the coalition apparently promised $1 billion, Labor promised $100 million. The coalition was sort of indicating they felt a bit, I suppose, manipulated really by the fact that they'd come good with his request and then be rebuffed. What do you think happened there?
Well, there were some interesting things in that, and that was that Andrew Wilkie said he wasn't going to talk about the contents of the letter that was given to him by Tony Abbott, except he did. He talked about the one thing that was going to do Tony Abbott most damage, and that was the $1 billion offer. The coalition says that was the number that he put on the refurbishment of that hospital, and that was the number that's been put on it by the AMA, and that they were merely responding to a request from him. And the second is that, there was a lot of outrage about, that's terrible, that's just pork barrelling and a bribe. Well, it reminds me of that old story, and I can't remember who it was, who was in the carriage with the woman. He said, "Madam, would you sleep with me for £1,000? And she said, "Oh, well, I'll think about it." And he said, "Would you sleep with me for £1?" He said, "What kind of woman do you think I am?" And he said, "Well, we've already established what kind of woman you are. Now we're just haggling about the price." $1 billion, $100 million.
Yeah.
Both of them, you could say, are pork barrelling. It's just that we're talking about the size of the pork barrelling and the process. The government keeps saying it's got a good process. Well, the process through the Health and Hospital Fund is that you have to make an application, and then an advisory board considers that application, and then if it passes that test, then it's passed on to the Commonwealth. Well, this is going completely the other way around. He's getting $100 million up front. He's being promised another $240 million, which has yet to pass the test of the advisory board. Now, it will be a brave member of the advisory board that says, "No, I don't think you can have the money."
And then there was that, from Bob Catter, that lovely line, and Bob Catter is someone who genuinely has a very good sense of humour, that I haven't got any Wilkies in my wish list.
No, he also said, "I didn't realise there's $1 billion on the table."
Yeah, Wilkie doesn't want it. Okay, so you started off this conversation by, I think, implying that it was now more likely that Labor would form government. Do you think that is going to happen, and why?
Yeah, I think it's the more likely. Now, look, it has been such an extraordinary 12 months. I mean, who 12 months ago would have considered that anything other than a thumping Labor victory was in the offing? And then we've had an extraordinary number of different weird events. It was an extraordinary 3 years in a lot of ways, so anyone who predicts the outcome is probably a fool. But having said that, I think the most likely outcome now is that the independents will support a minority Gillard government. And I say that because that's the view, I think, that's beginning to coalesce inside the ranks of the coalition.
All right, well, thank you, Chris. And you'll have a few more busy days, I suspect.
Indeed.
Yeah, maybe years of them. Chris Yorman, thanks a lot. Political editor, ABC News 24. You're on ABC Local Radio. And for NRL fans, there is a game tonight that has relevance to the top 8, and that is the game involving Souths and St George. Now, my read of it is that Souths have to win, firstly, to get in the top 8, and if they win by 4 points, Manly and Souths will both be on 28 points and will both have a for and against of plus 35. So if Souths win by more than 4, they're in the 8. If they win by less than 4, they're not in the 8. And if they win by 4 exactly, I wouldn't have a clue what happens. But I'm sure Dave Gallup does. If that happens, we'll try and get him or someone on the phone to tell us. Now, Jen Fleming is here. Hello, Jen.
Hello.
What I was wondering about was this. I should have asked Chris this. If you were in that position where you were an independent and you could ask the government, and we want your thoughts on this, people. If you could ask the government, or Tony Abbott and Julia Gillard, for one thing, for example, money for a hospital, increased access to broadband for regional Australia, a bigger backyard. If you could ask one thing, what would you ask? Would you ask something for the nation? Would you ask something for your area? Would you ask something for everyone? Would you ask something just for a particular needy group? If you could just ask for one little thing or one big thing, and you were pretty confident that they'd say yes because you're in a position of power, what would it be?
It's quite a delicious prospect, isn't it?
But, it'd be lovely. Well, the first thing is you do it really slowly and tease it out over weeks,
as we're witnessing right now.
Yes.
But I suppose because the federal government, they do the big picture things, because the states, they look after the service delivery, because you sort of think, if traffic jams were better, if hospitals were better, schools, all that sort of stuff. But I was thinking, we seem to have all these resources we pull out of the ground, and we send them off overseas and don't really do anything with them. What if we turned them into something that was useful? That's something I would be interested in.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, but that's a very big picture. That's more than $1 billion.
Yeah, well...
Do you have a price limit on your wish list?
A couple of billion, I think.
Right.
A couple of billion.
I think mine's too big for that.
Yeah. All right. Well, what would you do? Our SMS number is 199-22702. So you've gone for the national interest.
I have, actually, rather than the personal thing. I can kind of look after myself, really.
You're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if the government wanted to give me money...
But you wouldn't say, my little area, I'm after that. No, you're after something for all Australians.
I'm after something for all Australians.
Well, that's fantastic.
What about you? Have you got what's on your wish list?
Look, I've been thinking very individually, really.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. I think a big kick, not in buildings, but in resources, in education. In education. The smart country, that's our future, isn't it? Where the educational resources for every kid at every school are increased by, 15%.
The interesting thing with... Oh, okay. Because the thing is, well, how do you deliver that? Do you pay teachers more money? Do you give more money to schools? Do you give the money to students to sort of allocate? So how do you do that?
I think more money to students. I mean, not students. More money to teachers. And... Yeah, I have to work out the fine print. But I'm
that's right.
Quite keen
Come
on
back to us, yeah.
All right, so what do you think? If you were in that position where you could ask the government for one thing, and you knew you'd probably get it, what would it be? The SMS number 199 22702, and the phone number is 1300 222 702. 1300 222 702. You're on ABC Local Radio. With James O'Loughlin, who's... sorry, something just wasn't working properly there. But now it is, which is good. Gee, everyone wants to have a crack at this one. 1300 222 702 is the phone number. SMS 199 702. First one is 5% pay rise for pensioners annually. That's a good one. David, what would you like?
I'd like to have 4-year terms. I think these guys need to be in long enough to get the policies implemented properly, not half-baked, and that's why we've got half the problem now, where they're negotiating at the last resort.
Righto, that's a good one. Thank you. Cameron?
G'day, mate. Yeah, looking for, probably total driver reform in the education of drivers, basically more aligned with the German system where, we should obviously increase safer drivers where basically youths are put in a car and on a skid pan and told to do 180 k's in the wet and hit the brakes, and figure out how to control the car. So that obviously they've got no speed limits on their highways, and there's fewer accidents than there is in Australia because people fall asleep at 110 k's. But it all comes back to driver education and putting the money in there.
Nice one, Cameron. Thank you very much. On the SMS, abolish HECS, go back to free tertiary fees from Viv. A second Sydney airport and some actual construction, not a survey or planning, blah, blah. This one would be helpful, I reckon. Dental health. Daryl in New South Wales. The SMS number again, 199 22702, and the phone number 1300 222 702. If you could ask for one thing, if you're in a balance of power sort of situation, you could ask government for one thing and you get it, what would it be? Adam?
Yeah, I'd like to see a guarantee of the money that comes out of the mining industries in the local areas actually gets spent in the local areas.
Yeah.
That we see all this money come out of the areas, but the infrastructure and that, there's no upgrade. So when the mining companies leave, these towns are just going to become ghost towns. So I'd like to see some of that money guaranteed to be.
Thank you, Adam. Nice one. Joe, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. What do you think?
Well, I'm in the car driving 7 hours return trip to take my 8-year-old to an audiologist and a speech pathologist. So having specialists in rural Australia would be brilliant to spend $1 billion.
Wow. And where are you where do you live?
I live in Merimbula on the far south coast of New South Wales, and I'm driving to Nara and Wollongong.
Yeah.
And he's exhausted.
I'm sure. You probably are too. Well, good luck. Thanks for your call.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Diana, what would you ask for?
I would like to see our land and our water kept in Australian hands and owned by Australian people.
Thank you very much. Robert?
Yes, James. I would use the money from the resources tax, which needs to be what it originally was, and I would put that into eco-ag agricultural institutions right across Australia, about $1 billion a year, to really get Australia off GE, off chemicals, off all of those things, and we turn the whole of Australian agriculture to a more biological agricultural system.
Wow, I like it. Thank you very much. Tony?
Yes, I'd love to see a true national rail link. Instead of all the freight going on trucks and people like Paul Little and co getting richer, the rails are carried by Australian National Railways.
Railways everywhere. Good on you. Thank you. On the SMS, what would I ask for? Full government support for the renewable energy industry. I would ask for 25% of the amount currently used for foreign aid to be spent on accommodation for our homeless, from Les. Someone suggests economic justice through land reform, water grid, look after our farmers, solar panels on every house, from Peter, more housing for the homeless, for Brett, Annexed estates were over-governed from Neil. Second Sydney Airport at Badgerys Creek from Dennis in St Leonards. Wayne, what would you like?
A time frame to get out of Afghanistan. A dead set time frame. We don't need to be there.
Thank you very much. Peter, what do you want?
I'd like to establish a sovereign fund, as is the case in some Scandinavian countries, where natural resources are deemed to be owned by the whole country, and for this money to be accrued in a sovereign fund to be administered by a board of eminent bipartisan people.
Yeah, look, it's a very interesting idea. Thank you very much. Marion, hello. Is that Marion?
No, I'm Dan.
Yeah, you don't sound like a Marion.
No. Although I wish I had the housekeeping skills she might have.
What do you want, Dan?
I'm into gambling reform. I think gambling's become an epidemic in Australia. It's just, I'm on my way to Queensland at the moment. I've got a friend up there who's had a gambling problem for quite some time. He can take a couple of $1,000s out of the bank, go to any club and put $50 notes into a note machine to give him 20s. He can't put the 50s in the machine. I just think gambling is, I know I don't like my chances. Governments make an incredible amount of revenue from it, but it's affecting many, many families in Australia. And I think I've got 2 young children who are exposed to it on a daily basis through television, through texting to win prizes and things like this.
Well, you'll be happy to know that quite possibly one of the people holding the balance of power, Andrew Wilkie, has come out pretty strongly along similar lines as you. So you never know. You might see some movement on that in the next few years.
Well, I really hope so, James. I just see a number of families, particularly young families, being destroyed because of it, and it's the clubs, screaming, saying, "Oh, we're going to, lose our income and whatnot." But what about the families that are being destroyed and touched by suicide and whatnot, and the taken off the table?
Thank you, mate. Thank you for your call. You're on ABC Local Radio. Jane texts in money for serious attempt at holding extinction of Australian animals. That's what she'd asked for. If she could ask for one thing from the government, build a genuine IT innovation lab to commercialise a wide range of Australian inventions. Not sure about that one. So, Peter, solar panels on every house. We had that one. More in a tick. You're on ABC Local Radio. And coming up after the news, we'll be asking. We will be talking about the effect of advertising on mental health. How much does advertising affect your mental health? Is it good for you, or is it bad for you in terms of what you're doing, in terms of how your brain sort of reacts and continues to, takes in all this plethora of information all the time? What effect is it actually having? We'll also be going into the death industry a little bit later on this afternoon. David, good day, mate. What would you ask for?
Non-compulsory voting, therefore make politicians actually earn our vote.
Oh yeah, okay. So
similar to the Yanks.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Wonder how many we get, Rob, or whether it would have fallen very far this time. But thank you very much. Jenny, hello. What do you want?
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, my name's Jenny and I'm a teacher, and the Australia Network could be tendered out to private sources such as Sky, and I'd ask that it stay in publicly funded hands. It's the international television service which the ABC runs. Sorry, I've got a croaky throat.
All right, thank you very much. Phil says, James, all legislation subject to a secret ballot. Politicians don't get pensions if they have super, says Gwen. Try and reintroduce common sense into the fabric of our society, says Keith. Hi, James. I go, no new airport, fast train instead. Commission to determine the most appropriate area in Central Australia to develop a new super city, so important. And then the biggest incentives in post-war Australia for Australians to relocate to what would be a new area full of opportunities. So, many ideas, and we'll put some more up on the screen as they come in. We'll put those ideas up on the screen as they come in. Didn't hear about many of them in the election campaign. They're all fantastic ideas, though, as has something that's been happening this weekend. Aaron Wood has been organising an event, Kids Teaching Kids, that has been running all over the place this weekend. Hello, Aaron.
G'day, James. How are you?
Good. What is Kids Teaching Kids?
Kids Teaching Kids is where students take an environmental issue of their choice and they become the teachers, so they get the skills to articulate their message to their peers. And we had about 12,000 kids across Kids Teaching Kids Week last week in every state and territory and even countries around the world coming together to talk about how to take action in the environmental space.
And what's you sort of organised it for the first time. What inspired you to do it?
Well, look, I think, we've been hearing about what we want from the election, and so often we talk about climate change, but we don't have the people there that'll be affected most. So it was really about bringing a youth voice into this space, but it's also about trying to bring a positive voice into the space as well. We talk about all the risk management issues that have got to do with climate change, but rarely do we talk about the huge opportunities, things like alternative energy, being able to re-engineer the way we do business. So it was a bit about optimism. It was also a bit about trying to look at the debate from a new angle.
And how did the kids actually teach the kids?
Well, they do it very well. They do it through drama and dance and role-playing and all sorts of different ways. They take into account the multiple intelligence research, which says we don't just learn well by lecture. In fact, only 5% of knowledge is retained through lecture, and that really we need to touch the heart, the head, and then ask for action. So we need the heart, head and hand if we're going to teach people appropriately.
And what happens next? You going to do it again next year?
Yeah, absolutely. So Kids Teaching Kids Week's already locked in again for next year, and we'll be going out to countries around the world too to try and take this worldwide. So it's going to be another big undertaking, but I think it's something that Australia can be proud of. We've got some of the best environmental educators going around, and I also think that Australia's got a big role to play. We do have the technology, as they say, and we also have the brain power to be leaders in this debate.
Good on you, Aaron. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, James.
Aaron Wood is the event organiser of Kids Teaching Kids. Some of the other ideas coming in for if you're in a position to ask the government to do one thing, what would you ask for? Police and ambulance getting an increase in wages. Save Maryborough Base Hospital. Upgrade to first-class hospital. Ad campaign to remind people of road rules, especially indicators, from John in Sydney. Legalisation of voluntary euthanasia for terminally ill Australians. Bronwyn suggested truth in labelling. Ray, cut out perks for the politicians, and there's lots more. Keep them coming in on the SMS 199 22702. Hope you can stay with us. A lot coming up next hour. In fact.
Good evening, Alicia Byrne with ABC News. Residents are being evacuated in Victoria's west as floodwaters rise rapidly across the state. Kirsten Vaness reports. The SES has issued an evacuation alert for residents at about 20 properties at Skipton near Ballarat in the state's west. They've been told to meet at the football oval. Lachlan Quick from the SES says water is still running into catchments.
We're going to have impacts through Glenorchy and into Horsham that'll probably occur tomorrow to late tomorrow.
In the state's northeast, floodwaters are rising around Benalla and Wangaratta. The Mayor of East Gippsland, Michael Freshwater, says the Mitchell River is still rising.
The whole part of the Mitchell River Valley could become inundated, I believe. It's starting to break in over my property.
More than 250 homes across the state have been damaged by floodwaters. Some residents at Wangaratta in the northeast have also been asked to evacuate. Narelle Graham reports.
Wangaratta is at the junction of the Ovens and King Rivers. Water has been steadily rising since Saturday. The King River is threatening to breach the Wilson Road levee, and the SES has asked residents to evacuate. Wangaratta resident Sue Matthews says the threat will continue for days due to runoff from alpine areas.
It's what's coming down that's going to fill up what's already there. There's nowhere for it to go.
A caravan park near the river's junction has flooded. Floodwaters are expected to peak tomorrow or Tuesday. Narelle Graham, ABC News, Wangaratta.
Shepparton Mayor Jeff Dobson says the main threat in his town is from the Broken River coming from Benalla and the Sevens Creek from Euroa.
Both of those we expect to peak around about Tuesday. They probably won't peak together, which will give us some respite. So the Goulburn River itself, downstream from Eildon Weir, is also having some big inflows, but we expect that to sort of come a little bit later.
Victoria's Deputy Police Commissioner Kieran Walsh is warning people not to go sightseeing in flood-affected areas.
Could I ask people please not to go to the flood-affected areas to have a look? We do not need sightseers. There is still a lot of work to be done. There's more flooding that will occur, and we need to make sure that the roads and that are well and truly open and free for emergency services.
Thousands of Victorians are without power until later tonight as a result of the weekend storms. Up to 40,000 people lost power in strong winds. Ballarat is the worst affected area, with about 15,000 customers losing supply. 5 schools will be closed tomorrow due to the flooding. The Education Department says there are no classes for students at Harrietville Primary School, Millawa Primary, Wirrali Primary, Falls Creek Primary and Myrtleford P12 College. Overseas schools throughout much of Christchurch are to be closed tomorrow as the city grapples with the extent of the damage from yesterday's earthquake. The ABC's Philippa McDonald reports.
Hundreds of buildings have been destroyed or severely damaged by Saturday's large earthquake, and Prime Minister John Key says each one needs to be checked, especially schools.
We just simply have to check every school to make sure that the buildings are sturdy and stable. We can't send school children back to school until they've all been buttoned down and signed off.
Mr Key says he doesn't know how long it will take, but that rebuilding Christchurch could take a year. Philippa McDonald, ABC News, Christchurch.
Reports from Iraq say there have been 2 large explosions in the centre of the capital, Baghdad. It's believed 1 person has been killed and 6 injured in the attacks, which have come just days after the US declared an end to combat operations in Iraq. And in the AFL, Sydney will play the Western Bulldogs in a semi-final after beating Carlton by 5 points in a thrilling elimination final at Sydney's Olympic Stadium. The Swans kicked 14 goals, 15.99 to the Blues, 13.16.94. To the weather, there's a major flood warning for the Mitta, Kiwa, Ovens, King, Buffalo, Buckland, Broken, Acheron, Goulburn, Avoca, Loddon and Wimmera rivers, and for the Hughes Creek. There's an initial minor flood warning for the Maribyrnong River at Keilor, also a minor flood warning for the Werribee River and for the Watts River at Healesville and the Yarra at Millgrove and Yarra Glen, and a flood watch for the Greater Melbourne catchments. Also, minor and moderate flood warnings for several rivers and creeks across the state, especially in central areas and in the northeast. For the state, showers overnight with snowfalls above 1,200 metres, then scattered showers during the day, falling as snow above 1,100 metres. A cool to cold day. For Melbourne, showers overnight, then a partly cloudy day with scattered showers and light winds, a top of 16 degrees after an overnight low of 7. For Tuesday, sunny and 17. Wednesday, sunny and 18. Thursday, some rain and a top of 17. Friday, a few showers and 16. In Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. This is ABC News.
Sunday evenings with James O'Loughlin on ABC Local Radio.
Yeah, g'day, nice to have your company. Hope you can stay with us. Coming up a little bit later this hour, why would a 44-year-old man with a proper career chuck it all in to become an undertaker? We'll talk to someone who did, Tom Jokinen, and found out some fascinating things about the death industry. And it is an industry, really, just as baked bean companies have to continue to sell baked beans to survive. People who run funeral directors have to continue to sell, things to keep their business going. He's written a book about his journey into the world of undertaking. Fascinating. We'll talk to him a little bit later on. We'll also keep you updated on the vitally important, if you're a Manly or a Souths fan, game between St George Illawarra and the Rabbitohs. As you heard in the news, Souths have to win by 5 to get in the 8. What happens if they win by 4? Not quite sure, because then it'll be a tie in points and also for and against with Manly. But We'll find out for you if that in fact happens. Now, many ideas coming in vis-a-vis, if you were in a position to influence the government to enact one policy, what would it be? There's heaps of them. Put a date on the end of petrol-driven transport. Put the resource tax into a future fund. The government cannot touch it, but the yearly interest becomes part of government revenue. I'm disappointed but not surprised that not one poly has suggested to abolish free travel for ex-PMs. I'd ask them to abolish all asylum seeker detention and processing centres. That's from Janine. Increase the minimum wage by a couple of bucks. Hamish. Policies to take best advantage of China's rise and protect us from possible threats involved. Ensure governments at all levels purchase their IT resources from Australian companies, not the local branch of a US multinational. Here's an interesting one. Stop investors purchasing more than one property to give first home buyers a chance in the housing market, from Carlos. Nursing back to hands-on hospital training, Sister Sally. I'd like to see farming and grazing land protected from mining and urbanisation. Bruce, 20% flat tax, an incentive to work hard, bring back work for the dole if physically capable. That way the taxpayers get value for money. And I'll try and get to some more later on. But right now it's time to talk to Adam Ferrier. He's a consumer psychologist and experienced in advertising and psychology. And tonight we're going to talk about, well, the effect of advertising on your mental health. Is that right, Adam?
That's right. Can I have one more to your list there?
Yeah, please. What would yours be?
Get the government to change or have another figure as well as the gross national product, the gross happiness product, and get people to start measuring happiness.
Right.
And construct policy that leads us towards happiness, not just economic progress.
That's good. And you can do that, can't you? By between 1 and 10, where are you now? And in a week you ask the person again.
That's right. It's measured globally by Gallup.
Yep.
Bhutan's done it. A few other governments are looking at it. French government's looking at it at the moment.
Nice one. Cool. Yeah. That's interesting. Pity if you're an independent, you might be able to get them in those surveys into the hands of everyone. Now, an unusual topic. I mean, I would have thought that advertising had no effect on my mental health, but do you think it might?
I'm not sure. If advertising is all about trying to get you to do something,
yes,
trying to get you to act in a certain way, then it's certainly changing your cognitions, your thoughts and your feelings along that path. So surely it must.
Surely it must.
Surely it must. Yeah.
And there is what are the good things it can do and what are the bad things it can do?
Well, just to recap how advertising works, you advertise a product, somebody changes their thoughts about that product, it builds up some kind of memories and associations in people's minds. They then change their attitude towards that product and their likelihood to maybe purchase it, then eventually they change their actions. So advertising works by changing your cognitions, your feelings, and then eventually your behaviour.
Right.
Okay, so and we're pretty much guaranteed that advertising works. It changes your behaviour because we know that advertising is effective, or else governments wouldn't keep on doing it.
Yep.
So if it's forcing you to act and it's great at creating desire and getting you to go and buy that product, then it's kind of almost like, what's the side effect of desire? So if you're constantly desiring more and more stuff and constantly desiring to consume more and more stuff, which the argument would say that that's the side effect of advertising, then what's the impact?
Right, advertising creates desire.
Advertising creates desire, which in turn leads to action. What's the side effect of desire?
Well, the Buddhists would tell you that desire is the root of all evil. That desire is the root of unhappiness.
That's right.
Rid yourself of desire and become happy. That's what they reckon, isn't it?
And I think they're onto something. So there's probably four possible...
Sure, they'll be glad. The Dalai Lama will be glad to hear he's got your endorsement.
he does. And I think probably the first thing it does do is it breeds dissatisfaction with your current lot.
Yes. If you want something, it means...
It means you're desiring something, you're not satisfied. And we also know that gratitude is highly correlated with happiness and being thankful for what you do have. So therefore, if there's constant messages out there getting you to be dissatisfied with what you have, then it's going to create a sense of dis-ease.
Yes.
The next would be inauthentic behaviour. So again, advertising has this kind of really interesting normative effect. It's normally done at a broadcast level. So it says, did you know the whole of society is buying this product and you should too? So therefore, if you do choose to go along with that, you might start to act in a way that's dissonant with how you think and feel. So, as an example,
I see.
So, as an example of one,
I want a yo-yo, even though I don't really like yo-yos because everyone else has got a yo-yo.
When I was 19, I bought a Suzuki Sierra soft top.
I thought you were going to say yo-yo.
No, I
got one when I was 9.
I bought plenty. I bought plenty of those along the way. But I had this Suzuki Sierra, which was the car. It was the yuppie's choice at the time.
Soft what?
Suzuki Sierra soft top.
Soft top.
So drive away $9,990 it was, and I just felt like a dickhead driving this thing because I wasn't a yuppie.
It wasn't you.
But no, it wasn't me. But
you
go along with the norm. Yes.
So you were driving along in your sports car, just feeling like an idiot.
Exactly. And
how long did you have it for?
I had it for about a year, and then I sold it and traded it in for a Honda Civic.
Right.
And I felt much more comfortable. It was a second-hand Honda Civic actually, but I felt much more comfortable in that. The third one is obviously anxiety, and so again. If we're constantly trying to buy stuff, constantly trying to get messages that are pitched at an aspirational level, so you could be this, you could be that, it makes you dissatisfied again with who you possibly are, and there's a distance between the aspirational self that advertising is communicating constantly and your actual self, who you actually are.
Right.
So that gap creates anxiety.
And also there's the secondary anxiety of desperately wanting more money so you can fulfill your desires.
That's right, because actually the highest correlate with consumer behaviour is actually level of income. So it comes back to the feeling of dissatisfaction, because no matter how much you desire stuff, if you're on a lower income, there's actually nothing that can be done about increasing that level of ability to actually act on that desire, which creates more and more dissatisfaction, obviously.
So if advertising works so far, you seem to have given me the message that it is pretty bad for your mental health. Well, you don't want to say that. Because
I don't necessarily want to say that. The flip side of it is it builds aspiration. And if you ever listen to Russell Howcroft on the Gruen transfer, he'll talk a lot about this. It oils the machine of aspiration and progress. And most of the listeners out there have a job. Most of the people where people work, most of the places where people work, sell stuff, and they sell more stuff through advertising. Therefore, they can employ more people. So it's not completely black and white. It builds the economy, it generates sales. It also allows you to signify to other people that you are aspirational or achieving certain societal milestones, if you like.
Yes.
So,
and also, just because you've bought a speedboat, for example, because for all the wrong reasons, because you've been conned by the advertising and, you've got this ridiculous image of yourself that's been built up by advertising that isn't even true. Doesn't mean it won't still be fun to drive it.
That's absolutely right. It doesn't. Unfortunately, we're terrible predictors of what makes us happy and unhappy. And so we do tend to overestimate the level of happiness a new purchase like that will give us.
Right.
So, but yes, I totally agree. It can make you happy and it's not all bad.
Yeah.
But then you're getting into purchasing rather than the effect of advertising as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm talking to Adam Ferrier about the relationship between mental health and advertising. Our phone number, if you want to join the discussion, is 1300 222 702, or the SMS is 19922 702. So, are there sort of more than I want to buy a new speedboat, is constant exposure to advertising. Are there other sort of deeper things that it builds and that it and messages that it sends you that can be either highly satisfying or dissatisfying?
Overall, advertising is the end result of having a free market economy that promotes materialism at its core.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the researchers and people who research these things